Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies. Hi, Elaine, where we all follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and welcome Karen's first witness this morning after they do a ridiculous motion to dismiss, because I have no doubt. Hold on, let me fix I turned the lights away from me when I had my glasses on, so now I can fix them. Also, sorry guys, today's shirt is brought to you by, it says, piss me off again, and we can play a game called Duck, Duck, Tape. I did want to duck tape everybody in that courtroom yesterday. Hey, Tracy, thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Today's going to be interesting because it's the defense's first day of having people come, right? So that's going to be a hoot in my book. So here's the thing, right? We have Matt DiSogra. That's going to be Karen's first witness. But make no mistake that it's not going to happen until after, and this is, I think, why they're starting a half an hour later with the jury, before Karen's team tries to do a motion to dismiss, right? They're going to do, that's just what they're going to do. Like, it's that simple.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So what do you think of how the free Karen Reed people have been reacting to yesterday's fantastic cross by Mr. Alessi? The greatest cross ever.
I was actually talking to my friend Tracy the other day when she got a call. She's here in the chat. And like, she's sort of like, has a different theory of stuff. Not so much FKR. I don't consider her FKR because she's not a whack job that goes around harassing people. You thank Tracy. Tracy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate you, my friend. So what really gets me is, like, we agree, like that courtroom, especially with Alessi the day before yesterday, like he deserved some of what he was getting from the doctor, right? Like that's the space thing, like that FKR made such a huge deal about. It's like you're talking to an engineer about possibilities and probabilities. What did you expect you were going to get? It's possible, but is it probable? No, it's not probable. Like,
well, it's the issue is that Alessi thought he can out expert an expert, and he failed miserably.
That's what I'm also seeing other that are not law tubers, but other people who are actual attorneys say is he tried to out expert an expert, and that didn't go over so well.
I mean, basically he wasted 6 hours of time that didn't accomplish anything. And actually, if like people are like, oh my God, he's such a joke. But I'm like, if the prosecution's such a joke, why hasn't the defense just rested? Oh, we don't need to present a defense.
You don't need to present anything.
You don't need to present anything. You're pretty much done. Why would you present any witnesses when you could just simply rest because they haven't?
If it was that bad, right?
But the fact is that it's if the jury went to the jury room right now, she'd be convicted in probably 10 minutes.
I agree.
Probably 10 minutes she'd be convicted. Right now, I think like the defense needs to. They know they've been dug into his giant hole, and the crosses weren't that great. And they didn't do as well as last time because they were able to bring up all these witnesses that were able to like confuse the jury a little bit. And the fact is that, I think this was Hank's plan, was that he knew the conspiracy angle was relying on, basically going at the people. So he went for the science. He went for, okay, well, you think Proctor's is, conspiracy person that's planting everything. Let's look up the actual evidence. Let's look at the GPS data. Let's look at the ring data. Let's look at the accident reconstruction, the DNA, the taillights. And he made
their first witness is Matt DiSogra. He's supposed to be an expert witness in like digital forensics, but I'm looking at his thing and it says EDR. So which is it? Or is it both?
Well, what's going to be, how expert witnesses are. A lot of times they're hired guns. So, I mean, what this guy's going to probably do is just interpret the data how he interprets it and see how it holds up in cross. Like right now their hopes is to use these kind of it's gonna be kind of like a battle of the experts here.
Yeah, it is.
And that's what's gonna be the situation. We'll see how well he does. But right now, the defense has a lot of work to do to dig themselves out of this particular predicament, because they are in deep shit right now. Way bigger deep shit than last time.
I agree.
Like, because
I mean, last time, you know, it was kind of a nail biter waiting for that jury to come back. You know, this time I feel pretty confident she'll be found guilty.
If the defense doesn't pull something out, a rabbit out of the hat, I would say, yeah.
What rabbit though? See, that's the thing. How do you debunk? This is the one thing I can't get past, right? And it's their story. If you remember his opening, you got to go by what you just told the jury, right? You told the jury that you were going to have a witness that saw him go in the house, but we know that no one could have seen him go in the house except Karen. So unless Karen's getting on the stand and saying she saw him go in the house, you're not delivering on that promise. I mean, even Emily D. Baker said for his, like, you know, opening, like, he just spewed a bunch of stuff he's not going to be able to prove. And that's not good for the jury. You need to prove what you're saying to the jury. Like,
Tracy says, on a level of critique fairness, I've never seen an expert need his hands and eyes on his papers to report it. In my opinion, it weakened. What do you? I think, like, when you're dealing with 140 slides and you're dealing,
it was annoying though. Not even not the slides, but like when he was like messing with the computer and the judge is like, well, you got to shut it or you got to turn it off. I think it was like a force of habit because he kept doing it. And I'm like, oh my God, stop touching it, bro. Stop.
Yeah,
stop
but you got to realize that you're also dealing with guys that, like, kind of literally ask you the definition Latin versions of forensics. So if I was sitting on a fucking being crossed by these people, I wouldn't go with anything with my memory unless you know what I mean? Like, you got to realize
that's the thing. You want to revert because there's so much data. You probably do want to revert to it, but I do think it was aggravating that he kept, like, because the judge was like, all right, like, don't look at it. And then he's just like going back to it. And it's like, all right, but the watch thing, I think was a little much. Unless it's like, well, it's watch. Dude, you think he's getting like talking points from his watch? Like, the guy has, you know, whatchamacallit, like, he's done many, many, many court cases where he's been an expert witness. This is not his first expert witness. And so, like, there's different rules. Remember that in different courts, like, most courts don't actually, you don't have to have a report. You just have to present what you have. You don't have to actually, like, turn in a report. So, like, that's kind of the difference between, like, Massachusetts and some other states is, like, most of the time here you have to turn in a report and then bring whatever you're going to bring. It makes it a little harder for the experts. But you're right. Last time she did not have to fight herself, and she's fighting herself. And I just don't understand how, with the level of lawyers,
it's not just
did they make such a grave mistake.
It's not just fighting herself. It's the perfect timing of each clip being placed right after each testimony that solidifies the expert's testimony. For instance, when she says she clipped him, that's exactly what the biomechanical engineer has stated has happened. When she said that she did a 3-point turn, that's exactly what the data shows. So if the other guy, if this expert comes in and says, no, she didn't do a 3-point turn or a reverse, he's going to be he's going to be completely ripped apart. So it's like, I don't know what they're going to try to state with this expert that's going to change things. I mean, you never know with a witness. I mean, they could pull a rabbit out of the hat and somehow she gets acquitted. I mean, it's very possible that there is
anything's possible. Probable. Here we go. We talked about the probable. Possible. Anything's possible. Like,
but like last year's the first trial, their defense witnesses were very shitty. And honestly, if they would have done a better job, they might have gotten acquitted. But they fucked up. They put Lucky. They put some fucking guy. They didn't show the full medical report. Some guy who was barely breathing. He was barely alive. They didn't show any of the medical reports. Aka was terrible, in my opinion. Like, they didn't do any sort of, they talked about a potato gun and all
the stuff they were missing, though. That was the big thing, even with the jury from last time, as we know now from the juror, which is that ARCA didn't have so much information. They thought that maybe the insurance company hired him or Turtle Boy hired him. Like, that was the problem, that they didn't find them credible because they were missing so much of the data that you would want to have. And as we sit here today, as Leslie would say, guess what? They still have not looked at the TechStream data for people who are supposed to be TechStream experts. That's not going to bode well.
how do you rule a car accident if you don't look at the scene? You don't look at about the taillight fragment pieces around, the DNA, the
Right.
shoe, the tech stream data. I mean, like, you have Alessi literally like nitpicking every little thing, but like your own experts haven't done even half the stuff. And it's
Right.
going to be a pretty, and the
That's going to be
problem
bad for
is that
them.
the defense is trying to highlight that he was paid $300,000. And I'm like, first off, experts, let me tell you, experts get paid a
Paid a
lot.
lot. They get paid a lot.
Number
Like,
two,
can I be an expert? I volunteer. Me.
well, you might need to go to like engineering school,
I
but
know,
we'll
right?
see. But like the fact is that experts get paid sometimes more than lawyers, and that's just how it is because experts win cases. And $300,000 for a year buying a car and doing all this is not a lot of money. And you have to also realize that the fact is that what is the defense going to do when they're asked? Their experts are asked the same questions. Their experts are probably paid $30, $40, $50,000 easily. You're telling me
Yeah.
you're gonna say that buys them, or is that just basically paying for their opinion? It's a
Well,
very
now
weak
you leave it
argument.
open though. You leave it open for Hank to now ask them, each
Yeah.
one of them, how much they would pay. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a grave mistake in my opinion. The defense really needed to like solidify up their like theory of
Well,
events. And the
well,
problem
what they
with that is they can't at this point. They have now sort of put themselves into a corner where they cannot prove that John was beat up. And remember, they've been telling people for 2 years, not that the jury knows this, but that it was inside. Now they're saying outside. Like, you know what I mean? Like
I
they're
would love
kind of
I would love for
moving
I
it.
mean the Karen Reed people to sit down and admit that they were wrong. I mean, he
Yeah,
didn't
right.
have two black eyes being punched. He didn't get punched or anything. The doctor basically stated, I'm sure that if they bring their doctor, is going to probably a brain surgeon basically stated he got that injury due to falling on a solid
The
surface on the
head.
back of his
Yep.
head. And
The
now they
head.
want to change it to be like, well, it was on the concrete on the floor.
It
And it's
happened
like,
outside.
guys,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they want to say it was in the garage or on the basement. And it's
Yeah.
like,
On a
guys,
hard surface. Yeah.
admit that you've been lied to and that she changed
Duped.
her stories every single time. First, she says she doesn't reverse, and now there's irrefutable evidence that she did reverse. First, she said she never did a 3-point turn. Now there's
Yeah.
evidence. First, she said she saw John at the McCarthy's. That was a lie. Then she said she just dropped him off. Then she said she saw him in the side door going in. Then she saw him go in the front door. Then what I mean? Like, how many lies does this lady have to tell you before you admit that this lady's just full of shit and just doing
Well,
everything she
that's the
can?
other problem is there's now irrefutable data that shows like, and that's the one thing that I think everybody should pay attention to if you watched the Alessi, Dr. Welcher back and forth, which is the defense at this point is not even claiming that Karen was not the one in that car backing up at 23 point whatever miles per hour. So they're literally not disputing that Karen backed that car up.
Yeah.
Within seconds of John's movement stopping moving forever. They're not even disputing that. And so that should tell you, like, if they're not even going to attempt to dispute that because it's right there in the data, how can you, right? You'd look like a fool. That like something you've been lied to at this point. And the defense, I did not see anything about them being allowed to call Proctor's friends. I'm guessing that was not allowed, but I haven't seen anything. And number two, I know Karen said something about I don't know or maybe when it came to Proctor. Let's make something very clear. They're not calling Proctor. That would be a grave mistake. Not that they haven't made grave mistakes, but they're not calling Proctor. Not calling him.
Yeah,
I love this when they say things like this. It literally gives me a little chuckle.
Have you ever heard of Nevercracker, the guy on Twitter?
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever read his stuff?
Yes. All the time.
Do you see like this? Did you see his recent one from 12 hours ago, which is pretty interesting?
I didn't see anything from yesterday.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up.
Oh, we got a troll. Thanks for whacking a troll, Jesse.
I mean, like, it's a long one, but if you want me to read it, I can, but
do
it's
it.
up to you.
Do it.
Okay. It's a lot. So this is from Nevercracker, which is very interesting.
Before you read it, hold on. I did read this very morning. That poor freaking Scorpio moon girl was thrown up against a pole. I want to make sure she's feeling okay and she's all right. Like the dog, she was walking the dog and something happened and she was thrown.
Was the dog named Chloe?
I know, right? Was it Chloe? I just want to make sure, like, you all right? You feeling okay? I want to make sure you're
okay. Are you sure it wasn't Chloe?
Okay,
that
good.
That dog is pretty vicious, they're saying. joking.
I mean, he probably was going to ask them anyway, but it definitely like rings the bell in his head to ask them, you know?
Yeah.
Go ahead, you
So
can read
Noah
it.
Cracker says, and this is going to be a long one, so hang on to your, and stop me anytime you want to just like interrupt and insert something. Okay, so first off, I apologize for the brief silence. I needed a moment watching Bobby trotted out again to deliver yet another incoherent detour into fantasy was too much. The defense isn't weak, it's delusional. It's exhausting, it's insulting, and it's not how our courts are designed to work. I also needed to reconnect with my courthouse sources and validate my report. But before our first report, let me weigh in. So now the Commonwealth rests. And with that, we've now witnessed the full brilliance of Hank Brennan. Methodical, unflinching, devastating against the complete collapse of the defense. Let's not kid ourselves anymore. Dumping every single technical aspect of this trial onto a sideshow Bob Alessi wasn't a strategy. It was a setup. He's the fall guy, which is what you said. Like you said
I did say that.
You've said that so many times.
I've said it so many times. Like,
so that Cracker agrees with you.
Right?
Always was. Putting forth a guy that has no real understanding of what he is examining is not his fault. He's just there to yell words and seem like he's making a point. His voir dire wasn't about challenging the expert's testimony. It was about preserving anything for an appeal. That's it. Nothing more. I will give the little fella credit, though. He's at least tries to make a useless point useful. Just like him, though. He's too dumb to realize he's the useful idiot. And now comes the second act of the sideshow. We suck, and here's why. Defense. Let the murder defendant herself get so hands-on with the cross-examination that they can spin this disaster into a future ineffective counsel claim. In essence, quote, we failed because she's a narcissist who wouldn't shut up unless he is a moron, and we were too incompetent to stop her. That's a good defense.
I think you're right when it comes to like maybe Alessi's good at things like depositions, you know?
Yeah,
like,
I know he's good at depositions. I could tell the type of questions because a lot of depositions are about laying foundation and kind of getting information. And that's why you go with the definition.
And you get longer answers, and some of them are open-ended questions, and that's the problem. He made real big mistakes. Don't ask questions you don't know the answers to.
Well,
do not ask open-ended questions. Okay, I've said this so many times. And don't not understand the stuff you're trying to.
There's a difference between depositions and cross. Depositions, you want open-ended questions because you want the guy to talk too much. Right. You want the more he talks, the more questions you're going to have, and the more information you're going to get. And he might unintentionally say something that you can use later, and then you can pull it out of the transcript. And that's what you want. So that's why you would want open-ended questions a little bit when you want a guy to talk too much so you can trip him up. But when you're in a cross, you don't want to do that because you don't know what he's going to say. And once the bell is rung, it can't be unrung. You know, the jury heard it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You catch my drift? But like with depositions, it's only the witness and the attorneys. There's no jury. You know what I mean? If you catch my drift. So that's the difference.
I mean, it's amazing to me that some of these people are saying the exact, like, Hank objects too much. Hank barely objects. That's like the stupidest thing I've literally ever heard. He was objecting yesterday to a line of questioning that they were trying to, and I called it, where the defense was trying to sneak in Trooper Paul's reports and basically trying to question Dr. Welcher on Trooper Paul's stuff. You want to question Trooper Paul? Question Trooper Paul.
Yeah, you can call him as a witness. And
call him as a witness, but you don't get to do it through Dr. Welcher. They were trying to be sneaky. The judge clearly saw exactly what they were doing, but nonetheless, I mean,
they were trying to get an appealable issue. But let's continue.
Of course.
Okay, so now let's pivot to the reads because this is, after all, a real read report. Turns out that back in 2024, right after the first trial, both the Commonwealth and defense were racing to cozy up to one of the most elite crash reconstruction film firms in the country, Aperture. While the murder defendant was snobbing her way through the filming of the documentary Farewell Shots in the Seaport, she commissioned the old man Bernsey to lock down Aperture for her defense.
Yep.
Tiny problem. So did the Commonwealth. Why? Because Aperture ranks in the top 3 firms in the nation alongside Robson Forensics and ACA. So here's how they lined up. ARCA defense. The defense, although using them in the first trial, wasn't sure how they could be used in the second. Commonwealth, a non-starter thanks to the obvious bias, shady involvement, and let's just say credibility issues. ARCA took on a case with evidence only provided by the defense and never once asked for evidence from the Commonwealth, not even a phone call. Robson, and then it goes into Robson, wanted nothing to do with the media circus surrounding the case and declined outright to both parties. Aperture had a choice, side with the evidence or join camp conspiracy. They went with the Commonwealth. Bernsey was completely ill-equipped to communicate with the top firm that he didn't have some bullshit ties into via his Bentley and Massachusetts connections. No one owed him anything. No one gave a shit. So he was shot down regardless of what they were willing to pay. Aperture said no and chose to work with the Commonwealth on a case with a real forensic value and a lot of press. They chose wisely. And then there was a second part to it. And when you're ready, you want to make a comment on that before I start the second part?
No, I mean, he's right. So they both went after Aperture, and Aperture, took the Commonwealth. And I mean, here's the thing is, if the defense had retained Aperture, it would have screwed them anyway, because Aperture follows the evidence. And so ultimately the defense wouldn't have used their opinion because the results would have been the same, right?
Yeah.
Like as what they have now. So they would have had to retain someone else back to ARCA. Anyway, ARCA's the only ones willing to say what they want them to say without looking at I cannot believe that is going to screw them 7 ways from Sunday.
Yeah.
Not having those ARCA experts look at the text stream data. Like, they're text stream experts. Why wouldn't you look at and I know it's because it debunks their theory, but even so, even if you're trying to help as you are the defense in this very shady situation with ARCA, come on, ARCA guys, figure out how to work around it. Figure it out, right? Like,
so the next part, the second says double edition, part 2 of 2, family implosion. This is called. So it's the same guy. Now let's talk about the circus within the circus, the Reeds. Because while Hank and the witness are dismantling the defense, the Reed family freak show is putting on a sideshow of its own. This sociopathic family is coming completely undone. Now it's common knowledge that Bernsey, the ever-devoted father of murder defendant, has what can only be described as a pathological level of affection for his daughter. Admirable? ? Maybe. But for the rest of the Reed clan, it's become deeply problematic. We all remember the, quote, monkey boy is a jackass, quote, incident, a direct quote screamed by Bernsey in the open court a few weeks ago after the now infamous Burberry coat hit the ground like a crime scene prop. That moment wasn't an outburst, it was a preview. Which brings us to this. In the past 3 days alone, courtroom insiders have witnessed a meltdown behind the scenes. Janet Reed, aka the devil birther herself, was seen late yesterday absolutely unglued. Her meds wore off and her filter broke, and she lit into Bernsey with the fire of 1,000 Xanax withdrawals. Quote, "You put us in this mess. You should have hired them. You shouldn't have hired them. How did they get them? ? We're spending a fortune and look like idiots. You're letting Alessi run this. And this gem, get control of her." These are quotes. So this is what people are
that
hearing.
was what happened with the Jen thing. Yeah, he wanted Karen Reed's dad had like a meltdown and basically was like, "You take her down to her knees." Yelled at Jackson. Like, there was a whole argument over that.
Yeah,
like,
that's bad. And then there's more. And then he says, "Let's be honest, she's not wrong." Okay, I scrolled too much. Okay, this is what it is. "Just today, she was overheard saying how pissed she is about Jackson, quote, foolishly giving the ID documentary crew the rights to air the documentary before the trial.
So stupid.
Which is, to me, is wild to me that you would do that as an attorney, that you're like, yeah, honestly, if I was Karen Reed, I would sue him civilly too. If I get convicted, I would sue him civilly. I'd be like, ineffective counsel, I'm suing you for fucking nothing. But that's just me. Jackson might as well have just put her neck in the noose himself. Her words, not mine. It sounds like she's tired of her own little demon child, her lawyer and her lawyers. And let's be honest, she's not wrong. Bernsey has played the child's favorite game in that house for decades. And the golden child, quote, the one he's risking everything for, quote, that would be the accused murderer. His estranged daughter, Elizabeth, quote, question mark, she has been gone for years due to mistreatment. She is irrelevant in his eyes. His publicly humiliated son, question mark, jackass status confirmed, sending dick pics to flying monkeys, robbing bookstores in 2018. Bernsey is done with him. His wife, the co-architect of this sociopathy, question mark, even she's had enough. And she's outwardly speaking about it. Look at her at the end of each day, exhausted, disgusted, knowing they blew it, knowing she let this pile of shit husband talk her into this mess. Bernsey has thrown his entire family under the bus for his favorite. Everyone else is collateral damage for their relationship. Kind of creepy. They've mortgaged every relationship and every dime, prop up the one person who keeps digging the hole deeper. The money is running dry. The family's imploding, and the courtroom strategy has become just survive today. And little Miss Sociopathic Narcissist Murder defendant, it looks like you have about 2 weeks left to play courtroom dress up. Shit's getting real. Read. I think that's pretty good written by Mr. Nevercracker.
Yeah.
I mean, like, do you agree with like this family's kind of imploding, and that, you know, like I kind of agree with the family dynamic actually a little bit. That you have a situation where the son, you know, he's a car salesman. You have the father who's this really kind of like, you know, established individual, successful individual. The son's a car salesman. The daughter, we don't even know anything about. She's probably left that house because she doesn't like them. And the prodigal child is Reed. And then what does she do? She gets drunk, hits her boyfriend, and what do you got here? You know,
well, that's the thing, right? Is in order to believe there's some giant conspiracy, and again, with the people that's like, say, as I was talking to my friend Tracy about, like, how do you get so far off the road? First of all, it wasn't that far. Secondly, it would be within the realm of serious possibilities that he either stumbled, rolled after he was hit, like, you know, maybe he got up at one point and then stumbled and then ended up falling again. Like, no matter what, like, he ended up where he ended up, whether it was from the car that got him all the way there, or whether he got back up and stumbled a little before he collapsed. Like, he wasn't that far off the road. All right. He was not that far off the road. And I do understand that people have a little bit of a problem with Dr. Welcher's not accounting for the height of the, you know, how it can be raised. Her Lexus, we talked about this a while ago, how the Lexus can be raised. I think it's like 2 inches or something up and like an inch down or whatever. But it has to be changed manually inside the car. So she would have had to change it and then back up. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at it, like, there are infinite possibilities because we don't know where the contact point was. So, and Dr. Welcher made that clear, doesn't know where the contact point is. So the contact point, we have no idea where on the road the car actually hit John. The text stream data stops only after 5 seconds. So the car's still moving when the text stream data stops. So whether the contact point is right a second right after that, or a millisecond or 2 seconds, we have no idea. So we have no idea where the contact is on the road for where John hit. So when you don't have that kind of information, you can only do so many calculations. And it leads for a lot of possibilities, you know?
I mean, the thing is, you have a situation where you have the top 3 experts in accident reconstruction state that he believes it's a car accident, and they could not destroy the data. I mean, if we listen to the 6 hours, what did Alessi do? He failed. And I think I kind of agree with Nevercracker. It's kind of wild that an individual like Alessi is actually running this trial. More than half the witnesses.
I don't get that. I mean, I guess probably because the last bunch of witnesses were all technical, and I think that they probably
but you know what?
Them up that way and gave him all the technical, and they weren't expecting the Commonwealth weren't going to call, you know, X, Y, and Z, but still.
But who is the most devastating besides Karen Reed witnesses? No, like I'm saying, who are the most devastating witnesses for the Commonwealth besides Karen Reed? It's the technical witnesses. This case is gonna, you know, I mean, like, people can believe a conspiracy. People can believe a lot of things. You can make people believe the world is flat. You can make people believe there are cities in the center of the earth if you have a good enough story, if you have a good enough ability to tell a story and be convincing. But people can only go so far unless, when you're showing them the data. And you have a situation where you have phone data. You have multiple experts basically saying the same story in different parts. It's like the story of the three wise men, the three blind wise men and the elephant. They're all touching the elephant, and they think they think the elephant's a snake. They think it's a tree. They think it's something else. Whatever. What the third
No,
wise
it
man
doesn't
says.
automatically lower when
Wait.
it's in the park.
Yeah, let me finish this point.
Yeah, go.
And the fact is, but once the three wise men talk to each other, that's what these experts are. They're blind. They're checking each part of the elephant. Once they talk to each other, they'll figure out it's a fucking elephant. But you can go. I'm sorry. I just want to finish that point.
No, that's fine. No. So what Tracy's asking is like, does the suspension lower itself automatically when you put it in park? And no, you set it. So you can set it to be higher or lower at any given point, And so in order for Karen to have raised it, she would have had to manually raise it up or down or lower it. So it doesn't, especially because it was already, we know that days before it was already set to regular height. So like, unless she hired it 3 inches or lowered it or 2 inches, whatever it was, 2 inches, or lowered it by 2 inches manually, like it wouldn't be changing as she's driving. That's not how that tech works in that car. There's 3 buttons for higher, lower, and then regular. And she had it set on the regular.
So do you think they're going to try to do the same thing they did last year and try to do a directed verdict right now and be like, we don't believe the Commonwealth and waste the court's time for the first half hour?
Oh, they're going to do a motion to dismiss. Absolutely right now. Yep. 100%. I will call it right this very second there. Bro, absolutely 100% procedurally going to do a
waste of time. That's such a waste of time.
I know, but they're going to.
Like, bro.
They're going to say, the Commonwealth doesn't have enough evidence to continue this trial, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, they just have the taillight fragments around the victim, and also her own statements, her own incriminating statements admitting to the crime, and also the fact of the DNA in the back of the taillight, and also the fact of the cell phone data showing that he didn't move after she backed her car 24 miles per hour backwards, and also the fact that she basically admitted to the crime. That's not enough evidence, Your Honor.
Right. So
okay.
To answer this question, that's a good possibility of how his shoe could have, and how he could have stumbled backwards. Is his shoe at the berm came off, or it could have been, it could have fell off.
Well, what happens is that when you're spinning, my guess is like he was hit, and his body, just like the guy was stating, that his body was trying to attempt to get balance, and somehow his shoe probably came off, and as a result,
right.
But can we all put a prayer hands in the fucking chat and hope that unless he's not the one asking for the motion to dismiss, and it's just Jackson.
It's going to be. Let's get real. It's going to be, but still,
please.
So let me explain this to you, EK Sears. Number one, everybody keeps forgetting that Higgins's Jeep was not past the driveway. I keep seeing them make these models where his car is past the mailbox. That's not where his car was. His car was literally like right at the end of where the driveway was. Like, number one. Number two, Karen's car, we have no idea how far up past the flagpole it pulled. We know it went past the flagpole, right? But we don't know how far up it went. No one does. So there's no way to calculate how far back exactly she went without knowing how far forward she was. Because once again, texturing data only goes the 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, we know how many feet she backed up, but we don't know where that beginning point is. So that's a problem. And also because Higgins's Jeep was further back, there would have been even within that 87 feet, she would have been nowhere near his Jeep. And also he left at some point between 12 and 12:30. So it might not have been there either at the time. But at the same time, it was also further back than other people are trying to make it out to be. It was at the end of the driveway, not after the mailbox. People keep putting it here's the mailbox. They keep putting it over here. It wasn't here. It was back here. And you have to know where the beginning point is, where Karen's car was the beginning point. And still at 87 feet, if you go to where a couple feet even forward from where the flagpole was, she still wouldn't have come anywhere near it. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think like what's crazy to me is that that there's people trying to like figure out the new conspiracy. Like to me, it's kind of wild to sit here. And it's like and then to see actual attorneys that actually support this crazy conspiracy, it's like on YouTube, and it's like, guys, can you like not have a brain for yourselves and think to yourself, this woman lied multiple times? I mean,
yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean, everyone
Well, that's
knows
another thing you have to take into consideration is for people sitting there trying to claim that Karen hasn't lied about anything and, you know, everyone else is lying except Karen. Like, that is so ridiculous. It's not even funny. Karen clearly has lied. Okay. There's no scenario where she hasn't lied. None. Zero. Like, so for these people who are like, Karen's the only one, you know, not factually, first of all, there's no such thing as factually innocent. And there's not a single fact that shows innocence, just number one. And number two, you don't get found innocent or guilty. You get found not guilty or guilty, right? The case was proven or not proven based on the evidence that they have. You know, like there is no stretch of the imagination where Karen hasn't lied. Those interviews screw her royally and prove that she lied. So, I mean, she says she waits in the car 10 minutes, remember? For John while he goes inside, but that never happens. And we know that because of the data. Like, they account for the tires spinning. Dr. Welcher talked about that. They account for the tire spinning. They have like whatever method they have, like math wise, to account for tire spinning. But let's also remember, people seem to forget that it wasn't a blizzard out at that point. People,
you know, I
like,
just find it
thinking
interesting
that like it's a huge bill and her tires it was just starting to stick to the grass at this point.
The problem is like people are like, well, he might have used one piece of material from Trooper Paul's thing. I don't think he did, but the reason why it was denied is because you can't ask another person to testify about another person
their report. You
can't do that. That's not allowed. And it's kind of crazy to have attorneys argue that you should, because that to me is kind of wild. Because in the end of the day, if they wanted to, you know, the defense can call Trooper Paul and ask him about his report. The defense can call up I think they already had their chance to cross that.
They did. Sporty Bello. Yeah.
Sporty Bello. So the fact is they had the opportunities, and that's what they've had. To ask another person about their report is kind of crazy when they didn't even use their report. And it's like, I think it's just another thing that they're just complaining about from the judge's ruling. And the fact is,
they're always going to complain. And it's funny because the judge rules for the defense more often than not. She's very defense leaning, but this was very clear that she could not rule to allow this in because this is completely out of any legal realm. You cannot use one witness to have another testify. And it was very clear to me, which means it was very clear to the judge exactly what they were trying to do. And also, as we knew yesterday, if you watched my stream yesterday, I literally said seconds before Hank Brennan said what I said, what my opinion was, what I thought was happening. And then within seconds, Hank says the exact same thing. Like, we know that they were trying to speak in Trooper Paul's stuff and questioning Dr. Welcher, and you can't do that. Here we go. The motion to dismiss. I'm calling it right now. Motion to dismiss.
Yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to waste time. Why not? Please have Jackson argue it. Please, God.
I don't think it's going to be Jackson. Everybody should guess their sidebars for today. How many y'all think?
I was close.
You were close.
I was told counsel want to see me in sidebar.
And we start with a sidebar, folks. Shocker.
know what's
They're in
crazy?
space.
Do you know
Makes
what's
it,
crazy?
what?
That clip is over 30, like probably about 15 seconds, I think, or whatnot. And it's
40. That
still
one's that one's
40,
like the 45
40
second.
seconds,
48.
and
Sorry,
this
48 seconds. Yeah.
and the sidebar is way longer than it's like it's just crazy with these fucking sidebars.
I say
I'm
that
so
too. I'm like, I
tired of
had
these.
the 15-second one, and then now this one's 48 seconds. So 48 seconds, and it's still not over. It should be an easy peasy, like, let's get through this and get it done thing.
Yeah,
Like,
but why do you need a sidebar? Why do you need a sidebar when the jury's not even the fucking courtroom? Sidebars are for the jury, not for the public. Why can't you just argue your goddamn cases in front of the courtroom? Why do we have to have sidebars? Because cameras
oh my
in the
God.
courtroom?
Look, y'all, it's Nurse Kim in the back row. I can't. I
Is
freaking
it the
can't.
one? Is it the one that pissed on the
Yep.
garage? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
And the yeah. Yeah. The brightest, y'all.
Yeah, it's weird.
Look
man.
at Nathan's resting duck face.
Bro,
Mr.
that's the
Reed,
curious
resting duck
fucking
face.
George. That's the curious George fucking face, man. Where's
It's
the guy
resting
with the
duck
yellow
face.
hat? Where's the guy
It
with the yellow
seems-
hat?
I love the man in the yellow hat. My middle daughter absolutely loved Curious George. She would go nuts for Curious George.
Do you think like Mr. Reed is like the guy, the older version of man with the yellow hat, but disappointed with Curious George as he grew up to be a car salesman? That's what his failure of his son. He just sells fucking cars.
I mean, he doesn't anymore. He doesn't work there anymore. I don't even know what he does now.
Yeah, grifting. That's what he does.
Well,
I couldn't believe that motherfucker.
Small pizzas and to lower their grocery bill, which is like, buddy, most of us don't even have the money for a grocery bill, and you're asking people.
I was about
nothing.
I was about to say that. I was like, this motherfucker actually told people to eat less food to give to his sister.
He did. That happened. That happened. He told them to lower their grocery bill and to buy a small pizza, not a large pizza. Like, eating out is like a once in a moon thing in my house. Okay. Groceries are freaking expensive. Like, I still need to go grocery shopping, but like asking people who live on fixed incomes or, whatever, like to have a lower grocery bill or a small pizza instead of a large pizza to give to your sister.
Yeah.
What? Like, the lack of self-awareness to me is freaking amazing. Like,
I seen like a video on Twitter, which was very interesting. I can't find it anymore.
That's what I call it, Andrea. It's resting duck face.
I was like, I watched this video, and it was basically like two families, and one of the family members murdered the other family member's relative. And do you know what the other family that like the family member did that like, the murderer family members did? They all bent down on a knee asking for forgiveness from the victim's family.
Oh,
and then
man.
they eventually came together and they talked. But I said to myself, like whenever I look at these two sides, I look at the Reeds and I look at Karen Reed, and it's like fucking barbaric what the Reeds have done to O'Keefe's family. And it's fucking monstrous.
They're just trying to get justice, okay? They're just trying to go to this trial and every day be there for their son, brother, a loved one that's no longer with us,
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's really sad. Like, they shouldn't have had to deal with the extra circus, the extra nonsense, right? Like,
bro, I ordered groceries from Amazon.
Oh, JMS, listen, I don't have a car, so I'm totally with you on that. And the problem is like, A, not having a car, and B, having like the delivery prices alone are so astronomical.
Well, Amazon,
range.
You have Amazon Prime because like I use that and they have like, and they just that. And
but you can only get like stuff that's not like refrigerated. You have to get like pantry stuff unless there's a grocery store near you that does that. And we don't have one.
You don't have like, because for me they deliver food and it's like
yeah, but you have to have that. A grocery store has to be within that they work with has to be within like 15 miles or something like that. And we don't have one. So all we can get is, at least in this area, all we can get is like whatever's on Amazon for like drinks or like pantry. Like, pasta, stuff like that. You can't get anything refrigerated or frozen.
Yeah, anyway. So yeah, I ordered from there and it was like, mostly I order a lot of frozen fruit and stuff like that. Like I love like frozen cherries, frozen fruit, and
cantaloupe,
stuff like that.
grapes,
Bro, it was like $200. I mean, but like $200. Like, it's like, oh my God, for a bunch of food. It was
for
like,
nothing.
Yeah.
Like for legit nothing. That's the problem. And then you get the tariff. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah, right. My options do freaking suck. They suck. They suck bad. I mean, usually if I go to the store, I go to Walmart because that's the cheapest option.
What you should do is start a channel where you just go through the shopping, like try to like go through the garbage and see what you can. I'm joking. That's a joke.
Can't stand you. Stop and Shop actually closed around us. All the Stop and Shops that were anywhere near us closed because a bunch of them went out of business. I do have a Walmart Plus. I pay like $12 a month for Walmart Plus. But even that, a lot of the time, stuff's out of stock. You can't get it. Or sometimes you'll get stuff that's like, one time I got a thing of like 3 peppers. I opened them up and they were moldy inside. Like you couldn't see it from the outside, but like where they touched each other, it was moldy. Like what the hell?
You can't touch that shit. So what do you think of like?
I would love to. I was just talking to my husband about let's go to Texas. Like let's do that.
Yeah. Well, what do you think is going to be the defense's like tactic? Because like they didn't really challenge the data, so they're going to bring these experts. What do you think these experts are going to say different than the prosecution experts? Like, because like I remember last time, last trial, Green was a joke and he was completely destroyed by the cell phone data, Celebrite data guy. And this time, I don't even think they're going to bring Green back. So you can't say the 227.
Maybe this is the guy that's going to be in instead of Green, is what I'm guessing. This guy, the one we're right now, which is Matt DiSogra.
Yeah, but bro, if that happens, he's going to be fucking destroyed by Hank. Like, I have a feeling Hank is a fucking beast in Cross. I seen a little bit of him when he was going through the cross of that fucking dog bite lady, and it was brutal. It was elder abuse. I was about to call the police because I seen an old woman get beat up on live stream. I was like, Mister, stop. She's elderly. You need to give no more.
With the required finding argument.
What?
A required finding argument.
Yeah, guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The ways you can donate to the channel are these ways, and we have monetization back, but these ways are always the best ways.
Mr. Jackson.
You definitely use your help. Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date.
You weren't rude.
Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi Can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically,
that's not what
why
he said.
didn't you try to recreate the circumstances?
Because
the
we don't
force
have the
impact?
point
That's
of
what
impact.
you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said,
Bingo.
there's
Tracy.
not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes.
None of that exists.
John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate.
He said at 34 Fairview. That didn't happen.
There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love struck. That he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively
this is such a shot in the wind.
Coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview.
There doesn't have to be.
Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat.
It'll be denied.
She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time. And then she saw it was gone. And at no time, did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed. And she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian.
Darn sure. So funny.
Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man.
No one
in
did,
the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind it. The dome light was on.
Not what was said.
They could see inside the interior of the vehicle.
No.
Ms. Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside
no
the
collision.
vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe.
Under a mound of snow.
6:03.
She's the only one that's seen him.
And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body.
That's hilarious.
The only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate
frontal strike,
that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation.
That was
certainly,
amended, okay.
certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate.
Well, she was screaming at him. You're right.
There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that she that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place.
What?
Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably.
No, you fail miserably.
The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case is
Nobody
failed.
would say that except you,
No
sir.
reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25,
Guess
no
we'll find
reasonable
out.
jury could find Karen Reed guilty of
Guess
count
we'll find
1,
out.
count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John
You don't need an
O'Keefe,
intent.
or that they intended to leave him for dead?
Don't
in
need
the
intent. You
The
idiot.
answer
This
is
isn't
no.
California.
Zero.
No intent
No
required.
reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty.
But they will.
This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons, or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice,
Sit
to
down.
dismiss all 3 counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the
Yes,
court is
sit down.
duty bound to dismiss those 2 counts.
No, they're not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Denied. Go ahead, Brennan. Smack it down so we can do the denied and move on. Okay? Let's do it. That was the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever heard in my entire life. All of those things he said pretty much were false.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. A reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the serum conversion and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light, most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus from her shattered right taillight that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming.
It is.
It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way.
Yes,
And
she
so
did.
as to the operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct. That was her maneuver of driving forward,
Then back.
stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022.
Yep.
Under the conditions at night after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional. And any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death.
Yep. That's all it
There's no
requires.
predicate of intending to kill or
Nope.
even intending to hit.
Not
There's
here.
clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death
Intent
driving a
not required.
6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The
To save
chance
him.
of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three of them. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul.
Well, no, it's going to be denied.
All right, please.
Denied. Denied. Denied.
Shocker.
Can we run that back real quick?
I mean,
Freak, like the part
like his argument,
before
his,
said denied.
his argument that there's no photographic or audio record. Most accidents in New York City, civil-wise, there are no videos, there are no audios. It's only by witnesses. You know,
And even then,
sometimes.
if there's witnesses,
It was denied.
under Jackson's nonsensical theory of what he just said, number one, there's no intent required in the state of Massachusetts. He needs to take himself out of California. Once again, not in California, bud. What she's charged with, mens rea, no intent is required. Number one. Number two, for him to actually sit there and say such a ridiculous thing right before, like right at the end of Hank's speech, right before the judge denies it. I froze up, so I didn't get to see that part.
Yeah,
but
I mean, like, it's your own client basically fucked yourself. You had a better chance of a dismissal last trial.
Yeah.
But this one you had zero chance. Like there was zero chance. And the reason why there was zero chance is because any reasonable person hearing all the evidence would believe your client backed their car into John out of intent of anger to kill John.
all right, here's the
The
part.
chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe.
Perfect.
All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three of them. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar,
Perfect.
I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So we
I don't know
ready
what
to
proposal
bring
they're
the
talking
jury in?
about,
I did not
but-
ask you at sidebar, are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so.
Mr. Brennan's always ready.
5 minutes, Paul? All right.
Always. No, I don't know if it, not here. I don't know if it does in California. A lot of states, it does require intent. Murder 2 does require intent in most states. So I would assume it probably does. But here it does not require intent. And lots of attorneys, including Betterow and who I literally had to argue with online when he put out to his many, many followers that there's no intent. You can't prove murder. There's no intent. And I literally had to be like, hey, Bub, you're such a fantastic lawyer, right? Mens rea, what she's being charged with here for murder too, does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts there, buddy. Just FYI, maybe, just maybe, if you were, and he was the one who wanted to get in the mess of this with Karen's defense team, right? So maybe you should probably know what charges your almost client is charged with and what they require before you ask to actually be put on her defense team. No? Just shows you all they care about is the
yeah.
Trip.
He's every day and see a constant hit. Yeah, I mean the fact is what his argument. He knew he was going to lose. You saw that Jackson wasn't really
100%.
full. He knew he was just making a record and just doing the going through the motions. His client's statements alone, the evidence, any reasonable person would find her guilty right now. If they went to the jury right now and says, "What's your verdict on this woman?" They would all be guilty. It would 100%. Be guilty like in 10 minutes.
Morning, Alma. You know how ridiculous of an argument, though? That was the most ridiculous argument that I've literally probably ever heard, which was there's no evidence to prove any of what the Commonwealth has alleged, and no reasonable jury could find my defendant guilty. Do you know how bad that's going to come back? That little bit is going to come back to bite him in the ass when she is found guilty. Like, buddy, the fact that he just, first of all, he said they spot at 34 Fairview. That never happened. Never happened. Okay. Number one, that was at the bar. And he basically tried to say that the wave that Brian Higgins gave to people when he was leaving in the general direction of where Karen and many other people were as he was leaving, meant that he was trying to get Karen and only Karen's attention. What a stretch. That is.
Yeah. Again, I mean, this is really, it just shows you that it was a very weak argument. If this is what we're expecting for Mr. Jackson's closing, he's in big fucking trouble. This is a very bad, because you could tell if you compare the side by side of this motion to dismiss and the last one, not in fucking day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Last one was for extreme government, whatever conduct, like basically saying that like the government did something shady, which was never obviously proven with any actual evidence.
Oh, I know Josh Levy did something fucking shady.
Yes.
Meeting with Mr. Yannetti and his father and not interviewing the actual suspect of the murder and all that stuff. I know he did something shady. If you want to talk about Josh Levy, we can talk about Josh Levy being a fucking shady motherfucker.
Speaking of that, I got a little tidbit for you guys. Leah took over when Josh Levy was ousted. Okay. When she took over, she called the people, I'll say people, involved in this whole thing. One of the statements that she made was that she was disgusted and appalled by the way all of this happened. What does that statement tell you? Okay. And I can confirm with 1,000% certainty that was said. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the office that he oversaw, the new person coming in, took a look at this and said, what the actual happened here? This is improper. Like, there was some shenanigans going on with Josh Levy, and I think he should be held accountable. I'm sorry, not sorry. Like, yeah, he's back in a private firm, but he was acting in a role of a government position when he did this. Like, there needs to be some consequences for the people's lives that he's destroyed. If I'm these families, I'm suing. There is no, okay, once you commit a crime or you do something corrupt, if you're doing it as a government official, you don't have qualified immunity anymore if you're committing some sort of crime. The qualified immunity doesn't cover you if you commit a crime. So I don't really understand what they're doing or if they're doing anything, but at this point he should at the very least be civilly sued, like into oblivion. Like I freaking would. I would sue him. Like, yeah, I don't understand how he got away with it that long.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like this it's interesting that people say there's so much doubt. What is your doubt? You have
What's
the
lady,
yeah, like you have the lady literally admitting to the criminal activity.
You are unmuted.
We have to remember that reasonable doubt and doubt are two different things here, right?
Like I doubt
yeah.
if I doubt if I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, like 99%
You know,
chance
like
I will.
reasonable
You know?
doubt and regular doubt, like it's not any doubt at all. Like that's not how it works. And yes, JMS, the answer to that is yes. It basically is if a reasonable person should have known that driving drunk could have caused death. You don't even have to add in the fact that it was nighttime, snowing, that she backed up at a high rate of speed. You could just say driving while DUIing. A reasonable person would have known it could have caused death.
Join in, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now
Can we have the
open.
camera move, please?
I know, right? Hello.
Good morning again, council. Good morning, jurors.
Yeah,
Happy Friday.
which is
So
hilarious.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? As you know, yesterday the Commonwealth rested, and as you know, the defendant has absolutely no burden of proof in this case. Does not have to put on a case, and I hear that you are. So your first witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, and if you put me and Kevin's information together, you get a good picture of what the new U.S. attorney thinks about Josh Levy and that whole shenanigan.
Imagine he gets arrested. I'll laugh my ass off.
So will I.
How does fucking Jackson say so tanned?
Maybe he goes into a tanning bed. They actually say tanning beds are good for my psoriasis, and I really need to look into maybe doing that because my psoriasis is getting worse.
Okay, so
John DeMetro reporting. Nice moment just now as Hank Brennan goes over and chats with Pego and tells him he's doing a wonderful job.
Yes, I do.
Here's their expert. Let's see how this goes.
No, it's going to be a very important witness.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. DiSogra, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew DiSogra, last name DiSogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? Other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the director of engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the director of engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because
And-
ultimately, sorry.
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand. Right?
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So that's it. It's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit. What about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them. So we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota Lexus versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle. Then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, There's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock
looks
alignment
like
would mean finding an independent
roll.
source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead.
Oh,
the road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte.
Yes, that's here.
I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's
Correct.
in engineering.
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Right?
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with
Yeah, have
data, event data recording systems and event data recording system extraction?
Did you
Yes.
crawl under it?
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering.
Seriously?
So as it relates to
Soldering?
what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level. And then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees
that what
within
you're
that
gonna have to fix
organization, within the organization of the Society for
Your
Automotive
mistake.
Engineers?
I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does,
Better-
and it
better in something.
requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry.
Slow down, I'm guessing.
In January
She's got-
2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have a infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. We demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DiSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval? And recovery?
Yes,
How many times?
once
When was that?
in New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court
Once?
in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes,
Are you familiar with Aperture?
yes,
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
yes,
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So More or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events. So we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's
to
permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
Thanks, guys.
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38,
Hands.
would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
She keeps saying as to form, but there's
Is
two
there
objections
any,
I can tell there.
if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it? Let me ask you this. Does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the clapping is a little triggering. I'm not going to lie.
If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
He always
Would
misquotes.
you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate
Half my
from
problem I have.
12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event,
of the recording event.
not
So,
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
Correct
But you
that, but
noted
there wasn't
that.
anything to correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way.
No. What?
What
No.
would be the effect of timing?
It is. It's about
If
trying
you
to
were to start
mix
at the
words.
trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43.
Seconds. He's playing with the
There'd be
seconds.
approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was
He's
a
the one that made the mistake.
lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event
ADD
to
can be a bitch.
12:31:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report.
Definitely nervous. I would
When
be
you
too.
applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Yeah.
Sustained ask it to-
They
Did
do
you
that
apply
before
the potential
trial?
offsets identified by Mr.
Here.
Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also
Always. He's always
apply-
trying to testify for him. Always.
Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now,
He said it
did-
was only his
did Mr.
second time
Burgess,
testifying.
were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Oh, you got to cover up for that, right?
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report,
Ew, the sewer
was
turtles
there
there.
any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
This is
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any
I'm trying to
analysis
order
done by
coffee.
Mr. Burgess
I need
or Mr.
coffee.
Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No. All right, number 2. I don't know why she doesn't just say no sometimes. It's such a fucking waste of time. Approach on what? You can't ask it in that form. You can't testify for the witness. The witness has to testify on their own. You need to ask questions to get to that answer. Like, come on, man. Number 2. That was a slip by Jackson, definitely. Do you know when this trial started? Like, they're not supposed to know, you dumbass. So by telling everyone that, you're telling them that well, we know you didn't watch it. Well, how do we know that? You're testifying for the expert. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the content. If you can donate to the channel, we would very well appreciate it. We only run on donations from our viewers. We do have our monetization back, so you can do super chats and super stickers. This is the best way. And we do
Back to
have
my
a link
question.
for those who want to do credit or debit.
Was there any circumstance based on your review that if the text stream event occurred at 12:31,
None taken, Donald. None taken.
that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Yeah, that was a flip.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
I know.
Yes.
Did you
Gotta be
provide
bad.
that to us?
I did.
Hey, Lynn.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
Will do.
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is
Thank you, Scorpio, for your
Following
11 make a wish donation
presentation
for coffee.
of
I appreciate you.
PowerPoint to us.
First one of the day.
Receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint.
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. did that report or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that
Because of the defense.
came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report,
I love
Yes.
you.
did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
I
Were
love
the
those little
conclusions,
emojis.
not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report. But
He's
then he
told to say that.
also took it
I
all
can
the way to
tell.
the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the
Hey, Lisa.
May 2025
Happy
report?
Friday.
Contrasting it with the original
Correct.
report. In
Right.
the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle
Yeah.
and
Just smart.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you.
I put it in the chat, Lynn.
Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios
Objection.
that occurred after the
Objection.
phone lock event.
To allow him to? Objection.
Objection sustained.
Yeah, allow him to. No,
Did you prepare
objection.
a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
It was brilliant, Lisa.
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection.
No,
Yeah.
no
No, you
approach.
didn't. You can approach, but he can't testify to that. Number 3, folks. We knew there was going to be a lot today. Number 3. I think Alan Jackson has a hard time doing anything when he can't insert a narrative. You know what other attorney does that and cannot argue a case without inserting narrative? the Sewer Turtles attorney, Mr. Bradle. He has no idea what to do when he can't insert a narrative. When he can't assert a narrative and pick out a boogeyman and blame everyone else and just argue the legal merits, he starts to stutter. He doesn't know what to do. And that's what I'm seeing right here is that Alan Jackson's trying to testify for the guy. And that's why it's hard to follow. It is harder to follow than Dr. Welcher's testimony, 100%. Yeah, there's a lot of sidebars. I predicted 11 too, just like you, JMS, but I don't know. Maybe we might go over that. But that's the thing. He knows what it's being objected for. You cannot testify for the witness, or for what you want them to say. They have to answer based on questions to get them there. He gets flustered. Yes. Emergency tequila. I need emergency coffee. I keep trying to order it, and then I keep getting distracted by a text message,
Did you
email, or this.
prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason? What was the
Exactly,
purpose for
Insider
your
Man.
PowerPoint presentation.
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes,
The moment for what?
yes.
I'm trying to get my coffee. I'm attempting to. Thank you, Scorpio Moon Gal, by the way, for the $11.11 donation, because I'm going to buy my coffee with it.
Yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes,
And it's complete?
it appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
May I have that back for me just a quick second?
No, you cannot have it back. I'm attempting to get my coffee. Let's see if we can get further than actually paying for the stupid thing. Before I get distracted again.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DiSogra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and
Me
Dr.
too,
Welcher's
Annie.
report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
His
And what does it
emotions
show?
are too in it.
This is where he introduces
Thank you, Mama Bree.
first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the,
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
Yeah, move to strike. You can't tell him what he means. You can't say what
the
someone
phone
else
interaction
means.
happens how many
should have been
seconds after the text
Struck
stream
from the
event?
record.
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this
Yeah.
slide, other than the green, is this
That was
slide or
improper.
the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide.
He can't testify to what Welcher or Burgess
Can you tell
meant.
us what this
That's
is?
improper. It should have been struck
is-
from the record.
More or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more
Mine too,
focus.
Lynn.
The first slide is a little busy. So what
Did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DiSogra, did you create this, or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
The
All
number,
of
the
the
number
data-
slide.
On this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43. And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger
Objection.
event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event. So I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording. Yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
He doesn't have his own work.
Did you?
This is why they
put a
didn't want him as
name
an expert.
on this.
The Commonwealth said you can't
gap, if you will.
just
this
come in and
time
criticize someone else's
Yes,
work.
I did for
It's on expert.
the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do. I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
frame. And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, you have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the
Use
math.
Dr.
with 1,000
Welcher.
numbers.
So positive means what?
And
One more
Burgess's
time.
work.
Positive,
critique
John's
it.
interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please.
There should be a little button next to it up at the top, Jesse,
What does this slide show
that you
us?
click at the very top of the
What I'm
chat.
saying here,
Change it.
I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of
Exactly, Joy.
different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm
Exactly.
going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
Yes.
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
So that means nothing because the event is just where the text stream data stops. The car could have gone for
Did
another 2
all
or
of the
3
information
seconds.
that's on this slide
Or
come
five.
from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all of the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively
Okay.
from
Ooh.
Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
This is what they bitched about yesterday. What the
Did
defense bitched about
Mr.
Dr.
Burgess
Welcher
make any
yesterday.
adjustments
Ouch.
from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
That they
Yes.
relied on other people.
Let's
Ooh.
go to slide 6, please.
Yeah, that is
Tell me
weird.
about this slide.
Yeah.
You're
So this
welcome.
is the first adjustment we're going to talk about that was, and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the
In the
report
exact-
that indicated testing,
exact
this
Lexus.
type of exact testing on Miss Reed's actual Lexus?
No,
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3 second delay? Or could that be different?
it could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3 second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's
Yeah,
Lexus.
it's not
But
normal.
without any
Judges
kind of
don't
testing of, let's say, a second vehicle,
usually
a
allow
second
it.
exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
There is no
What is your
absolute
opinion
certainty in
about-
anything, you idiot.
Best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways with and without to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7.
Did you talk to him? Bet you didn't. Oh, that's right.
What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. His page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key-on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
And I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report.
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase
no.
it.
Strike the
You
answer.
can't say he
Did
ignored
he
it.
indicate in his report the reason that
He
he
has
did
to
not
be.
apply the 3-second
Unfortunately.
correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26
Yes, you
seconds
did no
from the
testing,
end
0.
of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger
That's,
event,
that's when it starts up.
now what does the gap?
Like what?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
They're doing exactly what I just wrote in the chat. That's what they're attempting
In
to
your
do.
opinion-
It's not going to work, but
Was it
none. 0
best
testing.
practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask it differently.
What in
Oh,
your
yeah.
opinion
He
would
spews
be
just
the best practice?
pure
in terms of
nonsense.
this
You can
3
post it,
seconds
but-
that was noted.
It's pointless to listen to anything he has
In the
to say.
example I
He's
gave.
allergic to
The best
truth.
practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included.
It's a range.
Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide.
Yeah, we do, because we have what the
Tell us
MSP
what
did.
we're looking at
So
in this
we
slide.
do know.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle to vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports
Exactly, Holly.
compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Exactly.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
This guy has no idea what he's talking about, literally.
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn
And where did you get that information from?
from the Aperture reports.
Well, all your information comes from Aperture,
In
does
Mr.
it?
Burgess's original report, I'm differentiating the
Isn't
January.
this what they
report,
complained about, the defense yesterday?
Which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So in this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. In the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he He doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it. And he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes +6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welch's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table. And I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point,
Oh, he didn't have to
the
do math.
original report by Mr. Burgess,
He didn't have to do
and
anything.
Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second
The
and
answer
another
is
event
no,
at a singular
Michael.
second and a line based on that.
He's not going to change.
This is a
Sarah's
little bit of a
mind with
departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data
This is the funniest thing I've ever
indicate
read.
anything about Dr. Welcher's
TV's desperate.
analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that
So desperate.
aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm
Oh,
paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Oh, so you don't know.
Is Mr. Burgess's
Oh, okay.
analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
That tweet from the sewer turtle is
In
the
your
funniest
opinion,
thing I've
I
heard
asked you
all
about
day long.
Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new
Your opinion,
offset any
not your
more
work. You don't have
likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by
So
Mr.
funny.
Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so
delusional.
I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are
Yeah,
any of
he-
the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any
No.
of the results any
He
more or
can't
less
say
likely
that.
than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Would be,
Did Mr. Burgess
Bullshit.
account for the 3-second offset that we talked about
you don't know.
earlier in his May
I will,
2025
Anna, I will.
report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly it's the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please.
Wing and a miss.
Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is
from
the second
Aperture's
table.
reports,
I just
though.
couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Oh, well.
Let's move to the next slide then.
Magic.
Is this a
So there's
continuation of
the
the
second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2
So
tables.
desperate.
Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you
But-
say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay.
The,
Go ahead.
the delay
But again,
is
I
to
want to
turn
make
on
sure
the
we're thinking about this
infotainment
as a
system.
singular table, because that's where we'll draw our
What
conclusions
is he
from.
talking about? Like,
So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there.
have
All
to,
I
Jack.
did
It's kind
was
of
I
funny.
added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right. Is this 14 or 15? This 14. Let's move to 15. Now, this is
Same.
the continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table.
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment, because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it.
Right. Show your
And so
work.
now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Show your work.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why
It
is that?
probably is.
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result
Like
in
this.
one outcome or another.
It is wicked
Is every data
suggestive.
point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself.
Oh, you
All of the
haven't?
methods
Oh,
that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
oh,
Based
so
on
you don't
your
have another method.
analysis of the Aperture,
Got it.
or your
Ouch.
review of the Aperture analysis,
Ouch.
is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that
got
the
his data
text stream
from
event
Aperture.
occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Is there,
Yeah,
do
30.
you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Go ahead, say it. I dare you. I dare you. Say it.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
Just saying.
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Stopped in a
Is
locker.
that 10%?
that is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and a movement. It's stricken.
What
Stricken from
percentage
the
is
record.
3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Look at him. Basic math.
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
Nope. Objection.
Can I
Yep.
see you type out for a second?
Yeah. I mean, we have a problem with this methodology, folks. Bob, you don't get a Snickers today, Bob. This is number 4. Is it 4? Is that what this is? 4. Yep, 4. Well, real quick, just while we have a second, thank you, Trisha. She sends 10 euros via Revolut, which in turn I transfer over to US dollars, and it's $11.30. Thank you, Trisha. I appreciate you. We also have $12 from the House of Beaver, and she says for 12 sidebars, thanks, House of Beaver, and another $6.44 for Casey. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate you. If you'd like to donate to the channel, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have our monetization back. You can do super chats and super stickers, but the best way to support the channel in the short term, as we are so small, are the direct ways that don't put dollars in YouTube's pocket. Although the super chats and super stickers and memberships do help the algorithm push us out to other people, we have more direct routes like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country. Trisha says it has no fees, which I think is awesome. And then we have a link for those of you who just want to do credit or debit and don't have any of the payment apps. We also have a Discord. If you guys aren't on our Discord, we talk about a lot of stuff on the Discord. We post a lot of stuff in the Discord that has to do with the case. Like once we're not live anymore and there's more information that's coming in, it gets posted to the Discord. So you'd be smart to be in the Discord, to just pop in there and be able to look at the stuff you want to look at. There's also other cases that get talked about, other things, even your pets. We're down to pets and memes and all sorts of stuff. It's a fun place to be. And even if you just need some support, we're there. You don't have to talk about the case. You can talk about anything you want. Literally. You can't cancel out someone else's work. You know what I'm saying? That's the funny part. Without doing your own. Exactly. I dare him to. I'm following everything and I dare him. I dare him. Hank is going to rip that to shreds. Like, you know? Come on. Show your work now. Show your freaking math.
Following your analysis of the totality of
Exactly,
the
Joy.
possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that
Bingo. Truck you.
the vast majority, let me rephrase that. Did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative. And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's
Which means
phone
nothing
interaction
to the
being
jury,
in the
by the way.
positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the
We have
negative.
no idea what that means.
Yes.
Exactly. Impeach
what
yourself.
were
I
those?
dare you. That's what I was waiting for.
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
That
Okay, we
means
can
nothing
take
to the
that
jury,
slide
by the
down.
way. Still. I mean,
Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module,
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
great theory,
There
right?
were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
In order to set an
Did the
airbag
vehicle
off,
control
it has to
history
have
record whether
a pedestrian strike would not set airbags off. Let's
there
just
was
throw that out
any
there.
history
It would
of
not.
collision on that car, ever?
A pedestrian strike would not enter as a collision. He knows that, though.
What does the vehicle control history record
was denied.
specifically?
As I thought.
It records a lot.
Uh-oh. I'm not buffering this time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Freak, we got a problem. We buffering, and I'm not, so that means it's just the video. Hold on, guys. I apologize.
Of operational.
In that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
Vehicle control history record specifically.
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed or the engine RPM or the
Revolut
acceleration.
does good with exchange rates. I've noticed that. If you don't have
Does
that,
the TextStream data event indicate
really
that
good.
there's a,
No fees.
and I'm talking about very specifically the TextStream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
Thank you, Scorpio,
No.
for your super sticker. I love it.
Does the TextStream
Love
data
it.
event mean that if you find a TextStream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
What?
You reviewed the raw
what?
TextStream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many TextStream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
Yeah, whole line of
I
questioning.
need to see
Yep.
what's up.
Oh, for fucking fucks. All right. All right. Well, number 5, everyone. Number 5. Yes, Laura, this is live, and exactly, they're not arguing that she didn't back up. Just FYI, they're not saying she wasn't in that car and she wasn't the one backing that vehicle up. What they're saying is that he wasn't hit by the vehicle, and a collision is not, the airbags do not deploy unless it has enough impact, and a pedestrian strike would not set off airbags front or back, even if you're hit, but certainly not by having a glancing blow at the back of the vehicle. But the airbags don't deploy by hitting a pedestrian even on the front of the vehicle. There's not enough impact. It has to hit a car, a pole, something with enough impact to deploy those airbags. So it doesn't register in the system as a collision. That's what it means. So, I mean, we already knew that the airbags were not going to go off for a pedestrian strike. That's well-known information. So I don't even know why Jackson wants to maybe to confuse the jury. I'm guessing, like, you know, it doesn't go off for pedestrians. Well, that's they got a quarter of an expert, I guess. Like, well, we don't know. She hit the brake at some point, but the data stops. And so that's the point that, like, Jackson is missing here, which is it goes for 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. So the car keeps moving after the data stops. So the data stops when she's still at 74.5% throttle. At some point after that, John is hit. She brakes at some point. You'd have to guess, right? And so we don't know if he's hit right after that, if data stops, or if it's 2 seconds after the data stops. We don't know. We have no idea, because the data only stops. It stops right there, but the car doesn't stop right there. So what Jackson is trying to do is say, like, oh, well, John locked his phone, so how could he do that after he was hit? Basically saying that by the phone lock, that's why he's arguing seconds. The phone lock couldn't have happened, or she couldn't have hit him because he couldn't have locked the phone manually with his hand if he had hit her, which is absurd in itself. He still could have, of course. But what he fails to recognize is the event recorder stops, but the car does not. So if he hits the button before he gets hit, okay, he has time to put it away. And that's what, you know, Jackson's arguing with is, if he's hit after, then how's his phone in his pocket? How does, like, it's that's why he's arguing seconds. But once again, that makes no sense for the defense's theory, because they're saying he was beat up inside the house and thrown out on the lawn and bit by a dog. So why would you even be arguing that at all when it comes to seconds, if that's what you're saying happened? Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, yeah, it's a reverse event. That's not going to deploy an airbag. That's just so wholly ridiculous. I was literally waiting for the guy to impeach himself on something he said. Potluck picked up on it, and I was like, oh, I dare you answer that. Go ahead. He would have impeached himself. Like, I know. I feel like I'm far too low on that too. I said 11 and we're already at 5. I feel like I need to jack that up by like 10, you know, like maybe we're going to have like 18. Maybe my new number will be like 17, between 11 and 17. We will hit 10 by lunch or something. Oh, isn't she going to do a morning break now? You know? Yeah, Arca isn't going to help them in that regard. Of course, Laura, of course. Appreciate you. Well, the jury isn't understanding any of that. And the funniest tweet we've seen all day is ridiculous Turtle Boy saying that Hank looks defeated. He knows it's over. And everybody's fixated on Jackson. I mean, that couldn't be further from the truth. We also know that because there's other reporters that actually report the truth in the actual courtroom and that are not allergic to the truth like he is. You know, he breaks out in liabetes and hives because the sewer turtle just can't tell the truth. He's allergic to it. And so somebody's gonna have to go give him some Liazertec or something, because he looks so ridiculous and desperate. And it's like, you're telling people that they can't gauge what they're seeing with their own eyes and ears. And that's what a cult is about, folks. But it's utterly ridiculous, because it's very clear that Hank not only doesn't feel defeated, nor would he ever, is that he is going to take a beating on this witness legally with the way he has answered these questions. He has none of his own work. None. He used Aperture's stuff to just basically, and this is why in the beginning the Commonwealth wanted to exclude him as a witness, because as an expert witness, because what is he using as expert testimony? Actually knowing why they did X, Y, or Z, why they chose to use X, Y, or Z.
Mr. Jackson,
that's the
how
bad
much longer?
part.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
Oh, cool.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just
Understand. Respectfully, it won't be very much longer. You
Hang on.
reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Stark
Not
contrast to what
counting
the Stewart Turtle said.
1162-2.
Let's stop there.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior
You
events.
can't stop.
And
it. Exactly.
19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any
They can't,
recorder on
because
that?
he
car?
wasn't in the house.
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
None. Exactly.
And last question, do any of the text stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
ask it differently.
Yep.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, I think it's funny. One guy's falling asleep and he's like, everyone's enthralled, and one person keeps smiling at the defense. It's like, bro, you live in Delulu land where you just want to feed your cult more and more nonsense. The fact that they don't grasp the fact that they're just being fed bits of nonsense is like the sad part, really. Like, well, that's exactly it. It's about giving them talking points because it's been so bad for them lately. He thinks that throwing them a bone of that sort by lying when there's other court people in the room that are going to make them look stupid.
Jurors,
Like,
we'll take the morning recess.
here we go.
Things that we need to do with the lawyers, that we'll have you come back at 12.
Well, that's the problem, is the false statement spread like wildfire. And then it's left up to people like me to try to put that fire out. And that's not fair, because that's a Herculean task to try to put out that kind of dumpster fire of spreading misinformation all around. And then you'll see people literally repeating the exact same things he said that are completely and utterly false all over the internet. So that 75 more people, and then 75 more people, and then 1,000 more people, and 1,000 more people repeat this, not realizing that what they're saying is inaccurate and they're hurting people. And then even when you point it out, they're now so stuck in their cult ways that it doesn't matter to them if the information is incorrect. They just want to be right. And at some point they get so past wanting to be right, when they realize they're wrong, it's that they don't want to feel stupid for being duped at that point, so they cannot admit. Did you guys notice that? As soon as the camera started going that way, he immediately popped his head up and was like this. He wants to be in the way of the camera. He's mad he can't sit on the end. That's the spot he likes to sit in because he thinks it's in the camera's view. When you have someone that is so starved for attention as he is, and projects that onto others in a way that he does, which is everyone's an attention seeker except him, which is the funniest thing I've ever heard. He goes back and tries to harass everyone's lives based on mistakes they made in the past, things that they grew from, that they, made when they were younger or even older. We all make mistakes. Nothing is perfect, while having an entirely huge dumpster fire of a life. Okay. Where it's filled with lying and cheating and being shady, is so, the irony in that, the lack of self-awareness and the projection of the things that he does onto other people by accusing everyone else of doing the things that he's doing. I've never seen anything like it. Like, his brain when he passes away one day, needs to be taken out of his head and studied for what defects happened to that man's brain, like to make that happen. Because I have never seen the amount of projection that I have seen when it comes to that man. Like, everyone else's life is a problem except his dumpster fire of a life. Everyone else's. He still has his idiot minions going around calling those of us that showed up for the first protest for the family the food stamp 5, and most of us don't even get food stamps. That's so ridiculous. Like, so once again, you're disparaging anybody that needs public assistance, which a lot of the time are the lowest of low income that we have, disabled people, elderly people, single parents, like, you know, people who need a leg up. Like, you want to disparage people who need a leg up by just calling everyone the food stamp 5. Like, I wish I had food stamps. I need them. Like, what the fuck? Like, I need that help. Like, the hell? But to disparage people who do need help because you think you're some sort of better while you're literally getting divorced by your wife from cheating on her with 75 people, and then you're caught again by a multitude of other women, all while being charged with like 21 felonies in the meantime, acting an absolute fool, running around blackmailing and extorting people, and all of that being turned into the police. Like, the amount of crimes he has committed while he points the finger at everyone else, whether it's that you used to be an addict. And I am a proud vocal person that I was an addict at one point in my life. I was very broken. I was a person who was abused as a kid and then abused again as a young adult by my abuser and my oldest dad. And that was really hard for me. That was a hard point in my life. Like, it's been 18 years since I got sober. 18. Folks, 18. I think that counts as a sidebar because that was definitely a sidebar. So we'll call that number 6, even though they said they were doing a break. I guess now is the break, but whatever. But to run around trying to disparage anybody who used to be an addict, I am proud of where I came from and where I have gone. All of the experiences that I've gone through, all the horrible, awful things no one should have to go through have made me the person that I am today. I can have empathy and I can have sympathy and I can want to help other people and I can see injustices and want to help stop them. He has never probably helped another person a day in his life without getting something out of it. That's what narcissists do. They also blame everyone else around them. He's taken no responsibility for anything. He still says he got arrested because he spoke up for Karen Reed. No, you got arrested because you showed up at your ex-girlfriend's house and then sat there and mentally and emotionally tortured her for hours and tried to get her to dump her phone in a river and not testify against you and just threaten her children and threaten to destroy her life on social media, as he then in turn did. So no, what you got arrested for has nothing to do with Karen Reed, as a matter of fact. Exactly, Andrea. You know, I feel like even if they did have that kind of surveillance struck you, guess what? They wouldn't believe it, even if it was right in front of their faces. You know? I mean, he argued, but it was more than 30 seconds, but I get it. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great, you know? Right? Like, so you disparage other people, make it make sense. He is a criminal, but he just keeps, you know, committing other crimes, but he calls everybody else low and criminals and the worst of society. It's like, bro, you are the worst of society. You are literally the worst society could offer. Literally. Like, I don't care what any of you did, you know, 6 months ago. I care who you are today and right now. And if you haven't done anything to me personally to harm me or my family, then I got what you do is none of my business. None of my business. None of my business. I'm not a judger. I don't judge. Everyone goes through some shit. That's for damn sure. Of course not. If you're not learning and growing, right? Like, then you're doing it wrong. You have to be willing to learn and grow, even when you're older. You have to be learning to always learn something. Always. I can learn something from anyone at all. And I always want to. If there's something I don't know, let's freaking learn about it. Let's learn about it together. Let's figure it out so that we have a better understanding of it. But when you delve into making your whole persona over disparaging other people and making other people out to be the bad people, when in turn you are the one doing the damage and you are the one harming other people with your lies, and make no mistake when I say lies, because he doesn't actually delve into what's true and what isn't. He just says whatever. We still have people to this day saying Kevin's faking cancer. Why? Because the sewer turtle said it. Not because the sewer turtle believes it. No. Just because it's his way of disparaging Kevin by saying something that's untrue. How many times? It's like multiple times a day they do it when it comes to me all over social media. They make fake accounts of me. They make fake accounts of Kevin. They make fake accounts of Grant. Like, you have nothing better to do with your life. Like, I've never seen, I mean, I don't know if any of you who've worked in law enforcement before, like, have ever seen this level of narcissism and projection. But to me, it's at critical, like, stage 5 clinger status, insane levels. Like, that's another thing. It starts to be scary when someone starts to tell you that Jesus told you and that you're Jesus and that Jesus has spoke to you. Like, that's like red alert, cult leader. Like, get the F out of there as fast as you humanly can. You want to follow the case? You think Karen's innocent? Cool, great. Follow the case. Do that. But don't take his information for it. Watch it on your own. Because so many people have come out of there and been like, I am so ashamed of the things that I said and I did when I was in that bubble that I would have never done otherwise. I am ashamed. Like, that should tell you everything you need to know. Literally. Like, he's never going to tell you to check his information. Ever. Because he wants you to believe only what he tells you. And that's it. And that tweet he put out proves it. He wants you to believe that Hank Brennan feels defeated and all the jurors are locked on Jackson because he's commanding. And one of the jurors is always smiling at the defense. That's in stark contrast to what we've heard from John DiPetro, Christina Rex, and WCVB. So which one of them are right? All of the other ones or him? Everyone else is a liar except him? It's the same narrative he's been going with for years. Like, you know? Well, that's what people don't seem to understand. Everything he accuses everybody else of, he is guilty of. And I've seen the evidence, so I know. I really think a lot of people are going to get a reality slap in the face when it comes to his trial and the evidence that comes out of that they were not only duped and lied to, but laughed at behind their backs for being so stupid as to believe it. That's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. And I can't say I didn't try to warn them. I did. They didn't want to listen. Their famous line to anybody who tries to warn them is, you're just mad because he went after you or he exposed you. He didn't expose anything. All he does is lie. Literally. Again, liabilities, folks. He has liabilities. Like, he breaks out in hives. He cannot tell the truth. Of course he was. Of course he was. I know, the demure, but she does have a very demure voice. I don't blame you, Sarah. There's a lot of people who actually think Karen is innocent and refuse to watch him and think he's deplorable. I to me, it seems like people are just trying to fit in somewhere and they think they'll get a pat on the back from him and they want to fit in. And that seems really sad to me. You don't need to fit in there. No, of course not. Why would they? Why would they? Because that would make them wrong. And apologizing would mean that they were wrong. Thank you, Jack, for your $11.53. I appreciate you, my friend. I mean, it seems like such a smart thing to do is to step away and say, you know what, maybe I was wrong. But people have a really hard time with admitting they were wrong about something. That is like an issue. They do not like to admit that they are wrong about something. That's, it's sad, but true, Potluck, thank you for your $20 donation. I appreciate you, my friend. Just making sure I had all the things that I saw. No, we're on the morning break, Anna. We're on the morning break. We are on the morning break. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways. We could always use the help. We are a small channel just trying to grow our community. We have an amazing community here. There's lots of support. Don't suffer in silence. It doesn't have to be about this case, but sometimes there needs to be a place for people to go who just need support for whatever it is in their life they're having a hard time with, whether it's to laugh, to cry, to scream. We have your back. We have a great community of people. We're always checking in on one another, making sure. I thought it was great this morning. I saw you guys all checking in on Scorpio because we knew last night that she got thrown into a pool by the dog last night. I saw that this morning and I was like immediately like, oh my God, you know, when we don't see people in here, we worry. Like I haven't seen Ink yet. I haven't seen Grave yet. You know, like I go through my mind of the people I haven't seen yet during the day to make sure that they're all right, you know, and if I don't see them by the end of the day, reach out and make sure they're okay. And I love that about this community is we're always making sure everybody's good to go and doesn't need help. Yeah, I mean, he showed his medical records and that's really sad. He shouldn't have had to do that. I wouldn't have given them that for what? I don't owe them anything. I owe them nothing. Absolutely nothing. But that's the problem is because that's what they're being told. They're relying on other people to tell them how it's going instead of watching it for themselves. And I mean, even I tell you guys, I'm not perfect. No one's perfect. Okay. Even my information sometimes isn't going to be 1,000% correct. I try to get it to be 100% correct always. But no one's perfect, right? Always check, including mine. Always. You'll never see them saying that, you know? I don't disagree with you, Jack. It is overwhelming to see how many, and I'll tell you, I wear my sweatshirt proudly, whether it's to my husband's softball tournaments or his travels. Like I wear that thing proudly, not caring how many FKR people are in that crowd, knowing that probably half of them, you know, think that she's innocent and are looking at my sweatshirt knowing. I don't care. Because if somebody does try to talk to me about it, I'm going to give them the facts. And I'm going to ask them to tell me how John's phone stops moving forever around the same time Karen backs that car up. The defense is not arguing she didn't back the car up. The defense is not arguing she was not the one in the car backing it up. The defense is not arguing that it wasn't at almost 24 miles an hour. Notice they're not arguing any of that. Why? Because that's not up for debate. It's in the actual data. You can't debate how far or at what speed that car backed up. You can't debate that Karen was the one in the car because she's admitted it. So what do you have if you're the defense at that point? You know, what do you have? Nothing. You have boogeymen. You can just invoke Proctor a bunch of times and hope that that works. You know? Ah, there's Grave. Maybe he was in the bushes. He could have been in the bushes. Yeah, I guess he has finished, I guess. So I guess when we come back from this break, we'll see Hank, which is good. But what do they have? What can they argue? Yep, they're not claiming third party, and they're barely even doing a Bowden defense, which is what they should have done, but they're barely even doing that at this point. What can they argue, folks? What? I'm not sure there's anything left for them to argue. And what the cult doesn't seem to understand is they're not arguing that Karen wasn't the one backing that vehicle up. They're not arguing how fast it was. They're not arguing any of that. They're not saying that that didn't happen or that that's incorrect. Notice that. And why is that? Because Karen already put herself in that vehicle and the data shows exactly that she backed up. Okay. So when they're not even arguing that fact, what do you think they're arguing? At this point, they're arguing whether John was hit with the vehicle or not. Well, we know by the phone data, John's phone stops moving forever seconds after Karen's car starts backing up, right? We know that it stops moving forever in the spot that he is later found after 6 a.m. And that from the time of that phone last movement and stop, the phone battery goes lower and lower. The temperature of it goes lower and lower and lower because he's outside, okay, until he's found. And then when he's found at 6, a little after 6, the phone battery temperature goes back up. The phone starts moving again after they find him, right? So we know he was there the entire time. We know he didn't go in the house. And we know his phone was outside with him because Karen told us so kindly it was in his back pocket. It never moved after those seconds. So unless John's phone lays in the spot it's in, okay, and John himself is dragged into the house without his phone while Karen watches this entire thing, okay, and then somehow to get it back in his back pocket, the temperature doesn't go up and it doesn't move, Not probable, not possible, right? There's no scenario where that phone is by itself and John's somehow in the house. No scenario that works, because the phone battery temperature tells us it goes lower and lower while it's outside, and John is with the phone. It is in his back pocket when he is found. And at no point between the time Karen backs up and 6 a.m. does that phone move ever. So they can't take it out of his back pocket. It would move. The battery temperature would go up. At no point does it do any of that. The data itself proves what happened beyond a reasonable doubt. And the cult can never get past that point. When you ask them to tell you what happened in that very short snapshot of time, you know what they say? They either say nothing because they can't answer the question, or they say things like, what about the butt dials? What about the solo cups? What about the butt dials? Does it magically make John transport into the house? Asking for a friend. And since they found out that Proctor never went to 34 Fairview that night, they no longer have a fall guy for a taillight, because he couldn't have sprinkled taillight somewhere where he wasn't in front of an entire CERT team without anybody seeing. Right? Giant conspiracy that no one after 3 years or 4 years owns up to. No one cracks. Come on, stop it. That's utterly ridiculous. I think Jackson is making a large mistake by being overly emotional. And that's his own Dr. Russell. The Russell Hustle, the Rust Watch. I'd like to know what day we're going to get her. That's what I would like to know. You know? I'd like to know. The guy who did the temperature test on the phone, he should have asked him if a body was laying on it, would it slow down the temperature of the phone? I mean, I guess, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter as long it lowered. And the phone doesn't move again. And we know it was in John's back pocket. So, you know, Karen kindly told us that, and we see him put it in his back pocket a bunch of times throughout all the surveillance video. And his friends and family all say the same thing. He was a back pocket phone kind of guy. And that's where Kerry picked it up from when Karen tried to pull it out of his back pocket. When they found him, Kerry picked it up. It was underneath him after she moved him, tried to flip him over and tried to pull it out. She couldn't pull it out. So when they started taking him, Kerry took it out from underneath. So we know it was in his back pocket. Yeah, they left him out there with his phone, hopefully to die, but not dead yet, because they'll just hope he dies with his phone on him, because that makes so much sense, right? Like a setup, but a setup that makes so much sense that you leave so much room for error. So you're telling me a DEA agent, a Boston cop, like the cops in general, like law enforcement in general, their brilliant plan was to leave somebody beat up and bit by a dog on the lawn with their phone, alive. Not put them out, take them out back to where the railroad tracks in the woods are and leave them there for days and then tell someone maybe he wandered off or someone else dragged him back there, whatever. It was to leave him right on the front of the lawn onto the side of the house, the side of the yard, I should say, the side of the yard in the front, over near this other property line, alive with his phone, and hope that he doesn't call for help. What? Well, that's what they want. Remember, that's what they wanted, was Garrett Wing to criticize the other reports. I remember the Commonwealth was arguing in the pre-trial, or maybe in the beginning of trial, that one of the experts for the defense, the defense wanted the expert to come in and say whether the police investigation was bad or not. That's not what an expert does. An expert doesn't say, well, this is back, and mind you, they weren't even a Massachusetts officer. They were like a federal officer. And so you can't come in and say what best practices are in Massachusetts in the state police, because they're different from state police versus regular and state to state and federal. Like, you don't get to come in and just critique someone else. That's not what an expert does. They do their own analysis. They do their, like, and that's what I have a problem with when it came to this guy, is he didn't do his own analysis. He just critiqued someone else's. He should have never been allowed as an expert. He just told us he's testified one other time. One, uno. That is not going to be good for him when Hank crosses him at all. Of course they do. Lucky for them, only 12 of them are going to deliberate out of the 18 of them. You know, like, ridiculous. Well, that's another thing. Jackson gave a lot of things to the jury that he promised that he is not going to be able to give. There is no eyewitness to John going in the house. And I remember people saying, well, Brian Higgins said he saw someone he didn't know, a young man or younger guy that he didn't know. And it's like, but he knew John. He was just with him at the bar. So obviously it wasn't John, in my opinion. And he said that person was leaving when he got there. In my opinion, that was Colin Albert. Colin was leaving. And he had never met Colin. Stands to reason. That's the only person he didn't know, that it was Colin leaving, and that's who it was. Like, so it's funny because there's no other witness to anything other than Karen herself. Is she magically going to get on the stand? No, then you are not going to be. I think what he was like trying to imply is that people in the truck were going to somehow imply that he went in the house because he wasn't in the car. That's not an eyewitness saying John went into the house. That's a stretch, but I mean, that's what Jackson does, is stretch. He just tried that same thing with the motion to dismiss. Like, oh, well, the people in the car said he wasn't in the car, so he must have been in the house. Like, no, just because they didn't see him doesn't mean he wasn't there. They weren't looking for him, so they don't remember seeing him. Doesn't mean he wasn't leaned back in his seat. Doesn't mean he wasn't on the other side of the vehicle standing there. Does not mean he's not there. And one said they did see him, and one said they didn't. So he mischaracterized that as well. Like, you know? But Karen lied exactly right from the bat, but she also said that she dropped him at the waterfall. And then Jen said, no, I saw you outside, so it couldn't have been the waterfall. And that's when Karen was like, well, I dropped him off, and then came up with that story almost a year later that she watched him walk to the side door and peek his head in, which, as we know, never happened. So it's funny to me because the only person's story that has changed is Karen's. And a multitude of times. She said she waited 10 minutes outside for him. We know that that's not true. So at about 10 minutes, she waited outside calling him. And we know that's also not true. So those would be lies. You know what I mean? There were so many things that she changed her story on. No footprints in the snow. No, nothing. No, nothing. Oh my God, imagine. It's the weather. It was the weather. Lock up the weather. Lock them up. Like, right, exactly. So for no reason, she just drove in reverse at almost 24 miles an hour at almost 75% acceleration for no reason whatsoever. She just did that. And also, remember, she pulled forward first and then backed up. Okay? Forward as if she's going to angle towards him and then back. Like, what? That is what Hank has proved thus far. That's exactly what he just argued as well in the motion to dismiss. She pulled forward and then backed up. She knew exactly what she was doing. Like, come on, man. And no, everybody liked John. Everyone liked John. And even Karen says this. I know, right? Like, how long are they going to take this goddamn break for? Usually it's supposed to be 15. She turns it into 20, 25, you know? Like, well, that's the thing. Why didn't she say, Jen, what happened? Is he on the couch? Like, she knew he wasn't in there. She knew he wasn't in there. John never came home, she says. I think he got hit by a plow. How did she know he wasn't in that house? Wouldn't you have asked Jen, where is he? Did he fall asleep on the couch? She knew he wasn't in the house. She knew. Why would you ever expect to find someone on the side of the road? I've never heard such a thing. I was expecting to find him on the side of the road, she said. I would never be expecting to find my husband on the side of the road if I dropped him off at a party, ever. Snow or no snow, I'd be expecting to find him asleep on the couch or to have Ubered somewhere else. But most certainly I would not expect to find him on the side of the road at all. Like, yes, a lot of people have said that, DJ, in the chat, that they're having a hard time trying to focus on this guy, which means so is the jury. Like, right? I mean, it must have been the wind. Lock up the wind, y'all. Lock it up. Lock up the goddamn wind. Like, yeah, that's what she claimed was her slow roll out of there. I'm guessing that as well. Or maybe it was after she hit him and she, whatever. But yeah, you know what I mean? Exactly. Within 10 minutes, she's already back into John's house. But she sits in the driveway or in that car for like 4 or 5 minutes so she gets out. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he, and he's not going to be able to give them any of that. None of it. Expecting to find him. Her own words are what she's fighting against. She does love her snacks, Grave. You are right about that, my friend. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I like my snacks too. I don't have any right now, but I got Reese's. I'm gonna break those out in a little while and chomp on some of those while we're listening to Hank. Yeah, I can't get that out of my head. The Jen, Carrie, like that, she knew at that point, and she wasn't panicked, for John. She was panicked because she knew what she had done, and she knew that this meant she was going to go to jail. If John's dead, that means she murdered him. Therefore, that means she's going to jail. She wasn't panicked because she found John. She knew John was there. She was panicked because at that point, she was in shock that she knew she was going to go to jail probably the rest of her life. And murder 2 is a life sentence. She's 44, 45. The rest of her life, she'll be sitting in prison. She could have been out in 18 months, folks. She was offered 18 months at the beginning of this. If she had just stuck with, it was an accident, I didn't see him, they would have either given her the 18 months or maybe she would have got found not guilty and got off. But she couldn't do that. Too narcissistic. She had to come up with a story. Okay, feed it to a sewer turtle who fed it to droves of people, who then fed it to droves more of people. Add in some lies to make it sound like it really is a conspiracy. Even when those lies get debunked, these people forget about it. We were told taillight was on top of the snow, remember? That's not true, nor was it ever true. That was a lie that Karen had him push for a long time. There were a lot of lies that he pushed for an extremely long time. And then when they were debunked little by little, he just stopped talking about them. You never heard him talk about it again. He didn't correct it, because if he corrected it, then people would be like, oh, maybe it's not a conspiracy. So he just stopped talking about them. Lie to lie to lie. He just stopped. And at one point, just a few months ago, said, nope, it wasn't Michael Proctor that sprinkled the taillight. Well, why? Because it had already been proven Michael Proctor was not at 34 Fairview. So unless he, got in a time machine and went back, sprinkled it, and got back in the time machine, that couldn't have happened, right?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
A little bit, but are we arguing about 30 motherfucking seconds?
Yeah, about, yeah. Yep, pretty much.
I mean, like, doesn't anyone in the... I just have this question for the Karen Reed people. Please tell me if this is the question. I thought he was going to prove that he went into that house, unless this motherfucker has the speed force and he's fucking like Mr. Fucking the Flash. There's
Flash.
He went into the house, got beat up, and tossed into the front of the fucking yard
in 30 seconds. Yep.
I mean, this is impossible. And like, this is like something I want to say. Do you guys feel like bamboozled? Because and the reason why I'm like really pushing is because your first witness is your strongest witness. Then your last witness is your strongest is another powerful witness that you have. The middle is kind of like whatever, you probably could. Yeah. Right. So your most powerful witness starting off is going to argue about 30 motherfucking seconds. So are you arguing that John fell on his own and hit his head? Because if that's the case, you've blamed a lot of motherfuckers for no fucking reason.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't understand this argument, and it's kind of weird that he's arguing 30 motherfucking seconds because that's not going to help him.
No. I told you why he's doing it. He's doing it because he's basically trying to say that John's phone couldn't have locked it after he got hit. The problem with that is Jackson fails to account for the fact that when the text stream data stops, the car doesn't stop. The car could have gone for another 2, 5, 4, a second and a half. We don't know, right?
Yeah.
So
like
at any
you're,
point, like
you're,
it could have
you're-
happened right when he hit the button. It could have
I
happened
was
as he was hit. Like
I was expecting, to be completely honest with you, like a lot better. To be honest with you, I was expecting him like,
shut
he
the
was
hell
like
up, Tim.
10
Read
minutes.
this. Read this.
10 what? Read what? Read what?
Read it.
John
Read what I
Perpetual, lucky the plow driver is in the building. He might be the next witness. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
That's a fucking comedy show waiting to
Bro,
happen.
please. Hank's gonna cross fucking him? Oh my god.
Imagine
Jesus.
actually bringing Lucky back. Like that was good for you.
Lucky was a terrible witness. He
Oh my God, so
basically
bad.
admitted that he's colorblind and barely can see down there. Not only that, there's new video that shows at the time of the when the police cars are there, you can actually see Lucky's vehicle moving up the block.
I was just
So
about to
he's
say we have a video of him going up. So he's lying about when he was going and when he was coming. And we know because it's in the damn video.
So that's the problem with Mr. Lucky. And he's going to be completely impeached. You thought the first trial was bad with Lucky? Holy fuckaroos, man. We are going to
This is
get
gonna
a
be
show.
real bad, but also real funny. Real funny.
I mean, I couldn't. They're bringing Lucky back. Holy.
I can't
I
believe
thought-
they
Are
actually.
they
I
gonna
thought for
frame-
sure
are they
there's no way they would do that.
Are they going to frame Lucky? They're going to go out Lucky and be like, Lucky, did you hit John O'Keefe? Admit it, Lucky. You did it. Is that going to be the third party culprit? It's Lucky all along. He played
The
us
guy who
all.
couldn't see 5 feet in front of him to a giant board or who didn't see the giant basketball hoop he hit that night, but definitely would have seen a body in the dark.
In the dark,
Yeah,
in
that
a
guy's
snowstorm, in a fucking snowplow. Okay, guys. Okay. Like, this is the problem. Like, you're
He was
arguing
the plow
30
driver. Tequila. He
and-
was the plow driver. Yeah.
And the worst part about it is that they're going to have a rebuttal witness for this guy, or the ARCA witnesses that are going to completely fucking blow
Dr.
them out of the
Welcher is
water.
coming back for ARCA.
Like, so the problem is like, now they've moved the goalpost that, the defense first is like, we can prove that he was in the house. Now we're pushing the goalpost of, well, we don't have like photographic evidence that she hit him with the car. We have her own statements. We have the taillight. We have GPS. We have cell phone temperatures. We have embedded taillight pieces in the clothes. And we also have his DNA on the back of the car, but we don't have photographic evidence, and we don't know exactly how that
Where
that
he
person
was
landed.
hit, where the impact was.
Bro, if that was done in civil cases for car accidents, no one would ever get fucking paid by the insurance company.
Nope.
If Alan Jackson ran the car accident fucking insurance company, everyone would be denied. No one would ever get a claim. There would be no fault, non-existent in New York City, because no one has pictures. Most of it is just statements and just injuries, and that's pretty much it. It's
Hank's
crazy.
aware, Holly. He is aware of the video.
Yeah, that's the problem. Hank actually, that's the thing with Lolly. Lolly, the
He's
first
aware.
trial, I was like, what the fuck is he? Does he even look at the internet? But like,
I don't
Hank
think he
is
did.
like,
I just don't think he did. Like,
and Hank's
or he
like
didn't have
literally,
time. One or the other.
Hank is like literally fucking checking
Checking
out
everything. Yep.
Yeah, sorry about that.
He knows. He knows about the video. He knows. Like, I did not ever think. I wouldn't have guessed either. Freak out. Like, it was so bad that I thought there's no chance they would. But again, I think they use Alessi as the fall guy, right? She signed ineffective counsel, but Alessi wasn't on the team then. So
Bro,
maybe
did
they
you
just
see-
blame it all on Alessi and say ineffective counsel on the part of Robert Alessi.
Bro, did you see Nevercracker's response 57 minutes ago?
No, I
Let me
didn't.
see. Because he always writes some fucking interesting shit. An hour ago, he says, now news from the seaport where the cracks in the fantasies started and split wide. We all know people in hospitality, but maintenance and housekeeping, those who keep the place running, aren't exactly living high on the hog. They're working their asses off to survive this economy. So when someone they trust and is kind to them slips them a little cash, that can go a long way. Information,
Can.
access, perspective, and last night it paid off because here's what happened after the commonwealth rested the case. The murderer defendant decided it was time for a moment, a solo act, no entourage, no PR squad, just her stomping out in the courthouse, alone like some made-for-TV martyr. It was supposed to scream truth and independence. The murder defendant versus the system, except no one cared. The press didn't ask her about it. Not a single question. Her cult radio silence about the solo career debut. So much for the grand look at me statement. Turns out when you strip away the theatrics and the bodyguards and the freak show of the supporters, you're just another murder defendant walking to your car. And yesterday, she lost it. Absolute meltdown at Seaport. Zero control, screaming at her own people. Her legal team, her handlers, anyone dumb enough to still be sitting with her. Quote, this was a stupid fucking idea. End quote. Quote, you left me out there hanging. I'm fighting for my goddamn life and no one is listening to me. And Bobby, again, he caught the brunt of it. She unloaded on him for bombing the cross of Dr. Welcher. A witness so calm and put together that the jury laughed at the end, not because he was funny, because it was obvious how bad Bobby got worked in that exacerbated display of malpractice.
It was so obvious. It was
The
so
bitch.
obvious.
The bitch ripped into him for letting the witness walk all over him, for letting Welcher talk down to him, for not shutting him up and making him answer actual questions. The actual quote, you were supposed to control him, end quote. You were supposed to shut his ass down, not let him run his mouth and make you look like an idiot, end quote. And then came this beauty, the quiet little truth bomb from the little fella she just verbally assaulted. Quote, well, Karen, most of what I went with was what you told me to, and what was Alan's arguments that we lost. Boom. So take it from that she was driving the cross and the voir dire was an argument put together on the fly by little Al. And that's when you realize the circus is on fire and the ringmaster just figured out she's the clown.
For real. I have a shirt that says, not my circus, not my monkeys, but I know all the clowns.
Not my monkey, not my circus, but I know all the clowns. But like, that's the problem. She is fucking controlling the narrative. And now what? You got Jackson literally going through a graft of 30 seconds and trying to, this young guy, this is his second fucking trial, I think, is testifying, trying to dispute a guy who's been in the business for 40 years and runs Aperture. He's going to get fucking melted. These guys are going to get melted on a cross.
Oh, yeah. Oh, frickin' yeah. Abso-fricking-lutely. That's what I find so funny is like, what do they think is going to happen?
I don't know.
We're ready, Beauty Queen. We are freaking ready. That is for damn sure. Like, I don't know how. I mean, I might need to pop some popcorn for this. I kid you not.
Do you think? Now, Nevercracker says this. He thinks that she benched Alessi for his terrible performance and has Jackson running it because of his terrible performance. And do you think he's like stumbling a little bit, Jackson, with this cross? You watched it more closely than I did.
And I'll tell you why. And I think I've said this before, but more or less, in my opinion, it's that Jackson himself is too emotionally invested in all of this. He is now personally emotionally invested, not like a client, this is your client and you're the lawyer. More like this is your best friend or love interest and you're fighting for them. He's got his emotions are running him instead of being logical with what he's doing. He almost slips up and like impeaches his own damn witness twice that I paid attention to. Once when he's like, oh, so when did the trial start? Don't ever ask your own witness that, right? And he's like, well, not that you're watching it or anything. And it's like, oh my God, dude.
You need to sing like, I will do anything for love, but I won't do that. You just need to sing that. She's like, he's trying to free Karen Reed so they could be together after the trial. Just like, what is it? Who's the lawyer for Casey Anthony again? Like they were dating.
Oh, Baez. Jose Baez.
It's the Jose Baez of Canton.
So freaking funny, dude. I honestly, if Lucky is next, because sometimes they have witnesses who might not get done until like the next day there for multiple days in a row because they don't know how fast or slow something's going to go. So, I mean, there could be other witnesses there along with Lucky. And so we don't know if he's next, if he's like next after that. Like, but I do, if they bring him, they are so effing dumb. I never thought there was a chance they would bring him back because it would be so bad. Like, why? If you're the defense and you have all these other, well, not that they're good, because then you got Arca, you got Dr. Russell, the Russell Hustle, the Rusquatch,
Hustle.
Yeah, Russell Hustle, the Rich Green, the McNasty's guy who lies to the cops about assault, that guy. I don't think it gets any worse than that. And then you add Lucky, and it's like hand on face. Like, what were you thinking, dude?
Bro.
How do you F this up so badly? Like, it's already going bad for you. You don't bring in Lucky. You don't do
Freak. I was told that when my stepdad was alive, he said, never stick your dick in crazy. And Mr. Allen Jackson should have listened to his dad. He should have listened to his dad, who would have told him that.
Shut up. I mean, Karen's clearly crazy. There was at one point where she was like dating the real estate guy, and then there was like another guy that was like FKR that was like cheating on his wife. I mean, there was just lots of shenanigans going on. Like, lots of shenanigans. Like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with these people, but it's like they want to like pass their, yes, Meatloaf, their sloppy seconds around. It's a little crazy. Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Like,
it's bad.
They're not supposed to be, but we know that there's something very clearly going on. We're never ever going to be able to 100% confirm it unless they come out in public and say, yeah, we were dating. But it's very clear emotionally they are attached.
And I gotta say this is kind of crazy to me. It's bad when you don't see the Karen Reed people full force on Twitter fucking just like, yeah, this is great. They're probably like, oh fuck. They're like, oh fuck.
I love to watch their Olympic level mental gymnastics that they do when something's going bad for the defense, because it's like silly straw levels of spinning. Like, they got like 3 loop-de-loops, then it goes straight a little, another loop-de-loop, and then the straw goes this way. And it's like, that's the level of mental gymnastics that you have to do to get to, this is going great for the defense. Oh, here we go after a friggin' 40-minute or longer break.
All right. Well, Jackson needed to be yelled at by
Mr.
Karen
DiSogra, I'm
Reed.
going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little
This
stuffy in
fucking
here, so
air
if you just speak
conditioning.
directly into the microphone.
They
that
needed
would be
to
great.
replace this a long time ago. Right?
Please.
Here we go.
Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Ms. Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text stream.
They better bring on Dr. Russell. I'm looking forward to that one.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
That's text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on TechStream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Oh,
Are you
shit.
sure you know a lot about TechStream data?
Yes,
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about TechStream data?
yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
It does.
I'm not sure I understand.
What do you not
So
understand?
Pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you,
I'm allowing this.
if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator? 30%.
So you don't know TechStream.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers in, there's a number of ways
Now
that
you
these
know.
VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah,
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
there's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on?
It's
what
30%.
percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? You know.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the TechStream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes,
You would not expect to get abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's
But that
always
is
the case.
that is
Saying
it.
it would
That
do
is.
that.
Would not.
Would not. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
Yes. Wah, wah, wah.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text string, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
Oh, now you know.
The event
know.
data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think
Yeah,
it,
5 seconds. 4 and
we're into
5 seconds,
semantics a little bit. I think it depends on what you mean by event. Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the
Wah, wah,
entire
wah.
event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
Yeah.
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports referenced.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
or anything before.
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle. It captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could.
So very
You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month. Correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction. It was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders.
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it. But oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Oh, yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
Wow. So you know nothing about nothing.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of
Ouch.
reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes,
And Mr. Shannon Burgess.
correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No,
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
no,
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Holy shit.
This
Did
is
you
not
ever do
going to.
any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity to other
for
people's
who?
work?
Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case,
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Oh, he's your
Did
client.
you ever
Got
speak to me?
No,
This is so bad.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
yes,
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
correct,
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess,
correct,
report by Dr. Welcher,
also correct,
reports that you're critiquing, right?
correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No,
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
that was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make
Or
any
check.
determinations about. You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two,
Oh, no.
the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No,
You had provided an initial PowerPoint,
yes,
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
yes,
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
that's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes,
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the
Nope.
new presentation?
Get them on a
No, it didn't.
calculator.
Why did you
Oh.
wait until May
Why so
25th
long?
to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
They had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
Oh,
So
be
16.
shy. Be shy.
I love him. I love Hank.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple of days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know when it was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson,
Oh,
And
shit.
you got it on the 25th.
we had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, fuck.
That's so bad for the defense.
When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall,
Correct.
and at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
There was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules to try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
Calculator.
When you did that, were you
And
given
Excel.
any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yep.
So can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. Now, whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits. And Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components.
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it for action, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
Me too, Jesse.
No,
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
he stated, I think in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information,
Yes,
and infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
it could be.
Well, you read information in this case, pretty important in this case, what you said.
Yes,
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question?
I'll
Yeah,
ask it again.
yeah.
You said you have some experiences in accident reconstructions.
Yes,
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, as a data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes,
And so.
He's setting up for ARCA,
power
ignoring the
log
text stream
on
data.
Actually has date and time. That's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
in some accident reconstructions. In some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and the time that you can match with the text stream data, correct?
Yes, it does.
Because you know text stream data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
And this had a
Why?
running time instead, like a
That's-
stopwatch.
Correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process, anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing
He
out
did.
there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, if someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon
But he
Burgess
did.
did.
Sustained.
He did. Shannon Burgess did.
I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes,
Oh.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
he actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips. And it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation.
young.
Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give
Bullshit.
any input? Did you have any knowledge about the
Stop
SD
it.
card and how it worked?
No,
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
he did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through
As
the
he's
first
doing
day in his office in Texas. And then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
You did.
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it to.
Did it ever dawn on you, as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there.
Card is a
It was
source
unknown
of
to me.
storage.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now,
So he knew.
when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the
Their
process.
expert was
didn't he?
there. He was there
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was
for the
doing.
car stuff.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He
Doesn't have to.
demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
Yes. You don't lie. You'd sound stupid.
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
Ooh, that's not going to make you look credible, my dude. It's not going to make you look credible.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically, this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see as an analyst a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DiSogra's new PowerPoint, 52525.
He's highly uncomfortable, this expert. I say
You've
that
made a modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there is something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible. So I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Toothpaste out of the tube, can't put it back.
Okay. Would you turn to page 2? Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
No worries, Jerry, no worries.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I did not.
reports. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through
Work
it
at
all?
night, Jack.
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm
He's not
taking
saying it
him at
all
face value, but as being correct.
in there.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper.
You're guessing.
You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture
Show the
laid
map.
the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please.
Me too, Jack. Me too. I worked a long time
You
overnight.
point out 2 times for the jury. The
For
Lexus
checking.
event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things: the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so, in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Yeah, they are.
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition, subtraction, or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you line
Easiest.
up
Best.
the end of another event, it's more coordinated than to take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger time.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention.
So you're
at
not
the-
suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that. So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis. So I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
A little
suggesting
different.
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds to the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices.
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you objecting
I'm going to
to?
allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, they were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not trigger, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
Oh, no? Saying.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly. Before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report, isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
Objection.
I'll sustain it in that.
Did you see when you reviewed reports that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just
And-
copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Why can I have a little for me? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that will be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data?
Objection.
I want to see you at sidebar.
Sidebar number 7, y'all.
So this is the clear difference between a, let's compare this to a lessee's cross and this cross of an expert. It's 9 day. It's absolutely fucking 9 day.
Oh, yeah.
He showed that this person changed his data based upon what Mr. Jackson said. Oh, when did you submit this? Oh, 20 days later, he asked you to do it on 25th. Oh, okay.
Not good.
You're not that experienced in this. This is your second trial.
You have no qualifications for this. The qualifications that Shannon Burgess or Aperture have to do this. Oh,
I mean, this
Not
is
good.
just this is bad. Like, this is their first witness, and he's getting eviscerated. Like, there's going to be a lot of cleanup that's going to have to be done by Jackson, but I don't think there's going to be enough left for Jackson to clean up. You know what I
No.
mean?
no, not even a little.
I mean,
That's the
when,
problem.
and then this guy is, he can't really go at the data because the data was good. And so they're trying to argue semantics about 30 seconds and whatnot, and it's being completely dismantled. This is bad. And this is how you want to ask an expert. You want to be, people are like, oh, when he says shy, that was rude. Well, that was to basically showmanship for the jury. I like how Turtle Boys like acting like they're not paying attention. They're bored out of their mind with Mr.
So
Hank.
funny to me. It's so funny.
And then he's like, they were shocked that he said shy. It's like, okay, bro, continue being a propaganda piece for your murderer, you fucking piece
That's what
of
he
shit
does.
garbage. You know what I mean? Fuck you, you piece of
It's
shit.
like when he tweets, I get the best laughs because it's like, bro, the shit you and the DUI guys say together and the lawyer and brother counsel makes me want to pee myself laughing so hard because it just proves that you're literally just saying shit for clicks and views and donations. And yes, again, not saying that channels shouldn't be paid for their time and their energy and their effort. They should, but it's overstepping the lines when you're willing to just lie and say anything, even when you know that's a wrong legal take to give out to a lot of people. Like, come on, man. Have some friggin', have a little bit of moral compass, just a little.
Yeah, and this witness is basically becoming a prosecution witness. I
He
mean,
just looked like he could be Larry, the DUI guy's brother.
oh my God. Don't insult this guy. Listen, this guy seems like a nice guy. I don't think he's a bad guy.
He's probably a nice guy.
Don't insult him like that. No one wants to be related to the DUI guy. That's a
Oh,
fucking
man.
insult.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
Bro, he looks like a fucking. Did you ever look at the picture of the DUI on Twitter? He looks like a fucking reject James Bond villain. From
Yes, I did.
like,
Nathan got out of there. He was like, yeah, let me not deal with this shit show. Like, let me not.
The DUI guy looks like the Timu fucking James Bond version of a villain. Like, you couldn't afford the good James Bond villain. You got the Timu version.
Well, someone did pay him to testify. The defense paid him to testify. He already said that. Like,
yeah, and to be fair, I mean, everyone's getting paid, so who gives a fuck if this guy?
Right, everyone's getting paid to testify. No one's doing it for free. That's just not how experts.
Hank
go.
is getting paid. Jackson's getting paid. The judge is getting paid. Everyone's getting paid.
Everyone's getting paid, dude,
except for the jury.
For the defendant. And even her in this case is getting paid. Yeah, the jury. They get like a stipend for like the first 3 days, and then they basically get screwed. Like
$15.
Your husband. Tell your husband it's okay. Everybody has a crush on Hank's legal mind.
Oh, you got a super chat for Brianna for 10.
Oh, thanks, Bree. I appreciate you, my friend. She said, I don't do anything near as high stakes as this. And I'm telling you, this is sloppy. No one this sloppy stays in this industry for 13 years. This is not his usual caliber of work. Can't be. This
Yeah,
is
I
what Bree
agree.
does, by the way, you guys. She does cars, accidents, report, like
Yeah.
this- reports.
I
Like
could
this is what
tell.
she does for a living. Like
I could tell when he said this was his second trial, I was like, this guy's gonna get melted because he doesn't have the experience to deal with a cross, to deal with,
right.
it takes time to get used to it, man. I mean, you can have the skill sets, but when being into the line of fire is a lot different. And you got, Hank Brennan knows his shit. He knows the areas of attacks he needs to be. He's not working with four. And I think another advantage is that you got 4 fucking attorneys being told by a narcissist what to do, while Hank is just working, he gets support, but he has one game plan and they're all on the same page.
Unless he's looking for a paper. Look at, he's looking for something. He's looking for something.
Unless he's
that's another thing. It's almost lunch. It's almost lunch, guys. Maybe she's gonna go to lunch early.
Yeah, they might, they might do a 45.
She took a 40-minute morning break. Like, I'm sorry, but no. Like, no.
He's sloppy on purpose because he's sloppy on purpose because he knows he is unsure of this area. You could tell that he fibbed with the numbers a bit, and he also
Did you see when 30%? The trigger's 30%. Anyone would have known that who actually does this stuff, and that's right there. What let me know that the guy clearly is not what he states that he is. Like
he knew it was 30%, but he was playing games to hide it. You know what I mean? Because he didn't want to admit that.
And then when Hank was like, so 30%, he slipped up and was like, yeah. So I was like, oh, now you know it. Now you know it. Now you know it. God.
They're don't get this twisted. This guy was told exactly what to say and what to talk about by Jackson, probably on an encrypted app. And probably
so jurors, we're going to release you for the luncheon break.
Lunch.
So long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour luncheon break. So we'll see you back here in an hour.
What?
The rest of the jury.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we had to do an argument.
She just said we took so long here to make sure you had a full hour lunch break. You had a 40-minute morning break, lady. So what the hell are you talking about?
Can't the fucking jury just eat their lunch while watching? I don't know. I just have like a.
I mean, realistically, if you take a 40-minute morning break,
they're gonna do arguments. They're gonna do arguments.
Something. Nope.
All right.
Judge is leaving the bench. They ain't doing shit.
Fucking bad, man.
I thought they were too. A nice
That's
hour lunch. That hour lunch that then
turned
into an hour and 10, an hour and 20, an hour and 30 friggin' minutes. Like,
that's the one thing the Karen Reed and the anti-Karen Reed people definitely agree on. This fucking court is takes too many motherfucking breaks.
Shenanigans. Straight shenanigans. An hour lunch.
So what do you think of the fact that this guy got fucking melted on the stand? This is crazy.
This was so bad for the defense. Not that it's not, you're right. It's not a surprise, not a surprise at all.
Can I play
call a witness in to critique another expert witness's information without having them do any report of their own? Okay. Any show your math, as Leslie would say, right? Show your math, show your work. He did none of that. And just like Hank pointed out, so you're assuming how Shannon Burgess got to these numbers and why he did what he did, because you didn't call him and ask. You didn't see the reasons on why he did X, Y, or Z. And he pointed out, are you certified in this? And he's like,
nope.
No, well, that's something that they are certified in. And Shannon Burgess is the only one that figured out that on that SD card was information that was being missed. And he couldn't even admit to being impressed with that. And he was impressed with that. I didn't know what to think of it. Yeah, you did. It's impressive. No one else found it, but he did.
By the way, can we play this clip? I got something.
Yeah, of course.
So this is funny. Someone posted on Twitter. They said this is almost making this guy into a defense witness.
I got to get the other one down. Hold on.
Because we got an hour to kill. So
yeah, we do.
Now look at this.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that. but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
It is always the case.
Objection.
So he basically acknowledged what the other witnesses for the prosecution said, that you wouldn't register an event. And you know how everyone on Twitter who thinks they're fucking smarter than everyone, I was like, how can a car not register hitting a 217-pound man? Well,
Because it's not
apparently
a car.
apparently your expert, verified that too. So this is the difference between reality and fucking fiction. So,
Well, I mean, I wrote down some notes, but this big one that I got was the defense specifically told him not to give the report until the 25th, 5 days ago. He did it within hours on a calculator. And what even got me was, well, the things I made for the slide, the charts, Excel does some of those calculations. So wait a second, you let Excel and a calculator do the calculations that you were critiquing somebody else on, and you didn't do it by hand?
yeah.
What? And then check with a calculator after? Like, that'd be the right way to do it, is do it by hand, then check your work on someone else's work. Like,
So
what? And then you weren't told to give it until the 25th, which was 5 days ago. So what that tells us is two things. The defense told him not to give it until the very last minute, which is exactly what Hank has said. It's trial by ambush, trying to make it so that the prosecution doesn't have time to debunk their nonsensical nonsense. Except this is pretty easy to debunk. Like,
yeah, this is pretty fucking insane, actually, because it's like, this is supposed to be, I can't actually believe this. This might be a worse defense than last trial, to be honest with
and then
you.
you have Lucky waiting. What were you thinking?
Like, Lucky, motherfucking Lucky's gonna fucking melt like butter.
What?
He's gonna be
You
torn
think this
to...
was bad? This is an expert witness. What do you think? What do you think Hank's gonna do to Lucky?
Lucky is going to melt like fucking butter. This guy is at least competent. I'm not going to say this guy is not quality. He's not.
Seems like a nice guy, and he clearly
And I
seems like he
think
doesn't want to lie on the stand. So good for him for that. I give him points for that.
I mean, unfortunately, the data is the data, and he can't fudge the numbers all the much, or he's lying. So he has to admit that everything that the other guy said is true. And pretty much he's probably going to say that. And Jackson's going to try to clean up, but there's not going to be anything to clean up because they all agree it's a backup event. They all agree it's 30 seconds.
He was
the
in
guy
the car.
stops.
He's the one who was driving it.
And John stops moving. So, like, how are you going to refute the cell phone data? I mean, what are you doing, bro? Like,
that's what I was told he was going to do, but clearly he did not, because as he told people in the beginning, he does accident reconstruction, but he also does data retrieval.
So, like, you got this guy. Are we frozen? No, we are taking an hour fucking lunch break. So they're not coming back to like 1:45 or some shit
So
or whatever.
ridiculous. I know other like YouTubers sometimes take like a break during lunch, but we never do because there's plenty of stuff to talk about usually.
Yeah, I just don't get the thought process that they thought this was a great idea to bring this guy. Why is Karen Reed not going for a deal? Fucking snitch on Turtle Boy. Get a deal. What are you doing?
I mean, that still wouldn't get her too many years off. I mean, that really would just be a conspiracy to, intimidate witnesses.
That'd be the most funniest. To me, it'd be funny as hell to see her testify against Turtle Boy.
Absolutely.
It'd be the most hilarious shit I've
I don't
ever
know why,
seen.
because at that point, what would come out is when he tried to blackmail her because he was mad he wouldn't get a seat in the courtroom. And he tried to contact Karen. Karen wouldn't answer him. So then she had Alan Jackson call Bradle, his attorney, and tell him, sorry, we don't have a seat for you.
Yeah.
And then he went nuclear and tried to blackmail her into giving him a seat and talking to him again.
Yeah.
Which worked, by the way.
Truck U says Bullhorn Betty waits till the last minute to file things. Yeah, that's what's the common with frivolous people like Betty, Joseph Leisniak in Pennsylvania.
Bradle himself, the Sua Turtles lawyer, waits literally until like Friday at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock to file things on purpose. He does it all the time.
Let me tell you something. Frivolous attorneys and frivolous fucking piece of shit YouTubers like Betty, they do that all the time. They wait the last fucking minute. And they did the same thing here because they knew they were in deep shit and they wanted to do a trial by ambush to fuck with him being prepared for it. And that's why they told him the 25th.
Hank's always prepared. If you gave him 12 hours, he'd be prepared.
Yeah.
So yeah, he had it on the 8th, right? The 8th, I think they said. And then he did not. Mr. Jackson told him not to give it to him until the 25th, is what we were just told. Mr. Jackson told him the 25th. And he goes, well, why? I don't know. That's the date that my client told me to give it to him, was the 25th. So he waited all that time. That's why Hank said, did it take you weeks to do the math, basically? And he's like, yeah, no. And he's like, well, how'd you get to that? How'd you get to that? And he's like, a calculator and Excel calculated stuff for me. And so he's like, so that took you weeks? He's like, no. Oh, of course not. Well, then why'd you wait till the 25th? My client asked for it to be that. What that means is at the end of this trial, when this trial is over, the judge has more reason, not that they already aren't going to be referred to the BBO. They have to be because of what happened before. It's like automatic already, but she can then refer again over, like, these are things. If Karen's found guilty, I expect to hear the judge not only hand the sentence to her, but hand a verbal lashing to those attorneys. Like, if she doesn't, I'd be shocked. Like,
you know, the strange thing is, the really, really strange thing is that the KRE people just don't, they just seem to like not, they think that Hank is losing. Are
so
you
funny.
people on drugs?
They might be.
I mean, it might be.
Because if that's what you get out of all of this, then you are so far gone to help. Like, your mental status is like, you need a therapist and you need to realize that you are literally in a cult. Like, there is no saving you if you actually believe that the Commonwealth, by any stretch of the imagination, is, quote, losing. The Commonwealth is literally giving the defense a beating.
Yeah, this is because, like, to me, like, you can't start off with a witness like this. This is terrible. This is like,
but what else was it? So you have to think, like you just said earlier, you start with your best, and then your last is usually one of your best, and the middle is kind of like, meh. Like, if this is one of their best,
it's just like a book. When you're doing a trial, it's just like a book. If I gave you a book and the first chapter is boring, you're not going to continue reading the motherfucking book.
Yep.
But if the first chapter is engaging, you're going to continue, and then you kind of do the world building and stuff like that, and then the ending's got to be fantastic, you know.
That's right.
And that's how it is. A trial, everything in life is episodic. Everything in life is a story. That's how humans remember things. That's how humans learn. That's how humans make judgments all the time. And the story has to be has to make sense. And your story right now is your witness is fucking melting like motherfucking butter. He agrees that the events are basically the same as the expert for the prosecution. And 30 seconds later, 21 to 29 seconds later, John stops moving. So this doesn't really prove the fact, unless this man's motherfucking the Flash, he's not going in that house, and he's not getting beat up, and he's not being tossed in the front of the fucking area exactly where she's parked. You have to have an actual story. There is no story.
I'm sorry. Oh, also, I see people talking about a dance, but is it like this?
I think we got a super chat.
Free Karen Reed, everyone. Free Karen Reed outside the courthouse. Erica Walsh over there on the side, the one that just got arrested for the hoodie after she was warned numerous times to stop coming into the buffer zone with things that she's not supposed to be wearing.
Yeah. You know, that song was started by a friend called Sticky. She's in around, and she did that song because she wanted to make fun of Ryan Upchurch.
Yeah, it was a dance that Ryan Upchurch,
and they had like Ryan Upchurch on there, and then fucking The Glare stole that and used it. Yep. And I was like, what a
hence why this was made. It was it was a play on making fun of the whole thing as a whole and his dumbass. Like,
you know, like The Glare even lost a debate against Ryan Upchurch. That motherfucker is stupid as a bag of fucking rocks, and he lost.
Yeah,
a debate
this is a Commonwealth witness. It is a Commonwealth witness.
This is a Commonwealth.
No, it's a friggin' defense witness, and it would, you would think though, right? You would think that it's. She's so right. You would think it was a Commonwealth witness. You know what I mean? Like at this point. You're like, oh, hey, this witness isn't a defense witness. This is a Commonwealth witness, right? Like, no.
Actually, the The prosecution didn't arrest yesterday. They're continuing their case. So that's what they're doing right now. But yeah, I've heard that Hank is a beast in Cross, and now we see it because this is what a beast does. Because the problem is Lally's too naive. He tries to stick to the rules.
Monotone,
and Hank
says the same 3 things over and over.
And Hank's like a fucking street fighter. He's like, whatever, we're gonna go into it fucking real
He had a couple
hard.
of comments that were real funny. Like he was like, "Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
Don't be
It's
shy.
fine. All right, it's okay.
Don't
Okay,
be
this
shy.
will be
Tell
over
us.
soon. This will be over soon.
Tell
Don't
us."
worry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And then he's like, "Nobody." And then the guy's like, "No one found it." And Hank's like, "But Shannon Burgess did." Oh, Alan Jackson, strike from the record. Oh, Alan Jackson, you love commentary. What do you mean? You love giving commentary, sir.
And Jackson knows this because he knows that like comments like that are heard, and it's not like people can delete.
And you can't put it back.
comments.
Can't put it back. You rung the bell. The jury can't unhear it. Like, no, they're not done. They're not done. No.
No, they're not done. What this guy's probably got to get another. I wouldn't be shocked if they get done with him by like 3:30.
No, I think they'd be done with him before then. I think probably we will
Well,
see him.
there's lunch at 2.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right.
So it's going to probably take another hour.
2 to 3, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, another hour. I think Hank's going to be done with him like probably a half hour.
And then you're going to have a redirect.
Which
will probably be very small.
Yeah. And
and then a recross because Hank gets the last bite of the apple this time.
Yeah, or he might just be like whatever. But then you have Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky. At times like this, I love just seeing that motherfucker come back because that motherfucker was such a liar. I sat there, I was like,
So
what a
bad.
piece of shit.
He changed his story. Okay, let's remember this first. He changes his story with the Canton PD, the Massachusetts State Police, the federal government, and then the court. 4 times. 4 times he changes his story. And they have it all in his testimonies, right? And now they have last year's. You think he's going to remember tell all of the lies the same way he told them last year? No friggin' way.
Now, isn't it true that Mr. fucking Lucky was actually going to be framed? Like Turtle Boy was actually thinking he was the one.
Oh, yeah. He was like, I'm going to ruin his life. He's a piece of human garbage. You're a piece of crap, piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. And then when they needed him, it was, well, we trust in Lucky shirts. Like, bro. Then he got on the stand and told them he couldn't see 5 feet in front of him at this big, giant screen that is literally feet away from him that they're showing him. And then that he didn't see the basketball hoop, which is one of the reasons why the jury didn't believe him, is because they're like, he's saying he would see a body in the dark in the snow at night, but he hit that friggin' basketball hoop and he sure didn't see that. Like, come on, man. Not even the first jury believed him. So it's like, this is where I'm like, what was the point of hiring someone like Victoria George, right? She wasn't even deliberating with the jurors, but she was, on the jury. She was part of the extra people. But nonetheless, why hire someone like that, but not do anything to change anything? If Lucky was a bust in the first trial, like big time, why do you bring him back?
Why? Ever heard the story? I can give you a little bit. Do you ever heard the story of The Emperor Has No Clothes?
Of course I have.
Okay. What is the lesson of the story of that? What is the lesson?
Well, there's like 4, but I mean.
Okay, but like the story is that everyone told the emperor that his clothes were beautiful because they were scared of telling him the truth until innocent child told them. And it's the same thing. Karen Reed surrounds herself with sycophants that tell her she's the greatest thing since fucking Coca-Cola.
People. Yeah, yes, people.
And that's what then they say, your defense is great, Karen. Your idea, this is a great idea. This is a great idea for a defense. And they get all these yes men, and then reality hits. Because you know what? Social media is not reality. It's not real life.
It's not. And yes, he's the snowplow guy. Yep.
Yeah, he's the colorblind fucking.
He's colorblind. Yeah, he's also colorblind. And remember, at the beginning, I think he told the sewer turtle that it was red. Red. Yeah, he can't see color. And so the problem then was that the defense took him to a parking lot, pointed out a Ford Edge and said, is that what you saw?
Yeah.
and pointed to a Ford Edge. So this is why on cross-examination last year, they were like, so how do you know it was a Ford Edge? Because I know.
Well,
and they're like, well, didn't
also,
the
I
defense
believe
bring you to a parking lot and point out a Ford Edge? And he's like, well, yeah, but no, after they pointed out to you, that's the confirmation bias in your head. So now your head's going to say it's a Ford Edge.
yeah,
That's
but
why
also
you don't do interrogations like that. You don't present it first and then
Did
say,
you-
is that what you saw?
yeah, there was another issue where that like the day like I think was Yannetti basically was like talking to Lucky in the parking lot of Proctor's
Of the school, which is Proctor's where
sister.
Proctor's sister worked. Yeah.
Yeah,
On purpose. That was on purpose. Come on, make
that
no
was
mistake.
so on
Lucky worked
purpose.
for the DPW. All right. Could have met anywhere on planet Earth. Why would you go to the school where Proctor's sister is teaching? Come on, man. Like, come on. You knew what you were doing. Like, knew exactly what you were doing. Like,
Yeah, this guy, yeah, that guy could not see it. Like, wasn't it at one point in the direct that he says he couldn't see the screen because he was like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He couldn't see
and
the
he had
screen. Feet
glasses
away from
on?
him. Yep. Feet away from him. He couldn't see the screen, but you're going to see
I'm
a
like,
body.
yeah,
Got it.
like
Sure.
I'm like, oh my god, this guy is blind and colorblind, and
What's
he's
hearsay?
your eyewitness. I was like, this is like my cousin Vinny. Holy fuck!
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Like you know
Except
the scene,
there's no
Mike.
gotcha moment.
Well, that was kind of a gotcha moment because the guy was like blind.
I mean, for
and
the
he-
defense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still waiting for some sort of like, oh, okay, that was good for the defense, and I've got nothing. Nothing. Jackson's running with his emotions. Alessi's boring people to death. You don't get a Snickers, Bob. No Snickers, Bob. All right, none. Like,
Well,
no
unless
Snickers
he was,
for you, Bob.
unless he was put to the side because Karen Reed realized he's a fucking idiot, and he's just. And the problem is that he's not ready for cross examinations, man. Just not.
Yeah, I always put the anything John says, I put up on the screen. Usually, Girl with an Eagle Eye brings us those during the stream. She'll bring us those updates on when they post, and I'll put them on. So keep an eye out on the screen for Girl with an Eagle Eye's posts because she'll bring them here in chat, and I will put them up on the screen. There's been a couple. And then a couple that we can laugh at from the sewer turtle that say the most ridiculous things that like are completely contradicted by other people in that courtroom. It's hilarious.
So, like one person on Twitter says, if we are down to disagreeing about a few seconds between the backup and John's phone no longer moving, I think it's over. Like that's your defense. That's terrible.
What defense? I mean, that's all you got.
Yeah, this is the.
That's the biggest, problem is that they don't have a defense at this point. Like, exactly. Karen is controlling this whole thing. And I think that's her narcissism. It's her control issue. It's also, you have to remember optics. The jury is watching this. All right. The jury's watching her. So when she's running around, grabbing papers, trying to get her lawyer's attention, calling him over, like, mind you, distracting your attorneys while they're trying to do their work. The jury is watching that. And that gives credence to the fact that you're a control freak that can't just calm down and chill, bro. And that's not going to help you in any way, shape, or form when it comes to a trial like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's another thing. Like the defense blaming their own witness like he seems to have some type of mental capacity issues. I fully agree that at least people that know him say that he has like a diminished sort of intellectual capacity. Not that he's ever really been diagnosed, but back then people didn't get those types of diagnoses, but you can kind of tell that he clearly has some sort of diminished intelligence capacity of some sort. And I think they took advantage of Lucky in a way where they first, sat there and tried to like disparage him into getting him to do what they wanted him to do. And then tried to lift him up to use him as an almighty, you're going to be our savior thing. So he felt good about going in there and testifying. And so I think they really just manipulated the poor man. And I think he bought it hook, line, and sinker, unfortunately. Like, what we've talked about. I'm totally confused. Jailbreak 74. What evidence? What we've talked about evidence. I'm not understanding the one word comments. You gotta be more specific, my friend.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think there's a lot of evidence, and the judge agreed, or it would have been dismissed. So absolutely, there's evidence.
Well, that
And the defense agrees, because if there was no evidence, they would have just rested their case and they would have just went to verdict.
Well, that's the thing, right? Let's remember that the defense, once again, is not arguing that Karen wasn't in that car. She's not the one that was backing up, that it wasn't backing up at almost 24 miles an hour. They're not arguing any of that. None of it. That Karen wasn't driving, that it didn't back up, that it didn't back up that fast, that John's phone stopped moving. They're not arguing any of that. None of it. None of it. The end of the defense. Yeah, you got to be more specific, because like I'm trying to go down all the comments and I'm trying to answer everybody's and like put them on the screen. But I like sometimes I don't know if you're responding to me or someone else.
Agreed, PNWI. It does definitely is the Pluto theory of the cave. And yeah,
and Karen's fighting against her own words. I mean, that's a hard bar. I mean, I don't know how you do that epic of a fuck up. That epic of a fuck up as defense.
You could see, you know what's interesting? She was not this controlling in the first trial.
In the first trial, right.
But this time she's like literally acting like she is the defendant. And to me, it's wild, because Jackson is an experienced attorney. Alessi is an experienced attorney. Yannetti is an experienced attorney. Even Little is an experienced attorney. And you've got some bozo who's getting drunk every day, telling her experienced attorneys who've been practicing for probably 30 years, some of them each, what to do. Are you crazy?
I honestly, Yannetti looks like he's ready to run out the door and be done with it all right now. Like,
I think he's thinking
he looks ashamed. He looks sad. He looks like, I'm just done with this whole thing. Like,
I think he's thinking about when he's going to write his book. He's going to get out of this business. He's going to write a book, maybe start his own YouTube channel.
I was going to say maybe start a YouTube channel. I mean, it is cluster B behavior. No word of a doubt. It literally
I mean,
is.
He probably could start a YouTube channel and get like 10,000 people watching him. He'll probably be very happy.
Oh, probably immediately. Yeah. People love Yannetti, remember?
Yeah.
Unless he was so sad. Oh, people love Yannetti.
Yeah, and people are wising up to her interviews and stuff like that. People are realizing this woman's a narcissist and she's fucking batshit crazy.
Yep.
Unfortunately, John unfortunately met up with this crazy bitch. He should have just, I don't know, he should have taken an oath of that, never.
Should have just not answered that Facebook message.
Holy fuck, man.
It was a Facebook message. You should have not answered that Facebook message, poor guy. I would, damn. If you could only go back in time,
Yeah.
That's the shitty part, is you can't go back in time. If you could only do that. I think we all would if we could at some points in time.
Yeah, this is yeah, but so far I don't think they've actually achieved anything thus far.
They better call the Russell Hustle the Russ Watch, because I have a whole day of laughing planned out for the Russ Watch, okay? I don't know how they do their dog bite theory without the Russ Watch, without the Russell Hustle, man. I don't know. Like, so they better call her, because I got a whole laughing day planned, Got it all planned out. That lady is the most comedic examination, whether it's cross or direct, I have ever heard in my entire life. Her voir dires were out of this world. She is the smartest person ever in the entire country to talk about dog bites. Do you know how absurd that is to assert?
Yeah, that is crazy. That's batshit crazy.
You were retired since the 90s. You were an ER doctor, not a veterinarian, not a dog bite expert of any sort. Her expertise comes from reading literature that talks about dog bites or just bite patterns, not dog bite patterns, but bite patterns themselves in excerpts of studies. What? Like, lady, that does not make you, if that made people experts, I would be an expert on law. All right. If years and years and years of research on a topic, and she didn't even research, that's the kicker. She read some things here and there, like, makes you an expert, then I'm a goddamn expert. Like, it doesn't make sense why they allowed her, or this guy for that matter. I don't know another judge that would have allowed these two, because they are not experts. They don't qualify as experts under any of the rules. in my opinion. But again, the judge knows that if they don't allow them, that the defense could appeal that, but the Commonwealth can't appeal that. And so that's the problem with this judge.
The problem is bringing this wackadoo lady who's supposed to be their dog bite expert is that you're highlighting the wounds, and then this lady's going to get melted on the fucking stand, and it's going to be ruled out it's not dog bites or anything, and people are going to go with the process of elimination, which is the glass around the taillight pieces around them. And that's how it goes.
He did not actually go and interrupt John DePetro's live again. Are you fucking serious?
Well, you know how that scumbag is. He's a scumbag.
No whack job piece of shit, dude.
He's looking worse and worse every day, by the way.
Every time he goes to the courthouse, he can't help himself but to do some ridiculous shit. And it's like, bro, that's his problem. It's attention. That's attention-seeking behavior. While he points the finger at everybody else to be like, it's you all want attention. Like, bro, you're the only person here screaming for attention.
Also, it's really fucked up because the guy has sponsors, and none of the sponsors want to fucking that piece of shit in their fucking in that live thing. It's
and
so
good
stupid.
for him for having sponsors, dude. To have sponsors for your videos means people are like, giving you money at some point, whatever amount of dollars you agreed to, for you to mention their products or their services or their business, like whatever it may be. Like, good for him for getting into the hustle and bustle of like trying to survive in this friggin' really expensive, crazy world we got going on right now. And so for somebody to keep interrupting that, like, remember, we're talking about the same man that went and complained in court documents about his money after he decided that he was going to sue his victim, for defamation to quiet her from the allegations against him of an open, active criminal investigation, which you cannot sue someone for defamation of. So he's wasting the court's time, he's wasting money, right? And he's complaining that this defamation, an active, open criminal investigation, has made him or will make him lose money.
Good.
What?
Fuck them.
Nevertheless, all of the things that he claims are defamation are things people have been saying about him for years, and it has not affected his income. Like, his point is moot. Like, not the way it works, my dude.
Fuck himself. I don't know.
I see the Commonwealth extremely dominating in this case. Last time I think it was harder because Lally did way too much of debunking of the nonsensical theory and not enough of just proving the elements. And Hank went to straight proving the elements of this. And in my opinion, he has hook, line, and sinker.
It's a fucking one-way fucking beating right now. We're about to call whoever to save this man.
Like, listen, I'll give the defense points when they're earned. Nothing's been earned here, in my opinion. There's no points that have been earned here. They haven't debunked anything that the Commonwealth has asserted. Nothing. Nothing at all. Not a single thing. So I give them points for not doing anything, really. Like,
I don't think they've actually done anything, really. I think they failed.
They failed miserably with the lessee. Miserably.
Yeah, I mean,
and even people who are on that side admit that failed miserably. Like,
yeah, that should have been done for. That needed to be a witness. That was a very important witness to take down, and they did not take that witness down. They literally that witness completely ripped them a new asshole.
Yeah, borderline well, I think it's borderline personality disorder, but narcissism is very clearly involved in all that when it comes to Karen and the sewer turtle. If I believe me, I know I've dealt with two narcissists in my life over my lifetime, and they portray those same behaviors, except his are far worse. His and Karen's are like amplified by a level I've never seen before.
Well, narcissists like narcissists, I guess.
Well, they also like attention, and attention in other people patting them on the back makes them get worse and worse and worse and worse. That's how it works. Unfortunately. I know, right? She's going to need another day off. Like, I'm just calling sick again. Had too much Cheetos, need a day off. Like, oh, you found it? Oh, he sets it up as it's Brian Albert's first plan to blame it on Lucky, and then goes on to call him a piece of shit for not coming forward. Yeah, that's what he did. He completely, like, basically sends the cult after Lucky in the very beginning. to then turn around and try to lift him up and be like, Lucky's the best. We trust in Lucky. It was absurd. Like, absurd. Oh, they have definitely abused the system. They've gone far beyond. Now, I'm not going to say defense teams in general don't toe the line. They do. That's, they do toe the line. But this is like he has stepped over the line and went to a whole nother line when it comes to this defense. They have far surpassed that line that you toe and went straight over it, way onto the other side to another line. Like, do people actually really believe that he's a doctor? Like, nobody can actually really believe that in real life, can they? Like, what? Because he named himself Doctor on X. They think he's like actually a doctor. Like, are you guys serious? Like, they're what? Just about some asinine things he says, you should be able to tell the man's not intelligent enough to be a doctor. He literally stated that C's are passing, and that's how he passed college, was with C's. And he was like proud of that. Like, worked
And this
smart.
guy, and that guy was a teacher. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Till he was walked out.
Yeah.
It is a disaster for the defense. Disaster. Victims should always be protected. And in this case, victims were not protected. And it was almost as if everyone had rights except for them. That needs to be changed. It is lawyering 101. That is such a bad, and I don't think they're going to blame Alessi for that one. That one, they're never going to, he wasn't there then. So like letting her, and make no mistake, and me and even some FKR people agree on this, she was doing a victory lap in the ID discovery stuff. That was during the first trial. So the first trial had not ended yet. So that was her doing a victory lap before the first trial ever ended. So she thought she was going to get off. And so by the time this one aired, right, they never thought or knew there was going to be a second trial. And so that was their big boo-boo. But they were doing many other interviews before then. And of course, they shouldn't have. And make no mistake, the one that was done in the magazine, not Boston Magazine, the other one, was it Elle? Is it Elle? Was it Elle? Whatever it was, one of the bigger magazines. That one, they didn't reach out to Karen. Alan Jackson called them and said, I'll give you unprecedented access to Karen Reed if you do this story. That's what happened. So these people weren't reaching out to Karen Reed to do the interviews. Her defense team was reaching out to other places to do them. That's a no-no. A huge no-no. And I'm guessing on Karen's direction, which means she will never be able to use that for an appeal. Like, Yeah, well, he is like the size of a 15-year-old.
I mean, the idea that motherfucker thought it was a great idea to do a docuseries, that motherfucker should be thrown off, never ever playing fucking, never ever being an attorney ever again. Because that is malpractice.
Yeah,
that is malpractice to the highest degree.
But if your client's going to do it, you can't stop them either. If they want to. That's just not an appeal. I'd try, obviously, but it's not appealable if your client chooses to continue to do it. At that point, you should have stepped down and said, I can't represent you if you're going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the respectable thing to do, because
Correct.
You can't let this guy, you can't let this person testify because of I'm not testifying. I mean, go on a documentary, because if you do that, then you just destroyed your whole case, man.
And
they did.
And they did. And even that, they did Boston Magazine. They did that other bigger one and that magazine made big whoopsies in there, and they didn't retract, and they didn't make a statement on it. And they made huge, huge mischaracterizations in that. And so that's another problem that people had with that. And then she did 2020, Dateline, and then the ID stuff. God knows how many more, right? Like how that have yet to air. We know there's more. Like those are going to be bad. Like, because she's just going to say different things. Like he hung around behind John for about 14 minutes and then went off. Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he did. What a loser. Vanity Fair. Thank you, Grave. That's what it was. Vanity Fair. It was Vanity Fair. Shame on Vanity Fair for not correcting the information that they put out there that they knew and they were alerted to immediately was incorrect. especially
Well,
when they talked about the 2:27 a.m. and that somebody had found that it actually did happen when it was debunked numerous times. And we contacted the doctor and someone else did. They got a response. I think it was Tuesday. Gazette got a response. Maybe it wasn't Tuesday. It was one of those people. Maybe it was Tuesday. It was one of those people, but they got a response from that doctor and asked them the same things we did, which were, did you have this information and this information and this information when you were asked that opinion? And the doctor was like, no, I was not given any of that information. And so now would you change your opinion? He's like, I have to see more information, but now I can say that, no, it didn't 100% happen at this time. So it's like that information, those emails were then sent to Vanity Magazine, Vanity Fair. And guess what? They did nothing. Zero. That is a failure. That shows me that you're not an honest publication. If you cannot retract something that is known to be false that you printed. Like, he was, yes. No, he was a history teacher, right? I believe it was history, as far as I understand it. And some of his former students say he was creepy and kind of a jerk. Shocker. Shocker.
Jinx.
Like,
Jinx.
Like, what the hell? Like,
this guy's like, you know what I mean? Like, at a certain age, you have to like
grow the fuck up.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you got kids and you're trying to fuck every woman you see, man. And it's like, what the hell are you doing?
That's the mindset of an 11-year-old. Like,
well, he's got the mindset of a horny teenager. It's like, bro, you got kids. Stop. Like, do you have any self-respect for your children?
He's very insecure. So the answer is no. He doesn't have respect for anybody but himself because he doesn't care about anybody but himself. He feels this big inside, so he thinks by doing these things, it'll make him feel a little better about his very serious insecure and depression issues.
And it's like, oh, you know, he's probably going to say like, oh my God, you're just jealous of me being able to, you know, all these women. I'm like, sir,
bro, ain't nobody jealous. You've been with the same man for 11 years. Okay,
sir, you're about to, your new girlfriend's about to divorce you. You're going to be paying child support. You're going to be, you're divorced.
His wife already divorced him. It's already
you got you got 14. You're facing 14 felonies. And you're fucking hated by more than half the internet. No one wants to be you, sir. You're
no
a loser.
Sir. No one. Your life is a dumpster fire, and then you have the audacity to point out other people's mistakes they've made in life, but they've moved on from. Like, you're still making those mistakes right now, sir.
Bro,
no one wants to be you.
You could literally be homeless and still have a better situation than this motherfucker.
I was.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying right now, you can literally be homeless
right now. Him, I'm homeless right now. What do you mean? According to him, this is a hotel.
It's a nice box you got there.
You know, it's a nice hotel, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing. You know, people like Ashley can tell you because she's been to my house and Tracy. It's an amazing hotel. Amazing. Like, has this great yard. You know, I put my grill there. They even let me have a grill, you know, in a hotel. Amazing. Love it. So ridiculous. Like, that's how you know you should know, like, the shit he spews is nonsensical. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. Like, I remember him attacking Sean McDonough when Sean said that Proctor had already been fired. Newsflash, guess what? Sean McDonough was right. It just wasn't public information. I already knew. And so did many other people. But because he didn't know, he said, that's not true because I don't know that. He literally said this because I don't have that information. I've confirmed that's not true. Well, guess what? Maybe nobody wanted to tell him anymore. Maybe sources don't want to work with him because he doxes all his sources. Nobody will ever know who my sources are or where I get my information from because I would never, A, write it down, B, put it on paper or digitally, and C, ever tell anybody where my sources are or who they are. Like, what? It's weird shit, bro. Like, just weird shit. There's been some really strange admissions, whether, you know, I don't understand how anybody wants to surround themselves with someone like that. Everything he touches, he burns to the ground. If he gets jealous of you, guess what? You're next on his hit list of lies to tell about you and make the world hate you because he's jealous. Did it to the Roccos because he was mad they were on court TV.
It's true.
Really that simple. Not only do we know that, okay, but we have like the text to prove it from him. Like, it's a hotel, Ashley. Duh. Like, It's a hotel. Duh. I might sometimes, just a little. No, never. Never get tired of being right. Never. Nope.
Well,
You know
let
what?
me down. You gotta Rick James us.
I'd sometimes like to be wrong, especially when it comes to things that are sad. I would love to be wrong on certain things. But I'm not ever always right. Nobody can ever always be right. That's not a thing, you know?
Yeah, that's my job.
It's totally your job, B Tim. You got that.
Absolutely my job. No,
My husband says that he has a picture of you in his head. He knows what you look like in his head. You wear a hat, you know, like a baseball cap hat. Yep.
No, I don't wear a hat. I have hair. I'm not bald, so not yet.
You don't have to be bald to wear a hat. My husband wears a hat and he's got a lot of hair.
Does he now? No, I'm joking.
Yeah, well, he plays softball, so yeah. They wear hats. People call him a ginger because his beard is red because he's Irish, but his hair is brown. It's not red. It's just his beard because he's Irish.
But yeah, I mean, I think like they're just like this. This is a disaster situation for the Turtle Boy as well, because if she goes to jail, that's only gonna his support's gonna dry up like the dead what is it, Death Valley. There's gonna be nothing left for that motherfucker.
I mean, a Sailboat's right. Imagine the worst things you can think of in a human when it comes to Zoo Turtle, and all of that is true and more. Like, hey, listen, some people like bald people. A lot of people liked Michael Proctor. They were like, hey, yeah, he can call me anytime. Like, and actually, Yuri Buchanan, he's married, ladies. All right. Mama Brie, married. But he is known over in these parts on my channel as Trooper God Bless the USA. And his credentials go as far as like secret clearance. Like, okay. Definitely not human. Definitely not. Just some monster, really, lurking in the sewers of shit, which is why he's the sewer turtle. You know, I feel bad for his ex-wife. That has got to be tough shit to deal with if I'm her. And those kids. Imagine having to grow up and then see your father doing all these things when you're old enough to see it. And they probably even they're his oldest, she probably sees some of it.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation. You know, those kids didn't do anything wrong. And that's why it's like he's such a child. You know, he really needs to grow the fuck up.
Going after this lady's son the other day. Granted, her son's 25. He's still her kid. And it's like he always has to drag other people's kids into it. Always. Always. Her kid has some, you know, mental health issues, has been arrested a couple times. You know, there's only so much she can do at the age of him being 25. Like, especially with mental health, like you as a parent, there's not much you can do because they're technically legally adults. So like it's a really hard thing to have to deal with an adult child with severe mental health issues, and to try to project that onto her as something she did wrong, like just because you don't like that she thinks Karen's guilty and because your girlfriend is mad that you sexted with her, that's your fault, not her fault. That's your fault. Like, sir, once again, the hypocrite part is the part that gets me. If you're willing to sit there and say, this isn't okay and this isn't cool, but then you cheer on when he does it, you are no better than he is.
Well, I mean, you're, you know what I mean? Eventually he turns on the motherfuckers that near him.
Every single person. And they'll never learn until it happens to them. And then they'll start to realize what and that's part of it, right? Is they'll say, well, people only speak out against him. He only has haters because they were, quote, exposed by him. Nobody's exposed by him. He spews bullshit lies. That's what he does. All right. There's nothing to expose. All right. That's his way of saying, don't listen to what these people are saying. They're not credible because they're just mad I exposed them. That's like a talking point he's been using for years, dude. Has nothing to do with that. Once you realize that he can so easily lie about you, then you start to realize like, oh shit, like how many other people did he do this exact thing to hide his own behavior? Then you start to realize how big it is, how many people he has victimized to hide his own shit. Like that is part of it. And some of them will never, ever get it until he burns them the way he burns everyone else, which is he'll get jealous of you, upset that you got more viewers than him on one stream, upset you got more super chats on a stream, upset you got information before he did, upset that you went on court TV or got a seat in court before he did. And he has an epic meltdown. and he goes after you and he makes up lies and then he spreads it
No.
like wildfire. He gives your address and your phone number and et cetera, with the dog whistles.
You know it's really bad for the Karen Reed group of people when they're like, Hank Brennan is so rude. He's just a rude person. Those motherfuckers calling anyone rude is like fucking the most hypocritical shit I've ever seen in my goddamn entire life. So I'm looking forward to his current capo learning this the hard way. Yeah, they always learn the hard way because the guy's fucking evil. You ever see the horror movie series, The Leprechaun? That's fucking Turtle Boy. Okay,
I can't wait either because all those people in the crux of that ridiculous tiny circle are all going to find out the hard way. Every one of them are going to be victimized by him and his mob at some point, and also they're going to be held accountable for the things that they did that were illegal. And it's coming, and when it does, it's going to be like a slap of cold water in the face. Like,
yeah, it's gonna be hilarious, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, I think this is, if she goes to jail, he is so fucked. He is absolutely fucked. Of course, because what's going to happen is, and this is what's going to happen, there's going to be the appeal. We're gonna file an appeal. We need to raise money. Justice for Karen.
They already went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and at every point, I told you guys there was a 0% chance she would win any of them. And what happened? She lost them all, including all the way up to SCOTUS. There was no chance she was going to win any of those appeals. And that's same here. She can appeal until the cows come home. There's nothing appealable. Like, so good luck to her. But yes, she will try to raise money some more. It's already been over $1 million of people's money with, Nathan resting duck face, sir, to asking them to make their grocery orders smaller and order a small pizza instead of a large pizza so that he can give his dear sister more money. And then has the audacity to say, if you've left, come on back. Now, what does that tell you? That plea was because so many people left that movement realizing they had been duped. That money went with them.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about this much. You got this, all this money paid for Karen Reed's defense, and look at the fuck you got. I mean, it's like you go into the store and you're thinking you're going to get this fantastic deal for a meal. You're thinking you're going to get a giant hamburger and fries and a large Coke. And then you pay like your $20 and you get literally fucking buns with no meat in it, no fries, like half the fries are gone, and you got a water. I mean, that's basically what you got in the deal. The evidence the story is ever changing. The woman doesn't give a fuck about her fans, and you all have been exploited by this group of fucking grifters that have decided to just take as much money as they can, because the truth of the matter is only the lowest form of human continues to attack innocent people for monetary gain.
And that's the thing. If they tell the truth, they know that all of that grift they've been doing for so long gets wrapped up in this pretty little bow and gets taken away from them. And so they know the money is not in telling the truth. It's not over here. Like, as you can see, my chat isn't going off with constant super chats and super stickers and memberships and even like my PayPal or my Venmo or my Cash App. It's an option for people, but they're used to it going off every 5 seconds, whether it's Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, memberships. They know if they're willing to tell the truth, all of that goes away, and then their chat or most of their followers that are following them right now are going to turn on them.
Well, the good news is that you got the real ones. Like a lot of people that you got the real ones following you. You're not fake like these other motherfuckers who literally lie to their audience so they can get views. You're the real one. You actually told them what the fuck the truth is, and you're keeping it real. You know what I mean? So
it is what it is. That's I never want to be.
You grow
to say it. Like, I don't.
And people grow like that, man. I'm telling you. Like, at first it's small, but eventually you grow. You just got to keep it moving. Make sure you keep your guard up with any opportunistic fucking snakes.
Always.
And just keep it moving. Keep covering cases. Based on evidence, and just keep it moving.
Yep.
And that's all it is. That's
what we're going to do. Hey, listen, you're more than welcome to come. That's the plan. The plan is a cookout and a party I'm having. We might even go out somewhere. We've talked about maybe getting a party bus, definitely getting champagne. That's happening. We've talked about lots of possibilities, but most certainly a large cookout, and I have the space to accommodate quite a lot of people when it comes to that. So you're more than welcome, because I know there's a lot of people, including a lot of victims, that are waiting for that justice, and they have been for some time, and it is coming. And it is coming. Lynn, I would love to know. We've been trying to dig into that for a long while. There's someone helping him for sure. We just don't know who that. We ruled people out, but there's still a very long list of people that could be helping him. A very long list. Like, well, that's his thing. And is like literally saying to people, if you don't do what I say, I will destroy your life with this, 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 and this. And people know at this point that even if there's nothing to destroy your life with, he will just make it up. And that's the part where people are like, all right, dude, I won't say anything. I won't do anything. Like, yeah, you're more than welcome. That's going to be party for the ages, Like, I agree with you, Jack. I think there's some sort of connection of somewhere of someone that's helping him,
Oh, look what you got.
Thank you, Sailboat Wolf. He said, just to piss off FKR. Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. A lot of people wouldn't send him half a penny, B. Harley, but it happens all the time. And it does boggle the mind. People talk about it in my Discord all the time where they're like, I can't even, some people watch it just to see what he's going to say. And I'm like, I can't because I can't deal with the amount of lies. It just literally boggles the mind that someone would literally say this stuff with a straight face, knowing it's a lie. And so that's why I cannot watch him. But, they'll send clips and stuff to me to be like, dude, look at this. And it's like, every second, it's like turtle chat from this person. And they're like, how can people send money to this man knowing what he does? And I'm like, listen, it must be some broken ass people or some people that are really, really duped. I don't know. I couldn't answer that. Like, I couldn't answer that, but it is mind boggling for sure. Like, well, how did Karen get Josh Levy to help her out? Her dad. Having that years and years and years of like political connections, people you did favors for, or people you got dirt on, one or the other, like money, it's that kind of, when you have money, you can buy a lot of stuff. Like, thank you, Jack. PNW wife got your membership. Congratulations, PNW wife. You got Jack's gifted membership. Thanks, Jack. That's all right. I can't do it. Some of you can. I cannot do it. I like the clips though. People send me clips where he's like having a nervous breakdown and I'm like just laughing my butt off. Like just laughing my butt off. Were you here earlier, Trisha, when I said thank you to you for your Revolut? I saw it. I said thank you. I just want to make sure you heard. It's been a long week, my friend. Go, Hank. That's right. Oh my God. Yes, I know. I will pray for you that the Russell Hustle, the Rest Watch, comes on Monday so you can watch. Trisha's got they have a bank holiday there, so she'll be home to be able to watch it, and she's hoping that Dr. Russell will be on Monday so that she can watch it. That would be awesome.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
The Russell Hustle.
Well, that's the thing. The Russell Hustle. We have dozens of, and I kid you not when I say dozens of instances of literal, and people are like, he's not stupid enough to put it in writing. And I'm like, he is, because it's all been sent to the police. Like, sorry, not sorry. I probably haven't. Like,
you got another membership, by the way.
Oh. Was that the one Jack sent? Yeah.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, what do you think of this fact that if they bring Lucky in as a second witness, what do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to be an absolute disaster for the defense.
I mean, you're going to bring a half-blind, a colorblind man that's going to testify as your eyewitness.
Possibly.
Oh my God. Well, that'd be like.
To me, it's like, I don't know why you would do that. Like, why you would. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me on why you would bring him back in my opinion. Like, I think this is a horrible idea. Like,
why would you hire a guy to basically agree with everything the prosecution said? I don't know.
Yeah, that's so bad. Insider man, I can answer this. It's because he doesn't have, well, to be fair, he apparently just told people he got his monetization back on YouTube. He lost it years ago for talking about like COVID and whatever. But he has what's called Turtle Chat. He had someone on Fiverr, he told me this, from like Singapore, set it up for him. So it's like a link people can click on and it sends them like an email, kind of like my PayPal link does, where people can use a credit or debit and then send donations that way, and just sends me an email. That's what his like Turtle Chat that he pins to his thing is. And so that's his like donation, his Venmo, Cash App, or not Cash App. He was banned from that too. I think it's Venmo and his Turtle Chat option.
Wait a minute.
So
whoa. You
that's
gotta
why he's
stop.
not on that list.
Stop. He got banned from Cash App? How the fuck do you get banned from Cash App?
It's either Cash App or one of them he was banned from, and one he has. I don't know.
How do you get banned from that?
That's a freaking, I mean, it was banned from PayPal too. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. No freaking idea. None whatsoever. Like, but that's why he's not on the list when it comes to that stuff. But yes, so he does do that. We know that he does that because we know from other people who worked with him before that he would literally read out things that he wasn't getting to like make people donate more, I guess. But I'm like, why would you do that? Like, that's not only so disingenuous, but like, why? Like, why? Like, do you really think reading out a donation is going to make someone else donate more? I don't see how that correlates, but whatever. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to, if they're going to, they're not, if they're not. It's, you know, it is what it is. All you can do is mention it, put it on your ticker, put it on your screen. Like, hopefully, you know, people lend you support if they can, like in any way that they can, whether that's a like, whether it's a share, whatever, like whether it's hitting the subscribe button, like whatever, you know. But we have been told by people who used to work with him that he does read out fake donations, especially if he's not getting many. He just reads out fake ones. But there's no way to know, of course, you know, like he doesn't do taxes as far as I know. I do taxes as a sole proprietorship. So, you know, iPhone, we don't have an iPhone membership link. We have
Well, you could draw.
What is
yeah,
that
you could draw.
thing called?
It allows people on iPhone, like iPhones, to do join membership, like via iPhone, with a link. Drop it.
Is there a thing? Does that exist? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
like
yeah. You can. There's
I
a
mean, I know
link.
we have one for. How do you like pay for something through iPhones? What's that called? Apple Pay. Apple Pay. We have a link for that. We have that for people to donate through like Apple Pay because people had asked before about it and I had no idea how to do it. But then, funny enough, PayPal popped up some email that it sent me about people who want to pay with Apple Pay, and so it allows you to like make a link for that.
All right.
So
we got
that.
We got the lawyer, you know. Will he be just still delusional, or will he be? Let's read this. Brennan's cross
Delusional.
style is. Well, you'll be surprised. Brennan's cross style is good in my opinion. He's a real criminal defense attorney. He used the poking holes and chipping away credibility. He makes you wonder if the expert has all the info and what is he really saying or proving. Will that be enough for prosecution? Of course, he plays the middle of the road bullshit. What did you take away from the witness direct that helps you the defense?
Yeah, he wants to see what people are going to say so he can correlate with that, which is so ridiculous. Like,
just say your opinion.
You know?
The man is melting.
Just say your opinion, right? He wants to see what the majority of people following him are going to say so that he can then echo that. That is so disingenuous. Like, say your opinion, then ask people what their opinion is. That's what I do. This is my opinion. What do you think? Like, he's not even saying his opinion. He's running the like, oh, he's okay, but what do you think? Like, no, that's no.
Like, oh, what are you, an e-girl? Like, can you just state your fucking opinions and say, yeah, it seems like the fucking, if this was isn't this the dream cross? Why was Alessi's fucking thing the dream cross? And this is like, oh, so it's ridiculous. Not that. It's like, come on, man, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, he does have a janky. Yeah, he actually told me. I asked him one time about it. You know, if you donate $1 million to yourself, let me know how that goes. Like, I don't know how to do that. Teach me your ways, Kimo Sabi. Like,
well, first
here's your answer.
First, you
I know, right? There's your answer, B. Tim. Ashley says it was a refund of $14,000 from Cash App for scamming people against Ashley. Got pissed and complained about it on his video. Put it on a post he made.
Wow, you have to be like, there are literal drug dealers that are using Cash App, and he got banned.
You know,
that's kind of
amazing. Weird. Yeah. See, iPhones are weird. I don't know. Hopefully you just get gifted one. You know, I gave out all mine. I had 10 they gave me for the month and I gave them all out already.
So
It doesn't let me
another-
choose though. That pisses me off.
So you and Brittany J. That was a joke. From Brittany
Doesn't
J.
let me choose. It should let me choose who I want to give them to. It just gives them out to whoever.
But to be clear, the defense doesn't have to. So this is from lawyer note. To be clear, the defense doesn't have to prove there was no collision. That's Hank Brennan's problem. The Commonwealth has to prove that there was a collision. Well, according to the evidence, they've proven it. And now the problem is, Mr. Lawyer, the defense is basically, this is like you're in the middle of a football game and the other side has scored like, I don't know, 50 points. Let's just say with 50 points or whatever. They scored 50 points and you are 0. You are literally 0. And now it's time for you to score points. And you got the football and the guy literally fell at the 10-yard line. That is your first witness.
Charlie Brown? Do the Charlie Brown. Do the Charlie Brown.
Yeah, I jump around. I like jumping around different panels.
Did they
That's all
not?
it is.
Yeah, Speed Tim jumps around. He doesn't necessarily have his own like shindig. He pops in
No.
here and there and co-hosts
I-
with some of us.
Yeah, I like to jump around with different channels and talk. It's just like a social media thing. I like to talk to people. That's pretty much it.
Yep. No,
It
he's
is
not
what
an
it
attorney,
is.
but he's very knowledgeable.
No,
He's very knowledgeable.
I'm not an attorney. I'm not a masochist. I think attorney is a very tough job. And I
So you
know
think I was a masochist if I went back to school?
Yes, I think you would be a masochist if you went back to school. Be an expert. They make $300,000.
I know, right? They make really good. Can I just do that instead? Like shit. I'd
Get
like
paid
to
by it.
teaching would be good. I think I'd be good at teaching.
Just be an expert. Write some reports. It seems like the way to go is being an expert, not the attorney, because the attorneys
Right?
have to pay the experts.
No shit. Like, let's just do that. Like, I mean, yeah, they have 1 minute left. Actually, no, you're right. It was late because they had an hour at like 12:50, whatever. So you're right. Over an hour. Like,
Yeah, I just, you know what? I have a very good interest in court cases. I always find court cases very interesting to watch, and I'm knowledgeable because I like to, whenever I try to learn something new. I just don't live in an echo chamber. You try to get an idea, but the problem is, it's like the lawyer is pandering. That's what these lawyers are doing. They're pandering. There's
Yep.
one good lawyer, which is Matt Tipanek or whatever.
Tim Panic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because like I'm here with you guys like all day. So I don't get to see like John DePetro or Matt Tim Panic or anybody else's
I watch
analysis
rewinds.
until I'm not here. And so when I'm not here and I go back and I watch like their stuff, oftentimes I'll find that like exactly what they say is exactly what I've already said all day long. So it's like,
Yeah.
they're right on point.
I mean, they pan like these law. You got to realize the first thing is that they're law tubers. That's a YouTuber. They're pandering. And if you think like a lawyer, if you think lawyers don't suffer from the same thing every other YouTuber does, which is fear of losing their audience and fear of like backlash, you got another thing coming to you. The truth of the matter is, they saw the numbers. They first agreed. They found that the positive situation. There was like a test. What was it called? With the test with the drooling dogs test with the feeding. What was it? It was called. I'm trying to think where it was. The Pavlov's dog, the drooling dog test. Basically, it's like the concept of a reward and versus like the anticipation of a reward and stuff like that. But anyway, they're kind of like the fact that they get a reward for being this kind of like playing in the middle of the road, playing the conspiracy angle, and they get their reward, and they continuously do that with their channels instead of being analytical and basically being fair to both sides. In the end of the day, if you told me if the jury just went to the room right now with the evidence what the prosecution has, they would have convicted her in 10 minutes. It wouldn't even been probably 10 minutes. They probably would have convicted her like 5 minutes.
Long
The
ago.
judge rejected them immediately because she knew that they had enough. Pavlov, thank you, Frank. And the fact is that any lawyer that sits there that says the prosecution hasn't met their burden for a conviction, you're out of your mind. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
And if you think like the defense is doing a fantastic job on their crosses, the only time they scored little points was on the bachelor's degree with that guy, but they fucked it up because they used a lessee. They should have used
Yeah.
Jackson to hammer the point in and move. That's
I
what you
agree.
do.
They should have used Jackson to get the point in and get out. But I think even Jackson was kind of floundering a bit with people like Jen McCabe, where he wasn't even getting in and getting out because he was so emotional, like personally invested, not
He took
where
too
it's like
long.
you're quiet and you're just like, he was too personally invested emotionally, and that's fucking it up for him, like hardcore.
And the fact is that if you listen to it, now the prosecution expert, basically agrees with the prosecution witness. So now you got a situation where the car moves for 20 to 29 seconds, and after that, John stops moving. They have to figure out a way to disprove that cell phone data, that John's cell phone's data. That is the key. If they could do that, then you have a way out. But unless you can disprove that cell phone data, he's on that area and her car backs up. I mean, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out that that's most likely how he stopped moving was due to a car. Do you need, I mean, like if I have a gun and, Twist is in front of me and I'm pointing my gun and then you turn your head and you don't look and I pull the trigger and hit and you hear a firing and then you turn around and you see no gun in my hand, but you see her on the floor. What's your thoughts?
Right. That's where people are like, reasonable doubt. It's like not any doubt. Okay. A reasonable person would stand to reason that I was just shot in the head. Like
I was just like that. I just shot Twisted. And the fact is, could my defense be that a mysterious sniper did it? Sure. Could my defense be that someone 30 miles away shot in the air? Sure. That's a possibility. But what's more likely than not? Me shooting her or a mysterious person, third-party person doing it? And that is this case, basically. No one saw her hit John. But you have
razor, my friends.
Yeah, you have all the evidence. Yeah, it's the simplest explanation is the best for this situation. And that is exactly what it is. And these attorneys can't understand that there is a painted picture. And they didn't disprove the taillight pieces. They didn't disprove the embedded taillight pieces in the clothes. They didn't disprove the data. At least. They didn't disprove pretty much the eyewitnesses' statements. They didn't disprove anything because basically Karen Reed corroborates these statements. And that's a problem.
Right.
That is a huge problem. So, I don't know.
It is a huge problem. It's a huge, huge problem. Like, that's I just don't see how is bringing Lucky gonna help these people. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, he's gonna testify basically the same way he did last year, and he's gonna be like, well, when I went there, I didn't see, and I seen a car by that location, and then he's going to be eviscerated. It's gonna be
Karen's car or Kerry Roberts' car is the car he saw.
Yeah, then Hank's gonna play that recording and say, maybe you confused your time. And then he's going to fucking eviscerate him. And that's going to make the jury realize, does this defense have any defense? Or are we just fucking wasting our time another week? Can we just convict this bitch and go home?
I mean, if they're going to waste their time with people like Lucky, it's kind of like that, Like, that's what we're dealing with.
If I was a defense attorney, the one thing I would be focusing on was John's cell phone data. That is the most crucial piece of evidence that could, you can make a conspiracy theory that Proctor, the police framed her with the taillight fragments and all that stuff. But that cell phone data is so fucking bad. It's not even funny. Yep. It's real bad.
Exactly.
It's worse than the first trial. And it's bad. And it's you
ridiculous.
Need to figure it out. Yeah.
It is so bad. We're moving. After 10 minutes, like they got an hour and 10 minutes.
All right, I gotta do some work. I'll see you. I'll be right back.
See you later, B-Tim. Yeah, I love that one where you have to spend $5 or more.
6 of Mr. DiSogra's amended PowerPoint presentation. Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably, some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself,
The date does, yes.
because the SD card is with the other chips part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically, he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report,
Sustained.
where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess's report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3 second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know
show.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. when you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know, Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp.
So stupid.
You understand that, don't you?
No, keep marking, Karen. Let the jury see that.
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
Michael Jackson, I love you.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw data, no.
The raw text stream data from infotainment. Did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3 second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3 second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time?
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on
Wrong.
timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this
What?
case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but
And
not
your
this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry. Finish.
No, just I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. If had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you're determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Miss Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct. And that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
Field trip.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times. So, I mean, that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14:13 a.m., 4:38 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45:12 a.m., and 5:04:28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart. So
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
It's been a
The
long
chart
day.
says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your latest
Assuming,
charts
you mean.
on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m., the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 11413, all the way down to 50428. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. You know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Sure.
I just wanted to read this. Thank you for this $15 donation. I'm not going to read the real name because I don't want anybody to be harassed. But thank you. I have a $15 donation I just saw on PayPal. This is number 8, I believe. Yep, this is number 8 on the sidebars. If you'd like to donate to the channel, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have all of these: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link for those of you who just want to do credit or debit. And then we have membership, super chat, super stickers that we have back. So up to you. Likes.
The genesis.
Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't.
Of those 4 numbers.
Definitively no.
I'm skipping a little.
Your
Hold on.
entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So
Do you know where those calls came from? The source.
a phone.
Whose?
Why are
Ms.
we
Reed's phone.
buffering?
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but come from the phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested.
Damn
To my
it.
knowledge, was not
We're
tested.
buffering.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of
Yep.
the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets
Assuming
himself.
what they are.
So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure, if there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone on the infotainment system? You know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a predicate you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
Objection,
but
Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your
My
question.
apologies. If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, the entertainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you'd expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
2 iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely 2 iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
Do you see in the first 5 columns, the numbers are small, 22121?
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other?
Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree with all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 12121. If they're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they?
Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they?
Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are 2 different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is 2 separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
During the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were 2 calls placed. There were 2 call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only 1 timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are 2 separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are
Did
two
he do
separate
anything?
calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
No. This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Do you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, bottom middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Yes?
Yes.
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different than the 5:30:15 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's positive.
Correct.
So when you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds. Don't you?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
What do you get?
You're saying if maybe so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21,
Correct.
how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
37?
And so you can see, did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable. Yes.
But when I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yep.
Yes,
Ooh.
with the caveat that because this
Oh, he's gonna
is
say
a
what?
novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior.
So you shouldn't have done any analysis.
My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature.
But
And
you didn't
so
research
when we have a
anything.
brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes,
You would agree.
yes.
If we turn to 10, please.
Ouch is right, Avi. Ouch is freaking right. By the way, my chair pad is voting pretty well. I appreciate it.
Zoom in a little, please, on the left.
It makes my butt nice and comfy.
Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30. Did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:31, 43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure.
Do-
Do you
do
have
you
a
have
copy, or
the-
would you like me to bring it
Do you
to
have the reports with you, sir?
Later on.
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. If you want me to show the mark. Let me see if I can get a clean copy from the witness. I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but it's protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes.
And when
Call
he's
logs
talking-
are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, which is referring to the 5:30-31.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock speed of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it unless, do you have, I'll see Counselor Tadmar.
Well, that would be number 9, folks. That's sidebar numero 9. He didn't bring any reports. None. You did call this sidebar. You sure did. Call any freaking sidebar. Right? F-. You do not get a Snickers, Matt. You do not. He seems like a nice enough guy. Feel bad for the guy because he seems like a nice enough guy, and clearly he does not want to lie on the stand, but he's also a little elusive. I'll give him, credit where it's due, but definitely a little elusive where he doesn't want to admit to being wrong. Nobody wants to admit to being wrong. The cult needs to learn how to do that. Everyone's wrong at some point. No one's perfect. Not even me. I know it's hard to believe, right? Kidding. Obviously kidding. But no one's perfect. No such thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there just isn't. He did no research. He assumed a lot of stuff in order to get to his... I literally thought it was the judge that said objection, like, I don't know, a couple objections ago. I literally heard the judge. Like, that's you guys at 9? Well, I mean, it's close. I said 11 and we're at 2:44, so I don't know. I think it's not going
Sir,
very
going
well.
back to my question, so you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
I know with the haircut.
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
Well, he should have brought his own, no? Yeah, no? Yeah, that was like a thing that they wanted Dr. Welcher, and he had a choice between the Commonwealth and them, and they said no. Well, Aperture in general. I don't know if it was Dr. Welch, but it was Aperture.
You can turn to page 3.
Oh, we're definitely not done with sidebars.
What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see
No,
that?
they would
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph, I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m.
I'm telling you, Karen had to have done
are
it to her
the
in her
only
sleep.
2 data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair
Her
to say?
head got Karen
Yes.
rated.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No.
Because you still are under the mistaken belief
Objection.
that
Sustain.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report,
No, it
which is
isn't.
what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I
We'll
had.
call
that
him
those points
and ask.
should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way, but it might be iPhone to
But you don't
iPhone
know.
too, if those times are just copied over.
But you don't
If
know.
it's iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
certain
Correct.
lines would go away. So if you want to call
Yes.
the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your
Yes.
characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
So it would be wrong. That the other, in other words, wrong.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please.
It's okay, bro. I'm wrong sometimes too. Rarely, but it happens. All right.
If you were wrong about
Don't be
the
shy.
infotainment to iPhone analysis and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12.
Oh, hey,
12 lines
calls
on the
are
chart?
morning.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
In the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea, not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't just have it in his head. He put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay.
Yes.
Exhibit 192A. Okay, let's start with 192B, please. If you could open that up so we could see it a little better. When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the 3-point turn event as timestamp 154, that actually is at the beginning of the 3-point turn? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with this chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
And it notes that,
Objection, Your Honor. We would strike it last.
So ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
does that heading note the start of the 3-point turn of O'Keefe's phone is 12:23:59?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the 3-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of 3-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. You have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
I did not analyze the 3-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted, because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the 3-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
I'm not sure I understand
Okay.
the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the 3-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May 8th report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that 3-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
I didn't, can I say that again?
Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on? to
Not what he
dispute
asked.
The accuracy of those times.
Objection.
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. You could open that. The 154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I have no
The
report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike it.
In the final
He has to.
exhibit?
There was a long direct.
Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask it differently, Mr.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty.
This data from the green, would you agree it indicates the beginning of the 3-point turn, and then the orange is at the end when the car is already in motion at 11.2 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came in and gave an opinion,
I could have.
but you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test the accuracy of this data that's been broken? Never objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds, you talked about looking at different values to be fair, wider range, right? Even though this analysis depends on the end of the 3-point term, would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the 3-point term all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct?
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, like going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the 8-second objection?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
Right. The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
Why do you need to think about that?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event
How to
from
answer.
that.
I can't really hear
I don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
You're-
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Already out. Jerry heard he was going to say that's not what I'm saying, but
You were asked a number of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen. if I could. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in
Yes.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree
Yes.
and you hold a master's degree.
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Mr. DiSogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the
So-
May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That it sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at our chart?
It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay, more than 8,
Total after 1162-2,
only on the 29th.
there aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Safe to say there are many, correct?
Yes.
Mary, how much?
Yes.
And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could,
AJ trying
based
to
on
confuse the
questioning
jury.
by Mr. Brennan.
Objection
surrounding-
with hypotheticals.
The 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/16
Yeah, they
in
have
the
to
form
figure
of
out what they did
steps
wrong.
taken, 36 steps
Talked
over a course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or
Objection.
opinion in any way?
Objection.
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
That
Yes.
wasn't brought up
In what way?
on cross. What do you mean?
If the phone event
Objection.
moves from 12/32/09 to 12/32/16,
Exactly. They're supposed to figure it
then
out.
of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis. The hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at a point in time. Let me rephrase that. All of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after the trigger event.
That's correct.
Thank you. If you were told, let me give you another hypothetical. If you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess?
Hold on.
Of course.
You need to, we have to turn the fans off.
And I'm not speaking loud enough.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my
He
voice. I
is
just don't
loud
wanna
enough. What
scream
the
over
hell?
people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report.
He corrected
correct?
his own mistake.
Correct.
So there's that.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about
Any
the
of my
text stream
followers
data
can
versus the
join.
infotainment system data,
I know
specifically the
trolls enter.
timestamps
They
associated
never say
therewith.
anything.
Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the text stream data or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
You assumed.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system,
Exactly, Avi.
I'm going to rephrase again.
They're not going to start a new witness now.
When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Click, a stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay.
Except for when he was still in the car.
VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
Has a clock,
Are those two things independent of one another?
completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two. And that's where the 3 seconds comes from, is these are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
Thank you. With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DiSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolf? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was
Did you type-
it was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it.
Yes,
You didn't type anything on this.
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of it. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Objection.
Sustain.
The clapping is super triggering to someone's PTSD. I'll tell you that right now. I'm glad mine buffered when he did that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Do you need the light on?
I don't. And we can pull that down.
It's for effect. It's literally for effect. It's to make it dramatic. But most judges would have directed
What
him to
was
stop
your
doing it.
entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of it, as you explained your analysis to this jury during the course of the day.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No,
Did you change any of their analyses?
no,
Did you explain their analyses?
yes.
Objection.
Sustained, ask it to.
Sure. What were you trying to do? in
Stop
terms
telling
of
him how to
your
fix it,
presentation,
Your Honor.
your PowerPoint, and your presentation to this jury?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? You remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes,
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the texting?
He's not an
All of
expert.
them. Thank
He's a
you.
critic.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan, get the last bite of that apple and make it clear. You're not saying no collision happened, right? Right. Look at his face. He's like, oh, fuck. Poor guy. He's like, oh, shit.
So, Mr. DiSogra, this demonstrates the danger or the difficulty.
Hold on.
He hasn't even finished his question.
Start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently.
It is, it has to be a question.
Start. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
This demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, please, when you're
What?
looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
And assuming a lot of other stuff.
Plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone. That data then resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data.
And
Yes.
so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's,
And so when you
No.
don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
if I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, to a reasonable degree of data certainty, that that information is based on the infotainment clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report,
Objection.
So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently,
if
Mr.
you
Brennan.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that you'd be wrong, correct?
He
I
said
don't think the
Monday.
analysis was possible in this
Quarterback.
case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't.
It was.
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No,
Did you read Ian Wood's report?
No.
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that stand.
What are you
I do
objecting
not,
to?
sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product are then wrong.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Correct.
That
Yep.
might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to.
You're not
give you a good
sure?
answer to that
If you
question.
have the wrong data when you're doing
Then
your
you have-
analysis,
Answer.
then the final analysis is going to be wrong. If you have using the wrong data, it's that simple.
Yes,
Right? You have to be a scientist to figure that out.
yes, that's
Okay. If we could have Mr. Welcher's 33.
We said that earlier, Laura. You
Could you
missed
open
it.
up, please?
We said that earlier.
You were asked about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please? You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds, right, in those first couple of lines, yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see
Yes.
vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving, yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving, yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed, the car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data. Yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window. Yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the
That's
end of
the
event
10 seconds.
1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so after that window, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12/32/16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12/32/16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12/32/12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12/32/16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
What the? Come on, Merle. This is gonna go on forever.
It wasn't just that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was moving, but the steps did. Correct.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
He knew that.
Did you review
He threw
anything
that out
you
there.
think that steps were taken over the course of the meeting?
Objection.
Anything
So
else?
that's sustained.
You were asked just a second.
The steps happened when they were still in the car, not even at Fairview
Data.
yet.
When it's wrong, then you'd be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. DiSogra, you are all set, sir.
Thank
So
you,
you
Your Honor.
can step down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like.
What? What just happened? Sorry, my sister called. I answered the phone for like 10 seconds and then we got this. Like, I mean, what is happening right now? Like, we're all rocket scientists apparently. We're all right. Are you going on a trip, Laura? If you are, have fun. Or moving, because that's not fun. So if it's moving, I'm sorry. Like it might be getting grayer. You know what I'm saying? Like those steps happened when they were still in the car before they ever even got to 34 Fairview. That's like literally been established by John's phone data and the Waze data from his phone and Karen's phone in the car. They know that those steps happened before they ever arrived out front of 34 Fairview. So I love how Alan Jackson's sort of throwing them in there to confuse. That's what he's doing. He's using it to confuse the jury about like, oh, steps. What about steps? Like your personal information, nobody else can see. It's just like a sign up thing. You know what I mean? Nobody else can see your like real name or your phone number or your email or anything like that. It's all that stuff is private for Discord. It's just like to sign up.
That was an unmitigated fucking slaughter. That was really bad.
Disaster.
Yeah, that was really fucking
Like,
bad. I mean, the
What
guy,
in the hell?
his hair.
I
was
feel bad for the
gray.
guy too. I can't say that I don't feel bad for the guy. I feel
I don't
bad for
feel
the guy.
bad
Seems
for
like a
him.
nice enough guy, but damn.
I mean, no offense. I mean, it's part of the job. You know, if you're an alligator fucking wrestler and you get bit, well, you know, that's on you. It's you know, that's your job. You decided to get with snakes, you get bitten. So, well, whatever. Lie with snakes.
No, no,
Get
man.
bitten.
There's no antidote for this kind of poison. Just saying. Like this poison goes deep.
Yeah, I mean, this was bad. Even Matt was saying it was a slaughter.
Uh-oh. Sending him home.
did
Here we go.
that to have me decide whether I'm going to let you go home now or not, and I'm going to let you go home. So that
Yeah, shocker.
Oh, fuck.
That you get to go home because we know what
Like,
we want,
lady.
and we don't want to do this to you, okay? So
Lady.
we'll break for the day.
They're doing
I
something,
have to give you
though.
those same cautions.
we're
Please do not
buffering. Hold on.
discuss this case with anyone.
This is probably going to
Don't
go with
do any
arguments
independent
with
research
the
or
4 people because Hank is
into this case.
fighting the 4
If you
witnesses
happen
that they're
to
going to put
see,
in.
hear, or
They're
read
trying to put
anything
in,
about the case,
you know,
please
for the text
disregard and let
messages
us know.
with Proctor.
Additional caution, please be very careful. Continue to be careful with your social media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will be a full day. We'll start right around 9 on Monday morning.
Oh, will
see you
it?
then. Have a great week.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, bullshit.
Chrissy?
Yeah, so I think this was actually a disastrous situation. This was supposed to be the defense's a very strong and powerful witness to engage the audience, and they're arguing over seconds. And basically, this witness.
We'll come back. I'll come back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Okay, so there's a voir
A
dire.
voir dire.
Okay, there's a voir dire in 5
You're
minutes.
getting a voir dire. I don't know about who. Lucky, maybe. I'm guessing. Woo, maybe it's a voir dire. Lucky.
No, that'd be hilarious, actually.
I mean, why else is he there?
I think it's a voir dire for the text messages. That's what I think. Bev always looks like she's auditioning for something. I don't know. Bev looks like she's tired of this motherfucking case and she wants to. She wants this
At the
case.
same time, you don't think the jury is that's like ending early, and I understand like you want to do a voir dire. Cool, do that before you start. When you start a half hour late, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or maybe do these things on half days that you're letting them go half day. Like this is what I mean. Like they have taken off so many days. This trial could have been over. These people could have went back to their life. You're taking days off. You're letting them go an hour early, 2 hours early, friggin' half a day that didn't even last a half a day. Like ridiculous. Do the voir dire then. Why are you waiting now? Like motion dismiss was bound to happen. We knew it would be thrown out the window because it's absurd and ridiculous. Like
yeah, Alan Jackson's like always clapping like a motherfucking seal. That motherfucker needs to keep his hands from clapping.
That clapping sets my PTSD off so hard, dude. When he does that, like I'm instantly looking up to my surroundings, and it just like gives you that overwhelming feeling of dread.
He does that for dramatic fucking effect, but it's like a fupa clap. We have like Brittany J, we call it the fupa clap. Whenever she's like doing for super chat, she always does a clap. So we call it that's Alan Jackson's fupa clap. I think we got a fupa clap. Fucking Alan Jackson with his clapping. Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Listen, Laura, I've had to do it. I hate moving. It's awful. It sucks. It's the worst literal thing ever. And you're moving distance. So that's even worse. Joy's in the middle of packing her whole house up too. So I definitely feel you guys' pain on that. If I was closer, I would help you because it sucks. Like it freaking sucks. Yeah, I'm not wholesale wrong. That was such a good, the guy's like, I'm not wholesale wrong. Hank's like,
you're wrong.
Like, what?
You didn't look at like what he
established.
He established that the guy never did any sort of testing himself. He never looked at the real raw data. And he basically was just checking over someone else's report and just said, well, they're wrong here, here, and here. And it's like, how do you know if you didn't check the raw data? Exactly. Basically, the guy's wrong. And even if you took this guy for like, you know, what he was saying, they're arguing 30 seconds. How the fuck is that even like an argument? Like that shit's crazy to me. So I don't know.
Crazy.
I think the voir dire,
right? It has to be.
Nah, it can't be Lucky. Why would you need a motherfucking voir dire?
I don't know. I have no idea. Why else would he be there though?
voir dire of Lucky? No. This is a voir dire of like Lucky can't even. No, I don't think they did that one already, right?
Yeah, but not on the new stuff.
Maybe it could be for the new stuff, man, or it could be the text message. I couldn't imagine they're voir dire and Lucky. I'd be like, bro, you can go there. You can
So
probably.
dumb.
I think I could fucking cross Lucky and make him trip up. And I.
Me too.
Like,
Me too.
really? That guy is like, I'll just do my cousin Vinny thing. I'll walk to the end of the courtroom and say, how many fingers am I holding up?
How many? We'll do the. We'll count like Jackson. We'll go like this.
I'll do that with my Uncle Vinny's thing on him, and then they'll be like, no further questions for this one. I'm done with this one.
Shit.
And just
like,
go in there with a leather coat while
what
I'm
the
question
hell?
Lucky.
It's so crazy. Yeah, Karen saying after court, like, wait for our case. Your case is a disaster. You can't disprove anything that the Commonwealth has brought forth. And that's the problem, is they're sort of debunking their own theory in ways too. Like, you know, yeah, she never goes a full day. She doesn't start on time. She doesn't end on time. And what really aggravates me about this judge, and I've never really seen this with judges before, like, she will literally make sure she stops them at 3:59 so everyone can leave at 4, or at 12:59 so they can go on lunch at 1, you know, like, but she don't start at 9. She will not start right at 9. That's so silly. Like, that is so silly. He should have Casey says, should have stood with his fellow scientists. None of that helped Karen. Hank got to reiterate the speedy reversal, phone stopping, etc. I agree. I don't know. The suspense is killing me too, but they shut the camera down and she said 5 minutes until she was going to do said voir dire. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. No idea. I mean, yeah, we're always on time. We're here early. We're here freaking 8:30, you know? I started to notice that, I mean, my 8:30 time was based on like my kiddo getting on a bus. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I probably would have started at 8 just to like have a little more time to talk about the stuff that happened the previous day or anything that happened after court was over. But I chose 8:30. And I had noticed that after I started at 8:30, like that some of the other creators weren't starting until like 8:45, closer to 9. So I was like, oh, well, you know, whatever. Like maybe they, you know, have schedules like I do where they have something to do before they come. Then I started realizing that they've all changed their times to before I start, which is like, bro, we're talking about channels that have like 15 to 30,000 viewers and you need to change to before me. It's to try to like purge viewers to get on like before someone to see if the viewers will watch you first. And it's like, bro, like, again, what a snaky like way to try to click views. That's just so ridiculous. You notice too? Yeah, that's I would never base when I start on other people, dude. I base it on my kid's school bus. Like, yeah, her 5 minutes is like 40 minutes, you know, but they did go back to Fanny. They did go back. They sure freaking did. Like, doing one unlucky is like doing one. I just don't understand why they would do a voir dire on Lucky. So why else though? Like, why? Who else? You know, that's okay. Discord, you guys are there at all times because there's people from all over different countries. So there's always someone on Discord.
Yeah, just, you know, be careful with Discord. You gotta make sure you know, open Discord is an open Discord for anyone.
Oh, that was nice, Scorpio.
But I think the jury's going to be sitting back in the weekend. This was just a really bad move by Alan Jackson, because you want the witness that's testifying to be something that they remember over the weekend. And what are they going to remember? Some guy who fucking is an idiot who was checking some other guy's report and got almost everything wrong. I mean,
oh, so bad.
30 seconds. This was not the witness you want. This is a terrible witness. I would probably, if I was, you know, Alan Jackson, I would probably want the text messages out for this right now. You know, have like a discussion with Mr. Proctor. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's who I would want. Someone to. Well,
that was another thing. Karen said something yesterday. Like they asked her if she was going to call Proctor, and she said, we don't know, or like something along the lines of like a maybe, right? And it's like, no, you're not calling him. So why lie to people? You know that you're not calling him. At this point, you know that you're not calling him. Like, you know what I mean? It's so silly. Like,
Oh, I'm on Discord, but I just like I'm on Discord, but I tell people, I always warn people, when you're on Discord, it's open. So don't put your personal information there. Be very, very act like you're on a chat when you're on Discord. It's a nice
use your
little
screen
source.
name.
Yeah. Because you have people that will sneak into Discords and take pictures and like, put that on
Screenshots.
the
Yeah, I
internet.
keep a real close eye on people who enter because trolls usually will just sit back and not say anything, and so it's easy to pick up trolls.
Usually the good idea is to always like have a conversation with everyone before you invite them into Discord, because usually trolls and people don't want to be on voice for some reason. And if you just verify their voice and who they are, like, then you're good. But you still get people sneak in, that shit happens. I'm in a pretty large Discord, and I'm a veteran at this. I'm a veteran at this.
I can lock certain rooms too. I can lock rooms to people who I only know are in there, and there's different things I can do as the creator of that.
My guess, they're going to do a voir dire. I don't know who were the voir dire. It's definitely not Lucky. If it's Lucky, I'm going to laugh my ass off.
I'm going to freaking die laughing if it's Lucky. Like, yeah, you can put max privacy. Just make sure you make your name the same one you have here, right? And so then everyone knows who you are. And just make sure you just screen him. Don't give out any personal information. Don't say anything you probably don't want screenshot unless you're sending someone a private message and you know who it is. It's kind of like a chat room.
You are unmuted.
But for this channel. All right. Here's a court reporter lady who was like totally fucking not ready for dealing with court's still in session, everyone. Who is it?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks. You take the stand.
Thank you.
Who the hell is it?
Is it Wolf Guy?
I can't see.
Is that Paul? Trooper Paul?
Sure. Is she right outside the door?
I don't think so. I can't see.
Do you mind, sir? If you can stay right there.
Sure.
And it'll just be a few minutes, okay? Ms. Gianetti, when do you need this witness back? Monday?
Who is this? Is the question. First thing I want to know is who the hell is this? Are these the people from Proctor's text messages? Who are you waiting for? Who are they waiting for?
So I'm going to need her at a microphone. Do you have one on council table there? So the podium, or one of those back where Eugenia is. Thank you. No, there's a microphone a little closer. We're just follow this. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Dever.
And Ms. Dever, you've been summoned here. I think I saw you earlier. You've been here all day?
Yes.
All right. So we're not going to reach you today, unfortunately, but you were summoned to be here?
Yes.
All right. So that summons is still good until we reach you. So you're going to have to come back Monday morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9, okay?
Will do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, the Commonwealth
Go
is
ahead, Mr.
looking
Lissy.
to get their communications with her.
Oh, geez, Gianetti.
That was a big compliment, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
You've also been here all day.
Yes,
Sorry for making you wait.
no problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
I've known him since middle school,
friend.
probably the 6th grade.
Grew up with him, essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but This
So
old
can
guy.
we turn off the fans and the air conditioning? Are they all off?
Yeah, she's gonna shut that down.
We're just gonna do that, sir, so that we can.
Text, this is ridiculous.
Absolutely,
There's
sure.
no
Much
reason
better,
this
thank you.
So this
So you say
confirms,
you've known him since middle school, elementary school?
Yes.
Graduate high school with him?
Yes.
And are you friends after high school as well?
Yes.
Do you have his cell phone number in your phone?
I do.
Have you texted with him over the years?
I have.
In fact, were you on a group text chain with him that lasted a number of years?
Yes.
I would like to show you a document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me. Okay,
Okay.
may I approach?
Yes.
Would you like this mark for identification first, Your Honor?
Yes.
so this means they're not calling Proctor.
And for identification.
They never were. Even without these people, they're not calling him.
And now I'll do it back to the witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby's right. If they want these texts in, they need to call Proctor. And so I don't even know why she's entertaining a voir dire. It should be no. You can't ask for 4 new witnesses in the middle of a goddamn trial. You can call Proctor. He's on the witness list. They don't want to have to call him. No, call him. Bree, can you put the Discord link in the chat for us? Right, Alicia? Yeah, voir dire Proctor's friend. I mean, this is like pathetic levels of stretching. Like, if I'm the judge, I wouldn't have entertained a voir dire. I'm not allowing in other people in a text chain when you could call him. Sorry. It's simple once you get the hang of it, Jack. I love the Muppet Show. I watch it all the time on Disney Plus. I like old cartoons and stuff. I'm a kid at heart, people. All right. And I'm also a nerd. So there's that. She's BPD, as far as I know, or former BPD, Kelly is, and the Commonwealth just moved to get communications between her and the defense. So I don't think that's going to be good for them. Either that or they gave him a lot of pages, one or the other. I read very fast, so.
I think he's all set, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And so would all of those friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. Some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years. Definitely years.
And that's a portion, in other words, there's a start time and an end time to that, but the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this. Do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Well, do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes,
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone, correct?
correct.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread, is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one
Why do you
entry
have
that
that?
you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end.
Stupid crumbled cookie literally just sent
And,
me like.
and you don't have to read the actual text,
I would love
sir.
your
I just
cookie.
want to.
Right?
Sure.
I would
I'm
love
just
them.
trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, a date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay, and what you
So I
type,
have a different copy.
oh, I'm sorry, it's, for the record, it's on
Thanks.
page,
What's the
Oh.
bottom page number? So I'm gonna last 2 digits. 4, 4. All right, thank you.
and for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
I mean, it could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
Sure.
that's not something, I mean, it could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text, do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip,
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
Now, going back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So, yeah. So let's not, if he recognizes.
That'll get them
put names
harassed.
out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names, but if that's sufficient that he recognizes,
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
No.
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them, okay?
Okay.
If I may just have a moment.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Okay, starting with the phone number that ends in 51. After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours?
Yes, it is.
Who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 45, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is you,
Yeah.
of course. With regard to 95, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to 93, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a nickname associated with them?
Yes.
Those nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd also ask you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Proctor.
And was that by the content of the messages that Michael Proctor typed that you recognized it?
Yes.
And with regard to whether this is a complete, accurate record of what it purports to be, what is your testimony in that regard?
I believe this to be a record of our text chain for this period of time.
Appears to be accurate and complete.
It does.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just one more question for you, sir. Does the text message chain that you read fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going on?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Do you have an independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
All right, so sir, I'm going to ask you to, you're all set.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, given that unfortunately this witness was not reached by the jury today, I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him? All right, sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right,
Why
thank
is
you.
he why is he going to be there to begin with?
And I'll speak with Mr. Campbell in terms of an appropriate time of day. He's been very cooperative.
All right. So sir, you can leave.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see you. We'll let you know when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
Sir, watch your step coming down.
I don't know why she would allow this at all. It seems stupid for any judge to
We'll hear you, Mr.
call
Campbell.
Proctor.
My understanding is there's an objection, so I'd rather respond to the.
No, I want to hear you as to why this is admissible. Why this is admissible.
He didn't agree, Michael. He was subpoenaed. You don't have a choice. If you're subpoenaed, you have to show up. So he didn't agree to be a defense witness. He's just subpoenaed, so he doesn't have a choice.
So, Your Honor, with regard, I assume we're just dealing with authenticity at this point?
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
Okay, all right. So regarding authenticity, Your Honor, there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which or through which a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judge's allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a longstanding rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1, for evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch, it was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be.
Bingo, Joy.
They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in again because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street, or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home. And rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites 3 principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with 3 factors. But again, none of the 3 principles that the Commonwealth cites is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not.
The jury's not there right now.
These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay. Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has 3 components. These are all statements out of court.
100%.
None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner is not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop.
Right.
We don't know if that's true or not true.
That was,
It's
come on.
to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense.
Your argument's stupid.
It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind.
You don't have third party.
And to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's going to go down for this. We're going to pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges.
Nobody's ever said pin it on the girl.
Those are what
no one
he
ever
says
said
about,
that.
those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope.
Stop it.
He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind.
He didn't do anything wrong. He's not stupid enough.
The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's
state of mind with no third party
to the admission of these statements. No. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that. But should the court allow them in? We're agreed on everything except for 3 entries which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
You can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that. Thank you,
All right.
Ron.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility. I haven't decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
Oh, but you're saying you've decided authentication. You haven't. I mean, that's a bias right there, saying she's already decided before he's even arguing it. Interesting. Exactly. It's a good case on why you call Proctor. You can't give state of mind of a third-party culprit without third-party.
On the first issue of authenticity,
call Proctor.
This witness has no memory
Of any of
of
it.
any of the text messages.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them.
Nope.
The person that could best authenticate these text messages
History
is
Proctor.
Michael Proctor.
Yep.
This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions,
Bingo.
whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by
Yeah, she
Attorney
said it after
Yannetti,
though, which makes
he's
me think
made
she already
one
decided.
comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation.
And ask him.
It may have, it may not have.
Ask him.
Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and
someone
put it
else?
in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the
Correct.
bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps
They
the
weren't.
person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these
'Cause they know
comments
they
were
can be
made,
stupid.
a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the
Correct.
jury can fairly assess, is this relevant? Is it material? And what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has
Without
no
calling him.
context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being omitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment.
Third party.
I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if the defense wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti, do you want to respond?
I know we're the hours late, Your Honor. I won't belabor the points. I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine
Not if you're
which
trying
witness we
to
want
do
to
something.
use to authenticate and admit
No.
text messages. That's our choice.
No.
And we should
Not
not
the way
be
it works.
deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages.
That's
There is
how
no
it works
rule. There's no
legally.
best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance.
That's
His
not
arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the
misrepresenting.
weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises. And in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through
exactly what
basically
you don't
his
want to do.
entire closing
Oh, well,
argument. He
too bad.
is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again.
Why would he?
I would rest on that.
You can call him.
Okay. And just the very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes.
Go ahead, I dare you. Oh, there's an objection.
In compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with Ms. Deborah, and they've asked for all oral communications to be reduced.
How do you not?
So that's not in keeping with Rule.
All right. So you're saying two different things. So you don't, this information doesn't exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right. So I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30. And I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages. Want to be heard, Mr. Brennan?
I thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. I'll see everybody Monday morning.
Thank you.
To the court, please.
All right. So in totality, the defense wants to try to not call Trooper Proctor, as Yannetti just stated, as I've said a million times. And once again, I'll take that bow. Also, there's no proof that these text messages are actually even real. So there's that. There's that. Yeah, and false Fed overreach. Absolutely, freak. 100%. Like, they don't want to have to call him. That's what they don't want to do. They don't want to have to call him. And guess what? The Commonwealth does not have to. And they didn't. And they didn't. No, exactly. No one ever said, well, pin it on the girl. That is in paraphrasing. That was never, ever, ever said. So, like, that's their interpretation, of course, but that was never, ever said. His friend has nothing to do with it. They just don't want to call Trooper Proctor because they know it will sink them even further down. And because they know that that means that the Commonwealth gets to cross instead of direct. This was a tactic by the Commonwealth to try to introduce these text messages without Trooper Proctor. There is no basis for them to do that legally in the state of Massachusetts. If you want to introduce them, you need to introduce them through him. not through his random friends that don't even remember them. Never mind whether they're authentic. We have no idea. They found nothing. 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 They don't want a culture for Proctor because they know on cross-examination, Hank is going to pull out everything he can to show that, yeah, maybe we are saying that she's a whack job. See you next Tuesday. But that has nothing to do with where the evidence led, ultimately. And even in the first trial, that's exactly what happened. So they just don't want to call him. This is their tactic. This is defense tactic to not call him, is to call other people on the text chain that don't even remember them existing. So you got them from who? Who'd you get them from? You're saying you got them anonymously, right? Isn't that what they always claim, anonymously? Why didn't the judge ask, where did you get them from to begin with? Where? You want to verify they're his texts? You need to call him. This person doesn't even remember them. So how are you going to verify text this person doesn't remember? They can't verify it. I just told you they can't verify it. Like, no, because that juror wasn't a deliberating juror. She was an alternate. She was a freaking alternate. You know? No proof of any sort of setup. Nobody said pin it on the girl. That was bullshit. Someone asked if the homeowner was going to see any shit for John, being on the lawn. And they were like, no, he's a Boston police officer. Like, to be like, he's not that stupid, right? Like, he's not that stupid to have done something wrong. And also, all the evidence at that point had pointed to Karen. Like, it's just utterly ridiculous. Call Michael Proctor. You can call Michael Proctor if you want. Like, I mean, yeah, they're not asserting she wasn't the one backing up the car, but apparently they're just going to assert she what? Exactly. Twiddled her thumbs and played FF games. Like, is that what she did? She didn't back up at a high rate of speed at all, right? They're not even asserting that she wasn't the one that backed that car up. They're not asserting that John's phone stops moving forever within seconds of that. They're not asserting that. Defense is not asserting that. This does not fall under Bowden. This falls under third party. You want to talk about state of mind? That was a slip up. You don't need to talk about state of mind of Proctor. You need to call him for that. You can't call someone else for someone else's state of mind. You got to call him, right? The jury has the right to weigh that. There's no way that you don't call Proctor if you want to get those things out. Like, speaking of that, so now we know that we're probably going to see Kelly Dever, which, as you just heard, this was a motion from today or this morning that the Commonwealth wants the communications between Kelly Dever and the defense. The defense is saying no such communications exist. From shock, huh? Shock. The shock and horror saying that they don't exist. Why do I feel like they talked on Signal? Kelly Dever going to lie about that? We don't know. We'll find out. And he wanted all oral communications in writing. So we want you to write down all the oral communications you had with that person in writing. And we're going to ask your witness anyway. So you might as well do it before I think they want to catch the defense lying once again. You're going to say, how'd she get there? How'd you call her? You made no arrangements? None whatsoever? None at all? BPD, as far as I know, I'm not sure if she's former or current Boston Police Department. Not sure why they're calling her, really. To make a boogeyman out of Proctor, possibly. I'm not sure. BPD worked with John, maybe. I'm not even sure why they're calling her. Not that I think it's going to make any sort of dent in anything. I don't think she has anything of value to say, to be honest. Yeah, it was AJ that made that phrase up, 100%. I wouldn't be shocked either, freak. I honestly would not be shocked either. That would not shock me, not even in the least bit. Not in the least bit. Well, they did say a full day Monday. We probably won't see a full day because, the judge likes to stop early. Exactly. Can cross Proctor. Call the witness is their option. Exactly. You want hearsay. The whole argument that Yannetti just made is ridiculous in my mind. Absolutely absurd. Just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't, again, we're dealing with a judge that makes no sense either, though. So there is that, there is that. Just, it doesn't make logical sense. I got, a little while ago, I didn't see this till just now. I'm checking my emails. I got a $12.87 donation. I'm not going to read the name. I'm not going to read the name because it's there. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't read anybody's government names. Unless you guys type into the comments your screen name, I never assume, because some people have the same name, same first name. So I never assume who you are. So I can see it, but I don't want anybody else to know your information. No, it's BPD. It's definitely not Canton. It's BPD. She's BPD. It's listed as BPD on the thing. As far as I know, I have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure it says BPD. So I don't know where they would get Canton from. I don't think it's Canton. I mean, people actually gave her a birthday cake this year. So I guess she was excited about that. I guess she was excited. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I was scrolling my emails and I see something from yesterday. This must have been yesterday. Yep, this was yesterday. It was after I wasn't live anymore, I guess. And it just says, I love your channel. Thank you. I appreciate it. And it's a $50 donation from yesterday that I'm just seeing now. So thank you. I'm not going to read your name because it's your name, but thank you. Maybe that's it. Maybe she used to be CPD, but now she's BPD. Sounds so weird to say. BBC, BBD. Showing my age, just saying. A, B, C, D. We'll just count like Jackson. I mean, but yeah, maybe that's what it was, that she used to be CPD and now she's BPD, but I'm pretty sure it's Boston Police Department as far as I understand it. So yeah, as far as I understand, that's what it is. Oh yeah. A, B, C. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Can be singing. I'm a horrible singer, guys. Don't make me sing. Don't make me sing. I'm not going to, America's Got Talent anytime soon. I'll keep my day job. Like, that's all right. It wasn't great, to be honest. He said a bunch of stuff and then reiterated a bunch of stuff that didn't happen and then made a ridiculous legal argument. So maybe that's what it was. She was former CPD. Okay. That makes more sense to me because as far as I knew, she was BPD. Well, yeah, exactly. The Commonwealth telling me how to run my case, then immediately followed up by telling the Commonwealth who they should have called. You are 100% right, Truck You. And that is because, yeah, she said before 4:30, but she didn't say on which one. Was it both? Was it one? Was it the other? Like, she wasn't clear on that, but she did say before 4:30. So, I mean, that would, like, I don't know how she's going to get that over. It's probably because she already decided in her head. But she said something about having to do more research. How could you get it out before 4:30 if you're going to do any research? Just saying. Just saying, unless she already knows. Like, that's one big problem I had when she said, I'll hear you to Brennan on I can't remember. It was one or the other. And then she stopped and realized what she said and said, and authenticity. So it's like, what that tells me is that she had already decided before Brennan was even going to argue it, realized what she had said was a show of bias and corrected herself shortly thereafter. Like, that's the problem that I have with the way that she said that, the way that the judge said that, because you should be hearing him on both. I've never heard her stop short and say, I'll just hear you on blah, blah, blah. It seemed to me as if she caught herself realizing that, if she led people to believe she had already decided only on one of the things, then that's the bias. You can't do that. Like, Hank does a great job. Yannetti was short. It was short. You didn't miss much with it. It was short. It was an argument about why they should call, this witness that's in the text chain of Trooper Proctor that doesn't even remember being in this text chain versus actually calling Trooper Proctor to authenticate it. And of course, we know that's because the Commonwealth didn't call Trooper Proctor. And as the defense stated, as I've been saying, they don't want to cross him. They don't want the Commonwealth to be able to cross. They want to be able to cross. And Yannetti let the beans out of the jar at the end there and was like, we shouldn't have to be in a position for Mr. Brennan to be able to cross Trooper Proctor. Like, that's what it's really about. That's what it has been all about this entire time. Like, come on, man. I don't think, I mean, it'll be on the docket, you know? It is like a waiting game at this point. For sure. It's a waiting game. Like, the judge is gonna, she said before 4:30, but I doubt it happens. Well, that, you don't want to know why? It's because if you don't docket something before 4:30, it doesn't appear on the docket. So if it doesn't get done before 4:30, you don't get it until the next business day, which would be Monday. So I don't know. Ooh, lots of prayers. Definitely lots. That's a long flight. But good for them. My grandmother saw Greece once. You know, to fly or even travel around the world is on my bucket list. But definitely prayers for a safe flight. Always, always, always. I feel like we are always waiting on Bev, right? Like, we just are. I feel like Monday, she says a full day. And I don't think, I mean, Lucky was there. We knew he was there. Then you had Kelly Dever there. And then Jonathan Diamond, I can't even say his last name because I didn't put the whole thing down. But either way, that was Trooper Proctor's friend that they called in. And so if you want all three of those people back Monday, I don't think you get through all three of those people. Okay, I just don't see that happening. So you have those three. Then you have still Dr. Russell, Mr. Green, because I have to call him now. They didn't use this guy. So Rich Green. Then the Russell Hustle. You got the Russell Hustle. And then ARCA. So Garrett Wing. And then rebuttal witnesses. That the Commonwealth is rebuttal witnesses. Like Ring. And we have Dr. Welcher again for a rebuttal on ARCA. So there's still quite a bit to be done, depending on how fast Hank gets through it. This one was a robust cross, and I think he did a great job. I don't think the defense is going to call Proctor. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is why they're trying to get the friends in on the text chain. This is why. Because they don't want to call Proctor, because that means the Commonwealth can cross-examine him, and they do not want that. We'll see if the judge sort of forces them into either calling him or abandoning that part. I don't think she should be allowing the Proctor roundabout, but it kind of sounded like she was. She said to the guy's attorney, we're going to need you back here on Monday morning. So it sounds like he's going to testify to something. I don't know what. What's he going to testify to if he doesn't get to testify to that? I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe she is on the text chain. I don't know. It's a good question. It's a very real possibility, you know? Well, she let it in to talk about it with him, but I don't remember his friends on the text chain testifying to it. Yeah, well, there was no third party. They were not allowed to argue third party. Yeah, she does always lean defense, but to give her fair points, she did not allow, yeah, me too, PNW wife. She does allow a lot of shit that blows my mind too, especially when it comes to trials. And I've, watched many, many trials. I know what they can and what they can't do, legally. And I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. But maybe she was in the text chain. It's a very real possibility. But why do a voir dire on that? If that's all he's going to testify to, right? And the judge says, oh, well, we might need him back here Monday morning. It's probably going to be Monday morning. We'll let you know. Like, doesn't that sound like she already made up her mind? Otherwise, what else is he going to testify to? He wasn't there. He wasn't part of the investigation. So what else is that poor guy going to testify to? Doesn't really make much sense, does it? So I don't know. There's a couple things going on here. She formerly worked for Canton PD. As far as I know, it's current BPD. Like, well, that's the thing. They can't. So if they can't be authenticated, we can safely understand that they did not get them from the means of legally getting them on record, right? Like, maybe it is something about why she left. Oh, thank you so much, Second Beach Gal. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. We did get our monetization back for those of you who are just popping in. We are happy about it. So we do have memberships and super chats and super stickers now, but the best way to donate to the channel is the most direct route to not fill YouTube's pockets. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and then we have a link for those of you who just want to use credit or debit always. You can just like and subscribe or share the video. That's always helpful too. We appreciate it. Helps the algorithm figure out that we're here and other people to figure out that we're here. Well, those are the people. They're not doing any voir dires on Monday. Let me help you. This is how you spell voir dire. I know it's hard because it's French. But this is how you say voir dire. Because when you write it that way, I'm like, wait, what is she trying to say? It always throws me off. But there's no voir dires happening as far as I know on Monday. I'm going to refrain from that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. Because you guys, I mean, I'm here, but you guys are here too. You guys show up, and I appreciate you guys for that. I seriously appreciate you guys for that. But there shouldn't be any voir dires on Monday. That was a very quick voir dire. They don't want to call Proctor because it allows the Commonwealth to cross-examine him. So, it would be bad for them. Let's just put it that way. It would be not great for them. They can't ask certain things. They can't do certain things. So they know that would be bad for them. They don't want to call him. That's the spot that Hank Brennan has put them in. And it's like, oh, well, you want to authenticate them? You need to call him. Hank was right. You want to authenticate those texts? You need to call Trooper Proctor. Like, she absolutely knows she's guilty. 100%. Like, Dever didn't do a voir dire. It was just this guy. Yeah, Dever didn't have a voir dire. They just wanted, I don't know why they had her enter the courtroom like that to just tell her to come back. That was kind of weird. I've never seen that before. Usually they send a court officer out to say, hey, we don't need you today, like whatever. But they had her come in the courtroom and say like, hey, we don't need you today, but you're going to probably have to be back Monday. Like, you know? Is that what it is? Is she in the Sallyport videos? I don't know. What could Hank reveal the defense doesn't want Proctor to say? I wonder. It's not what they don't want Proctor to say. It's that when Hank would get across on him, he'd be able to sort of drag out that his messages to her or about her have nothing to do with where the evidence led, right? That didn't work for them in the first trial. They know it's not going to work here. And anything that the defense touches on, Hank gets to cross, and he kind of gets the last word. So you leave the jury with the last word of whatever Hank touches on. So it's like they can't even delve deep into some things because they know Hank's going to get to cross on all of that. It's not going to make the defense look good. It's going to make them look disingenuous, cherry picking, right? And that's not going to be good for them. Like, oh, I'm sure she doesn't want to be there. I don't blame her. You know, they all had the summons. I'm sure the other guy didn't want to be there either. It was a summons. He was forced to, because Michael was asking earlier, like, why are they defense witnesses? They're not defense witnesses. I mean, they are and they aren't. They're not there voluntarily. They're there because they got, you know, a subpoena or a summons to show up. They don't have a choice, unfortunately, you know? Yeah, Proctor's state of mind. How do you want someone else to testify to his state of mind? Like, no, it'll be electronic. She won't come back to court. It'll be on the docket. It'll be on the docket. I'm sure right now the journalists are waiting inside the courthouse. So actually, does somebody want to go check Christina Rex on X real quick and see if she's posted anything? Because I'm going to bet that the journalists are waiting to get the paperwork so they can post it inside the court right now. Because she said she would be done before 4:30. I didn't think that would be likely, but you have to docket things in the court before 4:30. If it hits 4:31, they won't docket it. So, if you want the answer, usually it gets docketed before 4:30. That's why she said before 4:30. Yeah, I think maybe that's what it was as well. Like the judge was like, oh, hey, you still have to come back, which is the same thing for the poor other guy. You know what I mean? Like, the two people who were there today, Kelly Dever and Jonathan, I don't want to bungle his last name, but that's his, thing. Like, the rabbit holes is the problem. The rabbit holes and the misinformation and making things greater than they are. That's the problem that I have. I think that's what it was, is like the court wanted to like tell her like, hey, you got to be back here Monday. You know what I mean? Like, you're welcome. Oh yeah, she had quite a few little snug facial expressions today that I was just kind of like, what are you, I mean, this is not going well for you. Like, you have to live in La La Land to think it does. Oh, thank you, Jack. I love it. It's a little chicken. Thumbs up. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you for your super sticker. The prosecution hasn't gotten the final word on a single witness yet, including that redirect Alan just did. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand what the hell that was. I mean, Hank could have recrossed, but he didn't. That's like, if you guys remember in the first trial, there was no recross and redirect. There was a direct, a cross, and a redirect. That's all we saw in the first trial. I have no idea why we're doing these recross, redirect, like on and on and on until the cows come home. Like, yeah, there's not many. There's not many of us. That's for sure. There's not many of us that exist. There's a reason, you know, like it's not a huge moneymaker. People know that. And so they choose to stay on the side that's for spreading a conspiracy theory, and they don't realize it hurts people. And at this point, a lot of them, I think, do realize that it hurts people. They just don't care, you know? Yeah. Sometimes it's hard not to fall into rabbit holes when someone makes it sound like it could be plausible. That's half the problem, you know, and that's where it hurts people. And I don't condone anything hurting people like that, you know? Real people, real lives have been altered by this stuff. She allowed it. Reciprocal discovery. By any chance, James, did she write on there that they have to give the oral communications in writing? Because that's what Hank asked for. And he's saying there's no electronic communications that exist. So if she's allowing it, I'm guessing she's allowing those oral communications to be in writing. Like, that's what the Commonwealth asked for. Like, I believe Karen started cover up because her dad told her what to do. I do believe her dad had something to do with it. You know? I do believe, you know, I mean, in those first hours, her dad definitely helped her sort of, you know, figure out how to do it. You know what I mean? Like, how to do it. I could listen to Hank Brennan all day. He just gets in and out, makes the point, gets in and out, like with precision too. Like with precision. No results? Really? That's really strange. We are running on Judge Bev's time. You are right about that. You're right about that, Missy. You are right about that. We're always on her time, right? Always. But the reciprocal motion for discovery was allowed. So, I mean, what that means is if they're asking for whatever they're asking for is allowed, they're saying, you know, the Commonwealth is asking for all the oral communications they've had between them and Kelly Dever need to be given to the Commonwealth. And the defense said to the judge, well, we don't have any electronic communications. And the Commonwealth is asking for us to put our oral communications, so speaking to each other, down in writing. And we don't think that we have to do that. So as far as I understand it, if the reciprocal discovery was allowed, that means they do have to do it. He is amazing. He is smart. Like, I definitely would not be, nothing from John, I would not be calling my parents. If my dad was alive, I would not be calling him at 2 a.m. over a broken taillight or a fight with my boyfriend or a fight with my husband. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like, I mean, yeah, because then what happens if the defense concocts their communication, fudges it, and the witness says something different? That's not going to be very good. Like, I mean, are they asking for call records? Like, that'd be asking for call records. Like, oh, it was phone calls? Cool. Give me the call records. How long were those phone calls? You're not going to tell me that it was just to say she was coming here or what time she needed to come here if they're more than like 2 minutes or a minute. Like, well, that's the thing. He doesn't. As far as what I would think, and again, you guys, I do my best. I obviously don't know for sure, but in my opinion, he knows it won't be. That's the point. That's literally the point, is he knows that they're not going to be honest with the communication. Like, he doesn't care. He doesn't know whether they're going to lie about it or not, but he's probably got a good right that they will lie about it. Therefore, kind of screwing them into a corner if the witness chooses to not lie. and commit perjury, because you'd have to bet that the witness doesn't want to commit perjury, right? Especially if you're a current officer of the law. Committing perjury would be a big fat no-no. A big fat no-no. That's your job and your career. So you willing to give up your career for the defense or not? So Hank's, either way, he wins. He either gets the correct communication on what they said and it's not good for them, or it's mundane, it doesn't matter, or they lie and the witness doesn't and they screw themselves again. Either way, to Hank Brennan, it don't matter, right? Just says to produce the information. So yeah, I mean, it's got to be whatever the Commonwealth asked for, which is, that's what they asked for. What I told you guys, that's what they asked for. So if it just says to produce the information that the Commonwealth asked for, then they got to produce it. Like, oh, absolutely. It's not like she was like broke and needed like a tow truck or like needed daddy to pay for it. She had plenty of money. You know what I mean? She wasn't broke. Right? Exactly. The only call time I'm calling anybody at 2 a.m. is like maybe for bail money. You guys, I might have went out and ran into someone we don't like and punched him in the face. Can I get some bail money? Like, that'd be the only time I'd be calling someone at 2 a.m. Like, there'd be no other reason I would need to call someone at 2 a.m. unless my car's stuck on the side of the highway somewhere and I can't get a hold of anybody to help. Like, that's about the only time. I most certainly would not be calling them because I broke my taillight if it's drivable, or a fight with my boyfriend or husband. That's just crazy. Like, no reason that I would ever do that. None. Like, what does reciprocal motion mean in this part? So there's discovery motions, which means handing over of evidence. And then there's reciprocal discovery, which means one side has to hand over what they have to the other side. So in this case, the Commonwealth is asking for the defense to hand over reciprocal discovery, which means from the defense's side to the Commonwealth. And what the Commonwealth is asking for are the communications between the defense and Kelly Devers, the BPD former CPD officer that was there today that didn't get to testify. They wanted the electronic and oral communications written down. So they want all the communications. So if you have no electronic communications, which the defense has asserted to the judge, there's no electronic text message, email communications. The Commonwealth says, okay, well, I want all the oral communications for you to write them down and give them reciprocally to the Commonwealth. So that's what it means. Discovery and reciprocal discovery. So they're getting evidence and then handing evidence over to each other that one side has or the other side. She did. She allowed the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth filed. You know, I mean, he worked at Lexus, right? Like, worked for Lexus. So, I mean, she allowed that one, but is she just going to look at the other one? Because she said, see, that's the thing. She wasn't clear whether she was going to just do the one by 4:30 or both of them. So, I don't know. That's the other thing. I mean, it just doesn't make the defense look good when a guy comes in to just critique someone else's information based on assumptions. It just doesn't. You're welcome. Devers was on duty the morning John was found, was called in, and she verified the Fairview address according to TBD. See, I can't take anything that he says for anything. Like, I can't. 9 out of 10 times he's not saying 100% the truth, or he's lying outright. But if she was on duty at CPD, she wasn't one of the first officers there. We know the officers that were there. And I don't know how you verify the Fairview address, like, unless she's taking 911 calls. And in that, what does it matter? They can get the recordings of the 911 calls. So it doesn't really make sense to call her. I don't know. No idea. I mean, that sounds weird to me. Why would that have anything to do with why she would testify? I know, right? For real. For real. Hank's a rock star. It was 8 or 9. Let me look. 9, I think. I think it was 9. We ended with 9. I believe it was 9. So whoever said 9, and there was a couple of you. I think Besties, I think you said 9. There was 9. There was a couple of you guys that guessed 9. Maybe, possibly. They usually use civilian dispatchers, though. Is she a civilian or is she an officer? That's the question I have. Canoni's rules cite 14.2D in the interest of fairness. So that's a Massachusetts general law of like Rule 14. I'm guessing. I'll have to look it over and see like exactly what the language is in it. But generally, it's reciprocal discovery. They have to hand it over, you know? Like it's not that, I mean, not hard to figure out. Bye, Ash. Don't worry, I'm wrapping up soon anyway. Yeah, yep, you guys definitely guessed 9. That's right. I knew there was a couple of you that guessed 9. I saw them like right in a row. Right in a row, I saw them. And I was like, oh, you guys got it. Every time I change my number 11 to something else, it goes to like 11. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not freaking changing it anymore. I'm just going to stay with 11 until we actually hit 11 one day. I'm just going to go with that. Maybe if we didn't have so many freaking sidebars that went on for years, then we wouldn't have that problem. You know what I mean? Jelly bean. All right, I'm going to wrap this up. So tomorrow's Saturday. That is literally my only day off. So I will not be here. I am sorry. I apologize. But I will be here Sunday. We have our Sunday show. We have our Sunday morning show. And we'll go over some of the stuff that happened this past week, some of the really good stuff, have a couple laughs, and do our normal Sunday chilling out thing. All right. So do me a favor and on your way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the video with people who don't know we exist. I know I see you guys in a lot of other chats when I pop in like later on, like when it's not live anymore. And I'm like, oh, there's like half my chats in there. Remind people we exist on social media. Like, hey, I see you here, but I don't see you there. Like some people have no idea that we exist. There's only like a couple of our, channels, like Inka was saying, like there's only a couple of us and not everybody knows that like we even exist here. So if you happen to be on my replay crew and you donate when I'm not live anymore, I will make sure to read it just like I did today. I actually didn't see this one until literally the end of the show. But I will always make sure that I read it on the next show, which would be Sunday morning. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Make sure everybody has a safe and wonderful weekend. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all Sunday morning. Bye.